I will miss you very much in every way." One day, Charles got a note from Sir John Herschel. Sir John asked him to have dinner the next time he came to London. Years before, Herschel had told Charles about his small scientific book from the Cambridge Philosophical Society. Sir John had returned to England from Cape Town in 1838. He came back 2 years after HMS Beagle. Then he spent 9 years writing his great work, Cape Observations. Soon he would become president of the Royal Astronomical Society. When Charles met Herschel again, he felt warm memories of his 5 years at sea. During dinner, Sir John spoke about new work. "Eve called you for an important job from the Admiralty," he said. "They asked me to prepare a book called A Manual of Scientific Inquiry. It will help officers in the Navy, naturalists, and travelers. The book will have many chapters. There will be astronomy, hydrography, meteorology, zoology, and botany. Richard Owen will write about zoology. Sir William Hooker will write about botany. We all agree that you should write the chapter on geology. What do you think?" Only 2 years had passed since Charles finished his book about the geology of South America. By the end of that work, he had become very tired of geology writing. Still, he believed he could easily write 25 or 30 useful pages from what he had learned on the Beagle voyage. "The Admiralty will publish the book," Sir John said. "John Murray will distribute it. There will probably be no payment. I do not think that will stop you." "I owe the Admiralty a great deal," Charles answered. "In truth, I owe them everything. I am proud to be in the same book with you, Richard Owen, and Sir William Hooker." Later, Charles travelled home by train through the cold winter land in Kent. The train shook and made loud sounds. As he listened to the wheels, he spoke softly to himself. "This makes me feel better after the attack in the Transactions of the Royal Society of Edinburgh. That hurt me. This helps me heal." At home, he covered his microscope and put away his tools. Then he sat again in his usual chair with the cloth-covered board across the arms. He felt happy to return to his real poop cabin for a while. The geology chapter came easily to him. He wrote from memory about what he learned during the 5 years on the Beagle. The work took only 2 or 3 weeks. Charles worried that he had added too much information. But Sir John liked both the quality and the hard work. Feeling happier again, Charles quickly started another paper. Lyell and the Geological Society had wanted this paper for a long time. It was called On the Transportal of Erratic Boulders from a Lower to a Higher Level. In the evenings, Emma played music for him. She played pieces from Bellini's Norma and Rossini's William Tell. One of Charles's favorite pieces was Obus Emma. It was also a good year for books. New stories appeared in London. These included Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre, the first parts of Thackeray's Vanity Fair, and Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights. More visitors from London also began coming to Down House. Charles often walked to the station at Sydenham to meet them. On April 19, 1848, Charles went to dinner at the Geological Society. He ate with Lyell, Murchison, Horner, and Well. He had not visited the society for a long time. Many people joked that he had become a retired country squire who spent quiet, sleepy days in the countryside.
"You should see Darwin's study before you call him retired," Lyell said. "He will come out of that room as the world's great expert on barnacles."
During the meeting, Charles presented his paper. He gave evidence for his idea that ice near the coast had carried large rocks to places higher than the rocks first came from. People liked the paper. Many members in the lecture hall warmly shook his hand afterward. As Charles walked back to Lyell's home on Harley Street, Lyell spoke quietly.
"Darwin, would you not rather live in the city? London has many good things. Tonight is one example. The welcome you received must have made you very happy."
"It did," Charles answered. "I agree that London has many good things. But I truly want to live in the country. You will see." It will be good for me. The next morning, he ate breakfast with Erasmus. Then he went to see John Gray at the British Museum. Gray took care of the animal collection there. The museum had many cirripedia. Naturalists had brought them there over many years. Gray himself had added some to the collection. But nobody had studied or organized them.
We do not really need them here, Gray said. Nobody looks at them. I will speak to the trustees. Maybe they will let you take them.
That spring, Charles went to London again. He listened to Gideon Mantell speak about fossils from very old rocks. Later, he met Lyell for a drink and dinner at Somerset House in the rooms of the Royal Society. Richard Owen sat across the table from them. Charles knew Owen thought he was the best English expert on fossils. Owen was becoming very famous. Charles liked Mantell's paper. He thought it was interesting and clear. That was unusual in science. He also thought Mantell's ideas were careful and logical. When Mantell finished and sat down, Richard Owen suddenly stood up. His face was red with anger. Then he began to shout at Mantell.
This paper is terrible. The research is weak and the conclusions are wrong. I strongly reject this kind of behavior. It is not worthy of the Royal Society. The paper should be rejected at once.
Dr. Gideon Mantell was 58 years old. He was a doctor and a respected man in England. People knew his books, The Wonders of Geology and The Medals of Creation. He had also built a museum with his large fossil collection. Mantell sat in silence, shocked by the attack. The other members in the hall also stayed silent. The room became very quiet. The sound reminded Charles of the night insects he had heard in Bahia while he stood on the deck of the Beagle. After the meeting, Charles and Lyell walked to the Athenaeum. Neither man spoke. Later, they sat in large leather chairs and drank port. At last, Charles spoke. Fame causes terrible problems. If people only cared about truth, they would not attack each other like this.
Lyell looked carefully at Charles and asked, "You are still friends with Owen, are you not?"
Yes.
He has visited Down House?
More than once.
But you have not told him about your ideas on species?
Certainly not. Why do you ask?
Be careful with Owen. One day he will attack you too. He attacks everyone.
It was a natural part of his life. Charles showed the older children how to use the microscope. The children loved it. They were very interested when they looked at small body parts that their father found with his knife. Charles often used the word crustaceous. Because of this, the children called Papa's barnacles crustaceous mummies. William liked to be alone. He walked on the small paths near their home. Soon he knew every house for many miles. One day he came home for dinner and looked confused.
Papa, do you know Mr. Montpitcher? He lives south of the village. He sits at the window of his cottage all morning. He smokes his pipe and does nothing.
Maybe he does not work now, Willie, Charles answered.
But when does he do his barnacles?
Emma laughed warmly. Do you see what happened, Charles? The children watched you for so many years. Now they think every man studies barnacles. They do not know anything different.
They will learn one day, Charles said. That is if I can ever finish this long job. But I do not think I will. I got a letter from a man named Mr. Stutchbury in Bristol. He wants to give me his barnacle collection from his whole life. People say it is a very good one. More collections arrived all the time. Hugh Cumming, a naturalist and sailmaker, sent a fine group from his own collection. The Reverend R.T. Lowe sent his collection from Madeira. August Gould sent private specimens from Boston. Louis Agassiz also sent specimens after he became a zoology professor at Harvard. Even Sims Covington, who now lived in Australia, sent a box of barnacles as a friendly gift. Letters came from France and Germany. Many people wanted Charles to study what they had found. Then boxes and crates arrived. One jar held another 100 specimens that Charles had never seen before. He studied every group from the first larva stage to the adult form. He worked very carefully with each specimen. In the end, he proved that all barnacles were crustaceans. They were related to crabs, shrimps, and lobsters. The Post also brought other news. About 3 years after his bad time as governor of New Zealand, Captain Robert Fitzroy got a new job. He became the superintendent of the Woolwich dockyard. Charles Lyell was going to receive a title from Queen Victoria at Balmoral Castle in Scotland. Now he would be Sir Charles Lyell, and his wife would be Lady Mary. The Darwin family opened a bottle of champagne. They drank to celebrate the news. The newspapers brought less happy news. There were revolutions in Germany, Austria, and Italy. In London, the Chartists planned a very large demonstration. They were part of a workers' movement. They wanted all men to have the right to vote, secret voting, and elections every year. Queen Victoria's ministers asked the royal family to move to the Isle of Wight. They wanted to keep the family safe from possible trouble. It did not seem like a very happy time in England. Still, the summer was pleasant. The weather was warm but not too hot. Ivy climbed the walls of Down House and made it look cool. The azaleas were full of flowers. In the orchard, the apple trees carried heavy fruit. Charles spent many hours outside. He often walked around the sandwalk. During these walks, he thought of many new ideas. The ideas grew in his mind like the flowers in the fields. In August, Emma gave birth to Francis, their third son. But from the start of July, Charles had felt very ill. In his diary, he wrote that he was unusually unwell. His head felt strange and unsteady. He felt sad and weak. His hands shook. Sometimes he saw black spots before his eyes. He also had attacks of sickness and vomiting. Emma cared for him all the time. She prepared simple food for him very carefully, but his health became worse. His nerves became weak. His hands shook badly, and his muscles moved without control. Near the end of the year, he suffered almost all the time. He quietly thought to himself, "I am going to die like all people." He did not tell Emma that he believed he was dying. Instead, he took out his 1844 manuscript about species and the letter for Emma. He removed them from a locked drawer. Then he put them in a place where she could easily find them. A letter from his sister Catty suddenly pulled him out of his sadness. Dr. Darwin could not walk anymore. He sat in a wheelchair now. His bed was in the library. Every morning, the gardener took him to the greenhouse. He liked to sit under the banana tree there. He had planted the tree after Charles told him about banana trees in Bahia, Brazil. Catty's letter made Charles very worried. He understood that his father was dying. He left at once for the Mount. Emma did not go with him because the baby was still very young. Charles stayed one night with Erasmus in London. The next afternoon, he arrived in Shrewsbury. During the long coach trip, he worried so much about his father that he forgot to worry about his own health. He felt shocked when he first saw Dr. Robert Darwin in the wheelchair. The old man sat in the library and ate a small meal from a tray. Susan sat beside him and read poems that he liked. The large, strong body of Dr. Darwin was now thin. When Charles kissed both of his father's cheeks, tears came to the old man's eyes. "I will stay with you for 2 weeks, Father," Charles said. "I also have good news. The Ray Society will publish my book about barnacles when I finish it." The society began 4 years ago to honor John Ray, the famous English scientist. They publish science books and reports. More than 750 people belong to the society. Many of them are important scientists in Great Britain. I was never sure that anyone would publish my book."
A smile came to Robert Darwin's face. He reached out and touched his son. He felt too emotional to speak.
Later that evening, Dr. Darwin fell asleep. Susan stayed near him. Charles and Cathy sat at the dining room table and talked. Their old friend Annie cooked supper. "What do you think, Cathy?" "There is no way to know, Charlie. Father is calm in his mind. He is kind and never complains. He thinks about other people all the time. He worries about the servants and their children. Susan stayed awake all last night. She is very strong in this hard time. Father gives all his instructions to her." The 2 weeks passed quickly. Dr. Darwin seemed happier because his son was with him. He grew stronger while he listened to Charles talk about the sand walk, Emma, and the children. Charles also told him about little Annie and their close friendship. He spoke about the new microscope too. Charles felt well there. He told himself he must stay well so his father would not worry. But when he returned to his study at Down House, all his illness came back. He could not work at all. Deep inside, he also feared that bad news would soon arrive. The news came only 19 days after he returned home. Dr. Robert Darwin died quietly at the age of 82. Charles cried openly. The older children, especially Annie, understood what death meant. They came to him, kissed him, and cried with him. He had loved his father very much. He loved him even more after he showed his father that he cared about more than hunting, dogs, and catching rats. He had proved that he would not bring shame to the family.
May God comfort you, my dear Charles. Your father loved you very much.
Charles was so ill that he stayed in bed for 2 days. "But I must go to Shrewsbury for the funeral," he told Emma.
Do you have the strength? She asked.
"Strength comes when I begin. Please ask Parslow to prepare my clothes." The trip to London helped him feel better. He did not feel very tired until he came near Erasmus's house. Erasmus was already in Shrewsbury, but his servant gave Charles tea and toast for lunch. By then it was 3 in the afternoon. There was no coach or train that could take him to Shrewsbury that night. He sent Emma a note to tell her that he felt almost normal. The next morning, he took the earliest mail coach. He arrived too late for the simple church service at Montford Churchyard. Dr. Darwin was buried there beside his wife. But Charles reached the mount in time to be with the family and his father's friends when they returned home. One of the young maids served coffee to the visitors. The obituary for Dr. Robert Darwin appeared in the Shrewsbury Chronicle. It spoke very well of him and gave some comfort to the family. But Charles saw that Susan and Cathy were very unhappy. Their father had been the center of their lives. Now they seemed lost and alone. Charles decided to stay with his sisters for a week. He wanted to help them understand that they should continue living at the Mount for the rest of their lives. When Dr. Darwin's will was read, the family learned that they had enough money to live well. Erasmus received a large part of the money. Now he did not need to worry about money. Charles received more than £40,000. This money was enough to educate his children. It could help them begin their jobs in the future. He could also make Down House larger and improve the gardens more. Dr. Robert Darwin had remembered all his children kindly in his will. After the beginning of 1849, Charles heard from Sulan and William Fox about Dr. James Gully's water cure at Malvern. He became interested in it. He asked for Dr. Gully's book from London. The book was called The Water Cure in Chronic Disease. Charles read the whole book carefully. After that, he thought Dr. Gully sounded sensible. He asked more people about the treatment. He learned that many people felt better after they tried it. "I think I should try it," he told Emma. "It is helping other people. But we must stay in Malvern for 6 or 8 weeks if the treatment is to help me well."
That is too long to leave the children, Emma answered. We must take them with us. The servants must come too.
This was not a problem. In Malvern there was a large house called the Lodge. They could rent it for a month. After more letters, they rented the lodge. Dr. Gully also learned that Charles was coming. The family made the long trip north toward Shrewsbury. They travelled mostly by train. Then they went by coach from Cheltenham. With them were their 3 sons and 3 daughters. Parslow, Brodie, Sally, Miss Thorley the governess, and a housekeeper also came. Comfort stayed behind to care for the gardens. The lodge was simple but comfortable. There were enough bedrooms for everyone. Near the house, there was a small field and some woods by the mountain. This will be a very good place for the children to play, Charles said. The next morning, Charles went to meet Dr. James Gully for the first time. Dr. Gully was a few months older than Charles. He was already bald. He had a large plain face. Most of the time, he kept a serious expression. His eyes looked calm and closed off. His lips stayed tight. He wore a rich black velvet coat and a black neckcloth. The office looked expensive and comfortable. On the walls, there were framed diplomas from medical schools. Some came from Edinburgh and Paris. There were also papers from medical societies. In earlier years, Dr. Gully had a successful practice in London. He wrote many books and papers about medicine. Later, Dr. Gully stopped believing in normal medicine. He thought many medicines were weak and sometimes harmful. Then his friend James Wilson came back from Europe. Wilson was very excited about hydropathy. This treatment used water to help sick people. He believed it could help both serious and long illnesses. Dr. Gully became convinced that the treatment worked. Together, Gully and Wilson opened a hydropathic establishment in Malvern. The business did very well. The building had once been a Benedictine priory. For many years, people believed the water there could help sick people. Queen Victoria and the writer Tennyson had both visited the place. The establishment included a very large Tudor house and another building called Holyrood House. A passage called the Bridge of Sighs connected the 2 buildings. People said the name came from Dr. Gully's rule. He kept unmarried men and unmarried women in separate houses. Behind the small community stood the Malvern Hills. The Priory Church was in the centre. Gully looked at Charles and spoke in a calm voice.
I want you to wash with cold water every morning. You must also take 2 cold foot baths each day. Put a cold cloth on your stomach too. Here is a food plan for you. We will begin slowly.
Do you think this will help, Doctor? Charles asked. Gully pressed his lips together.
We will see with time, Mr. Darwin, he answered. Time will tell.
Each day Charles felt a little better. He ate a little more food. He took the children on long walks near the mountains. Together they picked flowers and plants for Joseph Hooker.
The children said, Papa spends more time with us here than at home.
There was fog in the air, but there was not much March rain. One bad part of the treatment was the skin problem. Every evening his whole body became very irritated. After 7 o'clock, he could not sit still for even 1 minute. Dr. Gully started a sweating treatment. It helped him.
Emma was happy because Charles was getting better. You are already stronger, my dear, she said. Your stomach is also a little better. At least you are eating more.
After 2 weeks, Dr. Gully spoke again.
I think I can help you more and more, he said. I do not often say that to patients. Now you are ready for the full treatment.
The full treatment began at 6:45 in the morning. At the wash house, a man scrubbed Charles with a rough towel and cold water. Charles told Emma, "It makes me red like a lobster." A quiet was Herman scrubbed his back while Charles scrubbed the front of his body. Then Charles drank a large glass of water. He dressed as fast as possible and walked for 20 minutes. He told his family, "I like all of this very much." Next, he had to wear a wet folded cloth covered with waterproof material. The cloth was placed in cold water every 2 hours. Charles wore it all day except after the midday meal. After his early walk, he came home and shaved. Then he ate breakfast. He could only eat toast, an egg, or meat. He was not allowed to drink anything. Sometimes Charles could not swallow the dry toast. Then Dr. Gully allowed him to use a little milk to soften it. He could not eat sugar, spices, butter, tea, or bacon. Or anything nice, he grumbled. "But I must say I feel better now. My hands do not shake anymore. My muscles do not move strangely now. My stomach also feels calmer." At noon, he put his feet in cold water with mustard for 10 minutes. Then the Herman rubbed his feet hard. The cold water made his feet hurt, but his feet were not as cold as when he was sick at home. He walked for 20 minutes. Then he had dinner at the lodge with Emma and the children. After that, he rested until 5 o'clock. Later, he put his feet in cold water again. Dr. Gully told him to ride a horse. So he bought a calm mare and rode for an hour every afternoon. His supper at 6 o'clock was the same as his breakfast. He became much better, so Dr. Gully added more treatments. Every morning at 6 o'clock, they wrapped him in a blanket for 1.5 hours. A hot water bottle stayed near his feet. After that, they rubbed him with a cold wet sheet. At the end of April, he felt well enough to write to his cousin Fox. "I must continue the water treatment for many months at home under Dr. Gully's care. I think I am getting much better, but I am tired of this quiet life. The water treatment makes the mind slow and lazy in a very strange way. Before this, I would not believe it was possible. Now I am gaining weight. I have not been sick for 30 days. That is 3 times longer than any time in the last year. Yesterday I walked 7 miles in 4 walks. Now I am only a machine for walking and eating. The weather became warmer and nicer. More patients came to Malvern." Charles learned that the summer before, Dr. Gully had 120 patients. "He must make a lot of money," Charles said.
"It is worth every guinea," Emma said. "Dr. Gully tells me he believes he can cure me in time. Now I know this water treatment is real. It is strong and changes the body in many ways. But I will be very happy to return to Down House with better health and work again on my dear barnacles."
Charles and his family returned to Down House early in July 1849. Charles paid a young farm boy to ride the mare back home. He continued to ride on most days. He also taught William to ride without a saddle. Then he asked the village carpenter to build an outside shower. There he poured cold water over himself with many pitchers and jugs that Parslow brought to him. This was part of Dr. Gully's treatment. Charles also decided to begin a health diary. He wrote down how he felt during the day and during the long nights when stomach gas often woke him. "I have not been careful before," he told Emma. "I did not keep regular notes. Now I will do it. This is the scientific way. I will find a pattern and learn what hurts me and what helps me." Emma had just played one of Mendelssohn's songs without words for him. After that, she planned to read part of Dickens's David Copperfield aloud.
"You are good at keeping daily records," she said. "You and your father both do this. About 4 times each year, you even record the children's height and weight, with clothes and without clothes. You also do this for Hensley's children. You are very good at keeping diaries, and I think your health diary will help you."
"I think you are making fun of me," he said.
"You know me. I am careless. I keep all my records in my head."
Every month, Charles felt a little better. He continued his cold showers, even in very cold weather. 5 times each week, he used a lamp treatment. After that, he sat in a shallow bath for 5 minutes. He also used a wet sheet every day. He thought the treatment made him stronger. Dr. Gully allowed him to work on his barnacles for only 2.5 hours each day. Charles worked very hard during that short time, and it still made him tired. He wrote to Joseph Hooker, who was still studying plants in India. "You asked about my cold water treatment. The worst part is that I must stop almost all reading except newspapers. My 2.5 hours with the barnacles are already as much mental work as I can do each day. Because of this, I am far behind in reading scientific books. I must say that this work often makes me very tired. Sometimes I ask myself why I spend 1 or 2 weeks studying very small differences. I try to learn if they are only varieties or truly different species. Another difficult part of the work is searching for the first correct names. I have just finished studying 2 species. Together they already have 7 genus names and 24 species names."
Even while he complained, he made some very important discoveries. Earlier scientists believed that Cirripedia had salivary glands. He showed that these parts were really ovaries. The material inside the ovarian tubes became part of the glue material. In fact, Cirripedia made glue from their own eggs before the eggs fully formed. Older scientists also believed that barnacles had no head. He proved that all the outside part of the Cirripedia was made from 3 front parts of the head. He also discovered another surprising fact. Almost all Cirripedia were both male and female. The males were extremely small and could only be seen with special study.
He wrote,
"Here is a strange fact. The male, or sometimes 2 males, stop moving when they are still larvae. Then they become parasites inside the sac of the female. They stay fixed there and partly inside the body of the female. They live there for the rest of their lives and can never move again."
While his own work became slower, he heard news from John Henslow. The news showed how much his friend had done in the poor village of Hitcham. The people there were poor and had little education. Many people also stayed away from the church. Henslow built a school and hired a teacher. He taught farmers how to grow better crops. He also helped poor workers get small pieces of land for farming. He took people from the village on nature trips, just as he once did with Charles and his students. At last, more people in the village came to church for weddings, baptisms, funerals, and holiday services. There is a truly great man, Charles thought with deep respect. Dr. Henry Holland and his wife came to Down House for the weekend. He had heard that Charles felt much better. During a late supper, he said, "You look very healthy. Your face has good color. Your eyes are clear and bright. Now tell me about the water cure."
Charles explained everything.
Then Dr. Holland smiled with great satisfaction.
"My dear Charles, the cold wet sheets and cold foot baths did not cure you. You cured yourself. You spent almost 4 months resting in a beautiful place in the hills. Did you work there?"
"Not at all."
"Did you study?"
"No."
"Were you worried about anything? Did you try to create new scientific ideas?"
"No. The water cure makes the mind very quiet."
"Did you write many letters?"
"Only a few short notes to Henslow, Hooker, and Susan."
"Did you walk a lot?"
7 miles every day."
"Did you sleep early? Did you sleep well all night?"
"Yes."
"After 1 or 2 weeks, did the sickness leave you completely?"
"Yes. It never came back. The walks reminded me of the trips to Gamlingay with Henslow's students. At that time, we never thought about our stomachs. We only wanted to eat." Dr. Holland smiled again.
"Do you see what this means? The cold sheets and cold water were only part of the show."
"Do you mean Dr. Gully is dishonest?" Charles asked.
"Not at all. I knew James Gully when he worked in London. He is an honest man. He truly believes in the water cure. Many people become healthy after long holidays at his spa, so he trusts the method. He also believes in mesmerism, spiritualism, and homeopathy.
What are you trying to say, Henry?
I am saying that the real cure was rest and peace. You stayed in beautiful country far from worry and work. You walked a lot and rode horses. That is what made you healthy again.
Charles became a little angry. This was unusual for his calm nature. About 10 years ago, I came to you for help, he said. You told me that you could make me healthy again. You gave me medicine, and I took it exactly as you said. But I stayed just as sick.
Saba Holland touched her husband's arm to stop him.
But Henry Holland continued. Of course you stayed sick. You returned to work too quickly.
I do not agree, Charles answered. The water cure is truly a wonderful discovery. I only wish I had tried it 5 or 6 years earlier.
That is a pity, Holland replied. Before your life ends, people will trust hydropathy as little as they trust mesmerism today.
That night, Emma spoke firmly in their bedroom.
It is lucky that Henry Holland belongs to both the Wedgwood and Darwin families. Otherwise one of us could blame the other family for him.
Charles held Emma in his arms. His good mood had returned. There is no need to worry, he said. In February 1849, Sir Charles Lyell became president of the Geological Society again. Charles Darwin became one of the vice presidents of the British Association for the Advancement of Science for the summer meeting. Charles and Emma met the Lyells in Birmingham.
Lyell joked with him. You must be careful, Darwin. Soon you may become president of the Geological Society after me. Then people may even make you a knight.
Lyell treated Charles very differently from Adam Sedgwick. Sedgwick and John Henslow treated him like a son or student. Lyell did not. He thought of Charles as an equal friend and fellow scientist. At the start of 1850, Emma gave birth to her 7th child. Charles had heard about chloroform, which doctors used to stop pain during operations. The doctor at Down had never used it during childbirth. So Charles ordered some from London. The doctor agreed to use the chloroform. He and Charles discussed how many drops to place on a piece of gauze and when to add more drops. But Emma's labor began very suddenly. It took some time before the doctor came to Down House. Emma asked Charles to use the chloroform. He took a piece of gauze and put 10 drops on it. Then he held it over Emma's nose and mouth. She became calm, and the pain became less strong. Charles slowly added more drops, one at a time. The doctor arrived 10 minutes before the baby was born.
When Emma woke up and saw her 4th son, she said, I do not remember anything after the first pain. Then I heard the child was born.
That is wonderful, is it not? Charles said. The doctor praised Charles because he had used the dangerous chemical well, even though he had never used it before. Charles answered with a small smile, I come from a family of doctors. The boy was named Leonard. Some family members said that Emma had done enough for her country and should not have more children. Dr. Robert and Susanna Darwin had 6 children. Uncle Joe's and Aunt Bessie had 9 children. Emma and Charles agreed with Henry Holland when he said, Nature has its own plan for mothers. A woman can have a certain number of children and then no more. After 6 walks around the sandwalk, Charles returned home and saw a group of men from Down. They wore their best Sunday clothes and waited for him. The men had started the Down Friendly Club. The club collected money to help members when they were sick or could not work anymore. It also helped pay for burials after death. The men asked if the Honourable Mr. Darwin would become their treasurer and keep their records. Charles agreed at once. Yes, I will, he said. Keeping records is one of the few things I do very well. My father taught me this. Bring me your accounts next Sunday. Then you can officially make me your treasurer. Later, Charles heard news about Captain Fitzroy. The year before, Fitzroy had moved from the Woolwich dockyard. He became commander of the Navy's first steamship with a screw engine, called Arrogant. Now he had left active service. The official reason was poor health and private matters. Something has gone wrong again, Charles thought. He worked with Francis Beaufort, who was still the Royal Navy's hydrographer. Together they helped Robert Fitzroy become a Fellow of the Royal Society. Then another very happy event came. The University of Oxford started its first science degrees. Cambridge University did the same soon after. People now understood that science was important. Before, many people thought science was bad or useless. Now they saw that science was necessary. Charles and his close friends helped change these ideas. In the summer of 1850, Emma was 42 years old. Leonard was still a baby. At that time, Emma learned that she was pregnant again. Then Annie became sick. In earlier years, she had often been unwell. The family called it being poorly, but she usually became healthy again after some time. Charles and Emma were not very worried before. Annie was normally active and full of energy. This time, she did not get better quickly. Her fever became stronger. She stopped eating much food. The doctor could not find the reason.
I think it is an infection, the doctor said. But I do not know where it comes from. She has no cuts or sores. I will give her medicine to lower the fever.
Annie's eyes lost their bright look. She ate very little, but she never complained. Then her strong spirit seemed to help her fight the fever. She got out of bed again. She ate more food and played outside with the other children. But after each sickness, she became weaker and quieter.
We stopped the result, but not the cause, the doctor said. We must continue to watch her carefully.
Charles and Emma decided to take the family to Ramsgate for a holiday. It was a town by the sea in southeast England. It was October, and the summer visitors were gone. The sea air was cool and fresh. Annie walked on the beach with her father. The walk seemed to help her. But after they returned to Down House, she became sick again. The fever came and went. She never became truly healthy again. During Christmas, Henry Holland came to visit. He also examined Annie. I do not understand this, he admitted. I have never seen anything like it before. At the start of March 1851, everyone understood that Annie was very ill. Should I take her to Malvern for the water cure? Charles asked Emma. Should Dr. Gully care for her?
He is the only doctor who ever helped you, Emma answered.
It is worth trying, Charles said. I will take Itty so Annie is not alone. I will also take Brodie. Miss Thorley can meet us there. My dear, you are too close to the berth to travel. Charles and the other 4 people stayed in rooms in the main building.
I will do everything I can for her, Dr. Gully said kindly. We will begin the treatment very gently. I will see her every day.
Charles felt more hopeful after Dr. Gully spoke. The governess also arrived to care for the 2 girls. Then Charles went to London for a few days to stay with Erasmus. On Sunday, March 30th, Charles and Erasmus had dinner with Hensley and Fanny Wedgwood in their new home on Chester Terrace. The new house was better for their children than the home on Upper Gower Street. Thomas and Jane Carlyle were there with other friends and family members. Many people were talking about Ruskin's book Stones of Venice. The book was very popular. Erasmus asked Carlyle what he thought about the book.
The whole book teaches a lesson, Carlyle answered sharply. It says a man must be good and honest even to build a simple house.
Charles and Erasmus joked with Carlyle during the evening.
Emma's Aunt Fanny Allen said, "There is something very fresh and pleasant about you, Charles. I do not know which brother is more agreeable."
The next morning, Charles returned to Down. He told Emma that Annie seemed better. Then he started working again. 16 days later, someone brought him an electric telegram. It had come from Malvern to London. After that, A special messenger brought it to Down House. Annie had become sick and started vomiting. At first, Dr. Gully thought it was not serious. Then she became very ill with a strong fever. Charles had to return to Malvern at once. Fanny Wedgwood joined him in London for the rest of the journey to Malvern. When Charles entered Annie's room, he almost could not know his child. Her face looked thin, hard, and sharp. She opened her eyes and said, "Papa," in a strong voice. This helped him remember his daughter as she was before. Brodie took Etty to London in the Cheltenham coach. That night at 11:30, Dr. Gully saw Annie asleep. He said, "She is getting better."
He said, "She is getting better."
Charles felt hope again and went to bed in a room nearby. The next morning, he saw that his daughter was too quiet. He felt deep sadness when the doctor said her pulse was weak. Still, she was eating a little gruel every hour. That afternoon, she drank some water. She did not complain. Charles told her he thought she would soon be better.
"Thank you," she answered softly. Then she asked Fanny for an orange.
Fanny gave her some tea and asked if it was good.
"It is very good. Where is Etty?" Annie replied. "I thank you very much," she said.
The next day, Charles gave her some water. These were the last words she said to her father. Annie died at midnight on the 23rd of April. Charles and Emma wrote letters to comfort each other. He sent Miss Thorley to London. Fanny Wedgwood stayed for the funeral. Annie was buried in the small cemetery at Malvern. After that, Charles went home as fast as he could to be with Emma. They were full of grief. Miss Thorley, the governess, returned to Down House. But Brodie, who had cared for all the children when they were babies, felt too sad to return to the unhappy Darwin family. She went back to her home in Portsoy, Scotland. Sometimes she came to Down House for a visit. Less than a month after Annie died, Emma gave birth to her fifth son. They named him Horace. Her sister Elizabeth came to stay with her. Charles hoped the new baby would help the family feel less sad. The Paleontographical Society in London learned that Charles was studying fossil cirripedia. Very little information about this subject existed at that time. The Society offered to publish his work in its yearly journal. Charles finished the first part in 1850. The work was 88 pages long. Its title was a monograph of the fossil Lepadidae, or pedunculated cirripedes of Great Britain. The work was finally published in June 1851. Later that year, the Ray Society published the first part of his book about modern cirripedia. The book included detailed drawings of the animals. It was printed only for members of the society. Bookstores did not sell it. Almost no newspapers or magazines wrote about it. The writing was too difficult for most readers. Still, scientists respected the work. The society gave Charles 22 copies as payment. He sent them to collectors and researchers who had helped him. Charles had started reading newspapers again. He learned about a big argument in London. People were talking about the building for the great exhibition of the works of industry of all nations in Hyde Park. Many people already called it the Crystal Palace. The building was made with prepared iron parts and almost 1,000,000 feet of glass frames. Lyell worked on the committee for the exhibition. He wanted the exhibition to teach people useful things. He also wanted galleries for famous works of art. Joseph Hooker had recently returned from India. He worked as a judge in the plant section. Prince Albert planned the Crystal Palace exhibition. Queen Victoria approved it. The huge building was almost finished. It covered 19 acres. But many newspapers and critics in London attacked the project. They said Hyde Park was destroyed. They said the place would become a camp for poor people and wanderers from London. Many people were afraid of the new building. They said foreign visitors would try to kill the Queen. They said rats would bring a dangerous sickness. They also said secret Catholics would bring false religion. Some people believed the whole building would fall down in the first big storm. The loudest complaints came from Colonel Sibthorpe.
"This building is rubbish," he said. "It is a fraud. It is cheating the people of this country."
Charles thought this was funny. Lyell and Hooker had told him the building was strong. They also said many thousands of people would visit the galleries. The galleries showed the best things of modern life and science. Charles spoke to Emma. "We will stay with Raz for a week and visit the Crystal Palace," he said. "We can take 2 of the children with us. They will love it." At the end of July, they travelled to London with Henrietta and George. Erasmus prepared an extra room for his brother's family so they could stay in comfort. The next morning, they left in 2 cabs. Charles wore a tall silk hat, a long dark coat, and light trousers. Emma wore a new bonnet and a large light cotton skirt that covered her shoes. A big shawl of the same cloth rested on her shoulders. The children also wore large clothes. They had big bonnets tied under their chins. They wore long dark blue coats made of soft cloth and white stockings. Charles loved the bright colors in the galleries. There were more than 100,000 things to see from many countries. Some came from Turkey, Tunisia, Russia, and the United States. In the sculpture gallery, they looked at many famous statues. There was the Greek slave by the American artist Hiram Powers. They also saw Wounded Indian from Boston and Crusader King from Belgium. Another statue showed Bacchus, a man who was very drunk and lying on vine leaves. The statue had no clothes on.
"The French sent this one," Emma said. She gently turned the children away from the statue.
Etty was almost 8 years old, and George was 6. They liked the stuffed animals more. They saw cats sitting on chairs and drinking tea. They also saw one frog shaving another frog. The children liked the ice sweets and cakes even more. Charles took his family through many galleries. He explained the newest machines that had won prizes. They saw a harvester pulled by a steam engine. There was also a knife with 80 blades. Another strange thing was a floating church for sailors from Philadelphia. The Darwin family laughed most at a special alarm bed. A person could set the alarm for any hour. When the alarm rang, the bed threw the sleeper into a cold bath. They stayed at the Crystal Palace all day. At last the children became tired. Charles came back several times that week. This time he came with Lyell or Hooker, not with his family. Charles and Joseph Hooker met many times in the Pavilion Gardens. They were happy to see each other again after Hooker's 4 hard years in India and the Himalayas. During that time, Hooker had explored many dangerous places and had even been kept prisoner. He had walked through huge mountains that were 18,000 feet high. Very few people had ever gone there before except the local people. Hooker looked thin and delicate. But like Charles during the Beagle voyage, he had shown great strength and courage. He brought back a wonderful collection of plants. Many of the plants had never been seen in England before. Some were completely unknown there. After Hooker returned home, he quietly married Frances, the daughter of the Henslows. They went to live in Kew Gardens. One day Charles met John Henslow at the Crystal Palace. Henslow was leading a group of people from his church in Hitcham. He had paid for the trip with money he saved after ending a yearly drunken fight in the village. The village men had done this every year before Henslow arrived. This was only one of many trips Henslow gave his people. He wanted them to learn more about the world. The people were clean and neatly dressed. They looked proud and confident. Henslow had helped change their lives. He had fought with rich landowners so the poor families could buy small pieces of land. Then they could support themselves. John Henslow was now 55 years old. His thick hair was turning white. "My dear Henslow," Charles said, "when I see all you have done, my own work on paper feels small."
Henslow answered firmly, "Each person does God's work in his own way."
At the Crystal Palace, Charles also met Thomas Huxley. Joseph Hooker was with him. Huxley was 26 years old. He had spent for years on a ship called HMS Rattlesnake as an assistant surgeon. The ship traveled through the Indian Ocean and near Australia. During the voyage, Huxley wrote 3 articles about animals. He sent them to London. Charles had read the articles in important science journals. He thought the writing was clear, intelligent, and fresh. When Huxley returned to London, many people already knew his name. Charles had spent much of his time studying barnacles. Because of this, he had never met Huxley before. But in June, he had helped vote Huxley into the Royal Society. Hooker introduced them warmly.
"I know you do not make friends easily, Darwin," Hooker said. "But you will like Huxley very much."
Huxley became red in the face as he held out his hand.
There is no man in England I admire more, Mr. Darwin, he said. I have studied your books since the journal. I also read your new book about fossil barnacles.
Thomas Huxley was the same height and shape as Charles. He had dark skin, dark eyebrows, and thick black hair. His hair covered his ears and fell down at the back. People liked him very quickly. It was not because he tried to please everyone. His strong face and sharp dark eye showed strength and determination. "I am very happy to meet you, Huxley," Charles said. "My friends have told me much about you, and I hoped we would meet." Hooker left them for a time. Then Charles invited Huxley to have an ice sweet with him. "My children say they are very good," he said. When the cold dish came to the table, Charles looked carefully at the young man across from him. They sat at a small round table. The young man wore clean and neat clothes. He had a large soft coat that hung loosely on him. He wore a high collar and a wide bow at his neck instead of a tie. His face was smooth except for thin side hair under the collar. He moved easily and looked cheerful. "Huxley, tell me about yourself," Charles said. "Where did you study?" Huxley smiled.
"I did not really study at a school," he answered. "My father worked at a school in Ealing, where I was born. I only went to school for 2 years, from when I was 8 until I was 10. Then my father lost his job. We moved to another village and we were poor there. The boys at that school were the worst people I have known. We were normal boys, with good and bad parts like everyone else. But the people who taught us did not care about our minds or our behavior."
Huxley smiled again, warm and bright.
"I think that is when I understood I must teach myself. When I was 12, I woke up very early in the morning. I lit a candle, wrapped a blanket around myself, and read Hutton's book about geology. The next year I read Lyell's Principles of Geology."
Charles remembered his own years of study. He had worked for 2 years with science teachers at the museum in Edinburgh. Then he spent more than 3 years at Cambridge. There he became friends with men like John Henslow, Adam Sedgwick, George Peacock, and William Well. "You must have had some science training," Charles said.
"In some way, yes," Huxley answered. "Both my sisters married doctors. One doctor took me through the hospital wards with him. After that, I received a 3-year scholarship at Charing Cross Hospital. Then I studied at London University and received my medical degree. That is how I became assistant surgeon on HMS Rattlesnake. It also gave me a chance to visit distant places. But I am not really a collector. I wanted to become a mechanical engineer. In a way, that is what I do now as a zoologist. I study how the inside parts of small animals work. You study barnacles in the same careful way."
"What will you do next?" Charles asked. For the first time, Huxley looked sad.
"Richard Owen helped me get a small position with the Admiralty," he said. "Now I can finish my writings from the Rattlesnake voyage. The pay is small, and I live with my brother. I still do not have a real science job. I have asked many colleges and institutions for work as a lecturer. There is another problem too. I fell in love with an English girl whose parents moved to Sydney. We have been engaged for more than 3 years. I do not know how much longer it will take before I can bring her back from Australia and marry her.
Charles did not want to give him false hope. It may take a few years, he said. But after you publish your papers and books from the rattlesnake journey, people will want your work. Then they began to talk about species. Huxley believed there were clear divisions between natural groups of animals. He also believed there were no forms between those groups. Charles answered in a kind way and smiled. I do not think exactly like that. 1 hour later, Joseph Hooker found them. Charles held out his hand to Huxley. I hope I will see you again.
Oh, you will. Huxley said. I often visit your brother Erasmus. The Carlyles take me there. They are helping me improve my German. I started to study it so I can read scientific journals from Europe.
Hooker and Huxley walked away together. Charles thought about Huxley. I like that young man. He touches me deeply. I think we may become good friends and work together. Charles had not felt this way about anyone since he met Joseph Hooker. Later, Charles and Thomas Huxley met many times. They met at Erasmus's house and at Lyell's house in London. They also met the Hookers in Kew. When Charles had a difficult question about animals, he asked Huxley for help. Huxley understood problems very quickly and clearly. Often they spoke about Richard Owen. Owen was England's most famous expert on animals and anatomy.
Huxley once tried to thank Owen for helping him become a member of the Royal Society.
But Owen answered, you should thank only your own good work.
Huxley later said to Charles, Owen has been very polite to me. But he is a strange man. He is so polite that I never feel relaxed with him.
Charles wanted to tell Huxley that he would never feel relaxed with Owen, but he decided not to say it. He thought the young man should learn about the world of London scientists by himself. Huxley learned quickly. After one meeting at a scientific society, Charles took Huxley to the Athenaeum for a drink. As they drank brandy, Huxley spoke quietly.
It is strange about Richard Owen. People fear him and dislike him. I have seen him do unkind things. I do not think he is as great as he believes.
Charles asked, has he done anything unkind to you?
Not yet.
Soon it happened. Huxley wrote a paper for the Royal Society. It was called On the Morphology of the Cephalus mollusca. Huxley believed it was his best work and very important. Richard Owen tried to stop the paper from appearing in the Philosophical Transactions.
Huxley said with anger, he does not want anyone else to become important. Why does he want everything for himself? I wish I could trust people completely.
Charles felt very sorry for Huxley. For 20 years, Owen has been the main authority in his field, Charles explained. No one challenged him before you appeared. Sadly, he now thinks the study of nature belongs only to him.
And the rest of us are like thieves? Huxley asked.
Yes, that is how he sees it. But do not worry too much. He cannot stop your work. And I will tell you something privately. My friends and I have proposed your name for the Royal Medal. For a moment, Thomas Huxley looked ready to cry. He took Charles's hand in both of his hands.
With men like you, Joseph Hooker, and Charles Lyell in science, I can face many Richard Owens.
You may need to, Charles answered with a tired smile. And perhaps I will too. Charles still had 1 or 2 years of work left on his barnacle studies. At first he called them my beloved barnacles. Now he thought of them as my hated barnacles. But he had no choice. He still had 2 more books to finish. One good thing was that the books would certainly be published. He tried not to show his frustration to the family. Instead, he started to search for a good school for William, who was almost 12 years old. After careful study, he chose Rugby School. It was on the road to Shrewsbury. Hensley Wedgwood's two older sons were already there. The cost was between £110 and £120 each year. 2 times every day, once in the morning and once at night, he wrote notes in his health diary. He wrote how many times he had problems with gas. He also wrote when gas woke him during the night. He used the short form foot for this problem. He wrote about headaches, tooth pain, colds, skin problems, and boils. He listed the medicines he used and his water treatments. He also wrote about times when he felt sick in his stomach, sad, afraid, cold, weak, or tired. Sometimes he felt very heavy and had little energy. He started this health diary in July 1849. At the end of every month, he counted the days when he felt completely well. Some months he had only 2 to 5 good days. In better months, he had 20 to 29 good days. After a good day, he put 2 short lines in the diary. He understood that the diary was like a private confession. Part of his poor health came from his father's side of the family. When he wrote everything down, it felt like speaking to another person. This helped him keep his worries to himself and not trouble the people near him. As time passed, he used Dr. Gully's water treatments less often. He stopped using the showers and foot baths. Still, he wanted to become healthy. He easily believed in new treatments that he read about in London newspapers. In October 1851, he tried new electric chains. He wrapped brass and zinc wires around his body. First he put them around his waist. Later he put them around his neck. The wires were wet with vinegar. People believed the chains gave small electric shocks that could help the body. On the nights when he used the chains, he felt well, but he could not sleep. After some time, he decided the chains were probably not useful. Then he stopped using them. The trees near the sandwalk grew very well. The holly, bramble, and privet became tall hedges. The children also grew quickly. The manuscripts grew quickly too. They felt thankful that Emma did not die. Now they had 7 children. Smith Elder and Company put his 3 books together. The books were Coral Reefs, Volcanic Islands, and Geological Observations on South America. They made one book with a blue or purple cover. The price was 10 shillings and 6pence. His old friend William Yarrell told him the book was selling well. More people now knew his work. Days became weeks. Weeks became months. Months slowly became years. They visited William at Rugby. He was doing well in school. Life there was hard for a young boy away from home. Older boys often troubled younger boys. The 6 children at home were healthy and strong. The older children studied with William's old teacher. Charles paid the teacher £150 each year. The teacher spent most of the time teaching Latin grammar. Down House was often full of family and friends. Charles was happy to see them. But too much talking and visiting made him very tired. Sometimes the pain became so bad that he stayed in bed. Then he saw no one except his close family. After some time, he began to feel lonely, like a man living far from people. Then he wrote to friends for help. He wrote to Joseph Hooker about a new philosophical club in London. "Only a few days ago, I told my wife that I was losing many friends and acquaintances," he wrote. "The club may help me keep old friends and make new ones." In November 1853, he received the Royal Medal for his books. It was one of the highest honors from other scientists. He wrote again to Joseph Hooker. "In a year or 2, I will begin my book about species, if my health stays strong." But Charles believed he would continue. When he finished the last 2 books about barnacles, he hoped to feel free. Then another thought came to him. "Or will I," he thought. "Will I only enter another kind of prison? There will be no bars. But I may still keep myself shut away." maybe for the rest of my life. All Geniuses Archidiots, in Neen v. Carrot or Another Carrot Book 10. By May 1855, the second volume of Living Cirripedia had been published. Now the second volume of Fossil Cirripedia was also being released by the Paleontographical Society. I am very happy to finish my last barnacle, Charles told Emma. If I ever find another one, I will turn away and walk on. Emma knitted as they sat near the fire in the bedroom. The needles made a soft, familiar sound.
Now I want to begin my next project.
What will it be? He felt surprised. She almost never asked about his work. Since he read her letter 16 years ago, he had not spoken to her about his ideas on the beginning of species. Now he could no longer hide his plans. He had decided to spend the rest of his life studying this subject. He did not want to upset Emma, but he thought it was worse to hide the truth. He looked into the fire for a moment. Then he turned to Emma. He moved her knitting aside and held her hands. My dear, I want to tell you about my plans for the next years. I will tell you the truth as I understand it. I hope you will not feel unhappy.
Her warm brown eyes looked straight at him. I promise I will not let myself become upset.
He stood up from the divan and faced the fire. I will give all my strength to this work. If you understand where my thoughts are going, maybe you will not think my ideas are foolish. I reached these ideas slowly and carefully. But many people will disagree with me. For example, the last time I met my friend Hugh Falconer in London, he argued strongly against me, though he was not cruel.
He said, "You will cause more harm than 10 naturalists can repair. You have already influenced Hooker too much."
Emma did not show any strong feeling. Let me explain my ideas in a short way. I believe species have changed over time. I think this because of many facts. There are facts from embryos, weak or unused body parts, the history of the Earth, and the places where living things are found. Do you understand me?
A little.
I want to explain it clearly. He stopped for a short time. Let us think about body parts that are weak, small, or no longer useful. These parts are common in nature. Almost every higher animal has some body part in this condition. For example, male mammals have small breasts. In snakes, one part of the lungs is very small. In birds, the small extra wing part cannot help them fly. And think about whales. Baby whales have teeth before birth, but adult whales have none. Young calves also have teeth in the upper jaw that never come through the gums. It is surprising what people can do by choosing animals with qualities they want and breeding them. Even breeders feel surprised by the results. I believe careful choice by humans has been the main reason for the different kinds of domestic animals. By collecting small changes over time, people shape animals for their needs. One sheep gives wool for carpets. Another gives wool for cloth.
This kind of breeding has happened only in recent times, has it not?
Yes. But I think there is also a steady power in nature. It is natural selection. For a long time, it has chosen what is best for each living thing. Every creature produces many young. Even elephants do this. In only a few years, or a few centuries, the Earth could become too full from the young of just one species. It was hard for him to remember one thing all the time. Every kind of living thing grows in number, but something stops this growth during life. Only a few of the young born each year live long enough to have children. Sometimes a very small difference decides who lives and who dies. Emma became pale.
Is this against Christianity? She asked.
No, he answered. It is against some church ideas that came much later. It does not deny God. Nature only follows his laws.
But when you say only a few born can stay alive, are you not saying God is cruel? She asked.
It would be much more cruel if every plant and animal stayed alive, he answered. Our world would have become too full millions of years ago. Only natural selection keeps the earth a good place to live. The living things less able to survive slowly disappear. Emma leaned closer to him. Her elbows rested on her knees. She held her chin with both hands and listened carefully. She was deeply religious and clear about her beliefs. She went to church often and received communion from Reverend Mr. Innes. She read the Bible to their children. On Sundays, she did not like social visits that needed the family carriage. She often wondered what was right to do on Sunday. She was not sure if sewing, knitting, or playing cards alone was acceptable. Still, she believed England would be morally better if people could enjoy some simple Sunday activities. Early in their marriage, she felt sad because Charles did not share her faith. Later, that feeling became weaker. Charles lived such a good and honest life that she believed he must feel God inside himself.
It is hard for me to believe that living things were not made exactly as God created them, she said. I feel they are blessed by Him and meant to grow.
I understand, he answered. It was difficult for me too. Then the evidence became too strong to refuse. Lyle does not fully accept it. Hooker does not fully accept it either.
I must respect your beliefs, she said. But how will you support such a difficult idea?
If I want to write about how species change and grow, I must study all living things. He answered. I must learn about plants and animals, insects, fish, birds, and reptiles. I must also study the earth itself. I need to learn about mountains, valleys, flatlands, and the seas around them. It is an impossible job. No one person can know every secret of the world or every first living thing. But someone must begin. There is a Hebrew saying,
You do not need to finish the work, but you must not stop doing it.
Suddenly he felt sad and without hope. Emma looked at him with deep thought on her face. Her voice was calm and kind.
You think you are the person for this work? She asked.
I chose myself, he answered with a small smile. But maybe it is the same thing, Charles. If a person is chosen, that person must accept it. You spoke about wise sayings. Now remember the words from Matthew in the New Testament. If possible, let this pass from me, but not what I want. What God wants is more important. He helped her up from the chair and held her close. Then he sat in his protected corner of the cabin. A green cloth board lay across the arms of his comfortable chair. He felt happy to think and write again about the work he loved. It was good to return to his study. The year before, in January, 2 of the Darwin boys were sick with fever and bronchitis. Because of this, the family rented a house in London at 17 York Place, Baker Street. They wanted some enjoyment and hoped the London air would help the boys. But as soon as they arrived, a hard frost covered the city. The weather was very cold. Many days they could not leave the house. It was also the time of the Crimean War. England and France were fighting Russia. They wanted to stop the Tsar from taking important parts of Turkey. Many young English soldiers died. The country felt sad because of this. Tennyson's poem, The Charge of the Light Brigade, gave people some hope. But Lyle said, do you remember the words of the French General Bosquet? That charge was brave, but it was not true war. People became angry because the war was managed badly. Lord Aberdeen's government resigned. Lord Palmerston became Prime Minister. At last the tax on newspapers ended. Poorer people could now buy newspapers more easily. Many people bought the New Daily Telegraph. 3 bankers named Strachan, Paul, and Bates were caught taking bonds worth £22,000 for themselves. The court punished them very strongly. The judge said educated men should know right from wrong. They were sent away to Australia for 14 years. Australia, Charles said. He remembered the country from the voyage of the Beagle. It is a good country. It has great possibilities. Those men will probably live well there. They may own large sheep farms and marry pretty Australian women. A harder punishment would be 14 years in the poorest parts of London. Places like Bermondsey, Holborn, or the East End. That would truly be punishment. There was also some good news. Florence Nightingale arrived at Scutari with a group of nurses. They cared for sick and injured soldiers from the Crimean War. For the first time, letter boxes appeared in the streets of London. Now people did not always need to visit the post office to send letters. Queen Victoria and Prince Albert went to a ball at Versailles. Victor Emmanuel, the King of Sardinia, visited them too. His country had joined England and France in the war. Queen Victoria gave him the Order of the Garter. This showed growing friendship between countries. When the weather was better, the Darwins visited Joseph and Francis Hooker in Kew. They also took 12-year-old Henrietta to concerts by Louis Jullien. He was a large French conductor who helped many English people enjoy symphonic music. People also knew him for his beautiful waistcoats. On their first Sunday in London, they hired a closed carriage. They went to lunch at Erasmus's fine 4-story house at 6 Queen Anne Street. The house stood near Cavendish Square and its lovely park. The building stood strongly on a quiet corner. Only 2 other beautiful buildings stood nearby. The last one was Chandos House, home of the Royal Society of Medicine. Harley Street was close by. It had the best and most costly surgeons in London. Near there was Wimpole Street. The poet Elizabeth Barrett had grown up there. Her strict father tried to control her life. Later she escaped and married Robert Browning. They lived together in Florence, Italy. 5 years earlier she had published the famous sonnets from the Portuguese. Erasmus now lived close to All Souls Church in Langham Place. The church had a beautiful circle of pillars and a tall pointed tower. The Darwin stood outside Erasmus's house for a minute in the cold February air. Emma spoke softly through the wool shawl around her mouth.
Our brother lives very well now. He enjoys the money he received.
Oh yes, Charles answered. Young members of Parliament often come to his Sunday lunches. Since he became a friend of the writer Charles Reade, many famous actors and beautiful actresses now visit his house. Charles Reade wrote Masks and Faces, and many people liked it very much. His favorite guests are still writers. One is Charles Kingsley. You are reading his new book, Westward Ho. Another is Anthony Trollope. His book The Warden is now being published. Wilkie Collins also visits. You read his books Antonina and Hide and Seek to Me at Home. They walked up the front steps. A butler opened the door as soon as he heard the knocker. He wore a fine black suit, a white shirt, and a white tie. He took their coats. They walked into the large drawing room. The room had a high ceiling and a marble fireplace. There were carved wooden frames and brass coal boxes near the fire. Emma stood close to the fire and held out her arms to get warm. Charles stood with his back near the fireplace. Emma looked around the room.
People's tastes change, she said. Raz's old house felt light and bright. Now the room is much darker. Queen Victoria likes this style, and many people follow it. The windows have heavy curtains. The wallpaper is dark and serious.
The room was full of furniture and decorations. There were china boxes, small screens, vases, little figures, clocks, and plants. Beautiful cloth work hung over the backs of the hand-carved chairs. There were also a few simple English pieces of furniture. A cabinet stood near the wall, and a drop-leaf table stood nearby. Erasmus often visited antique shops in London.
Do you like it? Erasmus asked his brother. It is finally finished now. It took me 2 years to make everything exactly right.
He had come quietly into the room. He smelled of cologne. He wore a blue velvet smoking jacket and fine grey trousers. The trousers fit neatly over his shiny boots.
It is lovely, Raz, Emma said softly. You have very good taste.
What I do not understand, Charles said with a smile, is where your many guests will sit with all this furniture in the room.
The chairs can be moved. The sofas can change shape, Erasmus answered with a grin. His face was usually sad, but now he looked happy. You will see that everything works well. And my guests will be very hungry after the long 2-hour sermon at All Souls.
The first guest to arrive was Thomas Huxley. He had a strong and lively personality. He bowed politely to Emma and shook Charles's hand strongly.
I came early on purpose, Darwin, he said quietly. I wanted to speak with you alone and say I am sorry.
For what? Charles asked. I do not understand. For being foolish. When I first met you, I told you that natural groups were clearly separate. I also said there were no forms between them. I spoke with the confidence of a young man who did not know enough. Your calm answer stayed in my mind for many years. It also confused me. After many years of hard work, I finally understand your meaning.
I am happy to hear that, Huxley. Species need friends.
Please do not call me a complete supporter yet, Darwin. I do not argue against the story of creation in Paradise Lost. Milton shows the ideas of Genesis very clearly. I would never say the story is false only because it seems impossible.
Charles laughed quietly. Then Emma asked with concern, What news do you have about your fiancée, Miss Heathorn? Huxley's large face filled with a bright smile.
She and her parents are coming home from Sydney by ship. We waited 7 years. Now I want us to marry at once. I can support her now, though money is still tight. I earn £200 a year as a teacher at the Government School of Mines. I also receive money from the Geological Survey.
Then his face changed and he looked very worried.
I am very afraid for her health. Nettie's father wrote that she became very ill. The doctors in Australia only take blood from patients and give them calomel medicine. They do little else.
Soon Erasmus's guests began to arrive. The Darwins did not often see such fashionable people. The women wore rich dresses. Their bonnets had flowers, lace, and velvet ribbons. The bonnets sat far back on their heads so people could see more of their faces. Their dresses had tight waists and wide skirts with many layers. Some brave women wore new light colors like blue, soft gold, pink, and yellow. More careful women still wore dark brown and green dresses. These dresses had pretty braid and small flowers on light wool cloth and printed muslin. The newest silk skirts over large frames drew the most attention. Each woman carried a small decorated bag. They also wore short white gloves and black or white satin shoes.
My goodness, Emma said to Charles. These elegant women make me feel like a simple countrywoman.
In nature, Charles said softly, the male peacock has the brightest feathers. Look at the men's coats with double buttons and tight waists. And look at their frock coats with wide fronts.
The men also tried to look finer than the women. They wore cashmere, silk, and velvet clothes. Many wore navy blue, dark green, and popular plaid patterns. Their bright waistcoats had braid and fine embroidery. The collars of their shirts were folded down over soft scarves. Their short leather boots were very shiny. Some of Erasmus's artist friends wore loose jackets and soft velvet or cashmere caps. Clothes show a gentleman, Charles said with a small smile. At least they show the outside. Soon we will learn what is inside these fine coats. But you must agree they look very nice. He walked from one group to another and listened to the conversations. People spoke in a lively and clever way. Sometimes the talk was playful. Sometimes it was unkind. They discussed new books, plays, and music. They also talked sharply about politics in Whitehall. The guests happily shared gossip about the court and rich families. Then lunch was ready. Erasmus's dining room was also very beautiful. The walls had striped paper. Green silk curtains hung by the windows. There was a white fireplace with carved designs and a warm fire inside. A long rosewood table stood under a crystal chandelier with soft candlelight. The servants worked well and served a large meal. There were small dishes to begin the meal: fish with shrimp sauce, chicken, cold pheasant, veal, salad, apple tart with cream, fruit jelly, and sweet cream dessert. "This is very different from the simple meals we once had," Charles said quietly to Emma. It was cold outside. The guests had enjoyed the happy talk in the drawing room. It was already 3 in the afternoon. Because of this, everyone ate with great hunger. Charles and Emma were surprised that they also ate so much. There was a large amount of food and many bottles of good white wine. By the end, almost everything was gone. The long sideboard was empty. Erasmus walked them to the door. "You have reached your life's dream, Raz," Charles said.
Do not speak down to me, Erasmus answered. "I care about perfection as much as you do. I work very carefully to make every gathering special. I invite the right people. I choose the right food and drink. I create the right feeling so people can talk and become friends. You would be surprised how many talented men and women first meet here. Many of them build friendships that improve their lives."
"I am sure they do, Raz," Charles answered calmly. They returned to Down House in the middle of February. The snow from that year was still on the ground. The children wore heavy coats, scarves, and wool caps. They walked through the deep snow beside the lawn. The snow was as high as the top of the iron fence. At the same time, Charles wrote an article about moving icebergs. He explained how they could leave long marks and deep lines on the land. The article appeared in the Journal of Science. After that, he began to study a new book by his friend Thomas Wollaston. The book was about the insects of Madeira. Charles thought the descriptions were excellent, but he believed the writer's ideas and arguments were weak. Wollaston studied insects and shells. He had finished his studies at Jesus College in Cambridge. He believed some large insects had very small wings. Charles tried many times to change Wollaston's ideas, but he could not. One day Joseph Hooker came to visit. Charles showed him the chapter they argued about. "Hooker, do you see all these strange ideas?" Charles asked.
"Yes," Hooker answered.
"And none of them are true." The insects with very small wings made Charles think about the cormorants on the Galápagos Islands. These birds could not fly. The problem had confused Charles for many years. Captain Fitzroy, John Wickham, and Benjamin Bino had also wondered about it. Nobody on the Beagle could explain it. Now Charles finally understood the reason because of his work on useless body parts in animals. He spoke to Hooker about the day he visited Albemarle Island. The memory was still very clear to him. At that time the ship had very little fresh water. Each man received only half a gallon every day. The weather near the equator was very hot. The sun burned strongly above them. Charles went onto the island to look for fresh water, but the water he found was salty. On Albemarle he saw the cormorants near the low rocks by the sea. Their wings were very small and covered with rough feathers. There was a great amount of food on the rocks. The birds did not need to fly over the sea to catch fish. There were also no dangerous animals there. No large birds hunted them. Because they did not need their wings, the wings became smaller over time. The birds stayed near the shore, and their wings slowly shrank. Long ago the wings must have been large enough to carry their heavy bodies through the air. Charles believed that when a living thing no longer used a body part, that part slowly became smaller.
Joseph Hooker touched his thick eyebrows softly. His eyebrows looked large and full like the plants at Kew Gardens. "No one can argue with you about that," he said.
"No, Hooker, they cannot," Charles answered. "God would not make a bird with broken wings that cannot fly." Time and change made the cormorant unable to fly. At the start of 1855, Charles stopped writing in his health diary. He had kept it for 5.5 years. He liked keeping records. But his daily notes did not help him understand his long illnesses. He spent only part of his time in his study. The rest of the time, he worked outside with the skeletons of young chickens, ducks, and turkeys. He wanted to learn how many different kinds there were in each species.
I would be very happy to get a 7-day-old duckling, he said. And if one old duck dies naturally, I would like that too.
While he worked with small chickens, he started measuring their legs by touching the joints. He also recorded information about the skeletons of old wild turkeys. He carefully measured cart horses and race horses. He learned that another naturalist had found 40 kinds of common ducks. Then he started studying the eyes and ears of many birds, reptiles, and animals. He understood how difficult and detailed this work was.
I am getting into work that is too hard for me, he said.
He began boiling ducks over a wood fire outside. The new gardener, young Lettington, kept the fire burning in the shed. Lettington had replaced the old gardener, Comfort, who had retired. His 7 children watched the work with great interest. William was home from rugby school for a visit. The children had become tired of hearing about barnacles long ago. Now they laughed and called out, "Oh, the smell of well-boiled old duck." Emma did not complain about the bad smell. Instead, she asked if he wanted to build a small boiling shed at the end of the kitchen garden.
I am starting a new kind of study now, he said. I will study pigeons. Yarrell will teach me, so people will not trick me when I buy birds from breeders.
Then he smiled.
No, I am not going to boil pigeons.
He bought several fine pairs of pigeons from a famous dealer in London named Bailey. The birds included fantails and pouters. They arrived in a large cage. Before this time, he had never cared much about pigeons. Now he became very interested in them. To the children's joy, he built a pigeon house. In the spring, Joseph Hooker became assistant director of the Royal Botanical Gardens at Kew. Joseph and his wife Frances Henslow already had 2 children. They were also waiting for a 3rd child. The family received a gatehouse near the garden entrance to live in. Charles spoke to Hooker, who looked thinner and serious behind his glasses.
I am truly very happy about your new position, Charles said. I know the pay is not good now, but later, it may help you become director.
Hooker felt about Charles much as Charles had once felt about John Henslow. Hooker worked very hard to earn enough money. He also finished his books about the plants of New Zealand and India. Even so, he always answered Charles's letters. The letters contained many questions about plants. In early June, Charles and Miss Thorley collected plants from a field. Miss Thorley had cared for the children for many years. The field had once been farmed, but now it grew wild. Then they collected plants from a nearby field that was still being farmed. They wanted to learn which plants were new and which had disappeared.
Naming plants is terribly difficult, Charles said as he looked at the plants they had gathered. We will need Hooker's help with the hard ones.
Later, he was finally able to recognize one grass among many different grasses.
Hurrah! Hurrah! He cried. I never thought I would recognize a grass in my whole life. I must tell Hooker.
During the Beagle voyage and in the years after it, he had learned something important. Plants, animals, and birds could be found on faraway islands. Often it seemed impossible for them to travel there. In many cases, only the largest birds could have flown such long distances. The traditional thinkers had a simple answer. They said, God made all living things in every part of the world. Charles did not believe this. He had another idea. He thought seeds and eggs could travel across the sea. They could move on pieces of wood or groups of plants. Birds could also carry them in their claws or inside their bodies. Then the birds could leave them on islands far away. He asked Hooker, can seeds and eggs stay alive in salt water for many miles? Can they live for days, weeks, or months and still grow later?
Maybe, Hooker answered. But you must prove it.
I will try very hard to prove it, Charles said. I know you will not laugh at me. You will look at the experiments fairly. I will collect many kinds of seeds and fresh eggs. I will put them in bottles and tubs of salt water. I will write down how long they stay alive. Then I will plant them to see if they grow normally.
Of course, Hooker cried. Can I do some of the same experiments at Kew Gardens? I also want to know if seeds can float.
Please do the experiments with me, Charles said. They can float and they must float. He bought bottles and old wooden tubs of many sizes. He put them in rows near the kitchen garden. Then he filled them with salt water. He kept the water between 32 and 33 degrees centigrade. He believed this was close to the usual temperature of the ocean. The children liked this new activity. They secretly thought Papa was doing it for them. Emma had never liked his work with dead animals, birds, or barnacles. But now she became interested. The children put labels on every bottle and tub. They wrote the names of the seeds inside each one. Emma offered to keep records every day. She did not know this work could become very important for her husband's book about the origin of species. He began with radish, cress, cabbage, lettuce, carrot, celery, and onion seeds. The seeds stayed in the tubs for 1 week. Then he planted them in the ground.
The children often ran into his study. Papa, Papa, come and see, they called. The celery and onions are growing.
He watched the cress and lettuce grow very quickly. But the cabbages grew unevenly. I think many of them are dead, he said. The children felt disappointed. After 3 weeks, the cress and lettuce were still growing well. Charles said, I can hardly believe our success.
The children asked, will you win against Dr. Hooker?
Next he put French spinach, oats, barley, canary seed, and beet seeds into salt water. After 2 weeks, and later after 3 weeks, he took them out and planted them. He knew this time was still too short. The seeds could not travel very far across the sea in only that time. But later the strong celery and onion seeds grew after 85 days in salt water. This is a great success, he cried. It means some living things can cross oceans and grow again on islands. They can also grow on faraway mainlands. He wrote to Henslow and asked his old teacher for help. He wanted the young girls in the parish to collect seeds for him. He offered them 6pence for their work. Many seeds arrived. Charles paid for them with stamps. He also did another experiment with the Zoological Society in London. He wrote to Hooker about his tests with seeds and fish. The fish at the Zoological Society ate many wet seeds. He thought a heron might eat the fish, fly far away, and leave the seeds near another lake. Then the seeds could grow there. But the test failed. The fish pushed all the seeds out very quickly. His cousin Fox sent him fantail and pouter pigeons. He did not let Emma enter the rough workroom, but the older children could stay there. He wrote to Fox about his work. I did a terrible thing, he said. I killed a small fantail pigeon and also a young pouter pigeon. For the first bird, I used chloroform and ether. For the second bird, I used poison gas in a large wet bottle. The pigeon died very quickly. He wanted to know if lizard and snake eggs could float in sea water for a long time. He thought this might explain how animals reached new lands. So he wrote to Fox again. You live on sandy ground, he said. Do you often see lizards there? If you do, could you ask the boys in your school to collect lizard eggs for me? I can pay 1 shilling for every half dozen eggs. I would like 2 or 3 dozen eggs. If they bring snake eggs by mistake, that is also good. I want those too. We have no lizards or snakes here. During the next weeks and months, he filled hundreds of pages with notes. He wrote on any paper he could find, even old envelopes. He also wrote down the results of his experiments. The many drawers in his study slowly became full. He had built these drawers himself. They held all his observations and information. Only sometimes did he feel unhappy when facts did not match his ideas. Later he met an American man named Asa Gray at Kew Gardens. Joseph Hooker introduced them. Dr. Gray taught botany at Harvard University. He also wrote a book about plants in the northern United States. Gray gave him useful information about American plants. Charles also traveled to London. There he joined the Southwark Columbarian Society, a club for pigeon lovers. The group met at 7 o'clock in the Yorkshire Grey Tavern near Borough Market. It was close to London Bridge Station and the River Thames. Charles did not often visit that part of London after moving to the countryside. The tavern stood between a bakery and some coffee rooms. Later he travelled north to Rugby to visit William, who had been sick with measles. Charles spoke to his oldest son about the Pigeon Club. "I met a very strange group of men in a tavern," he said. The tavern was run by a woman named Miss Victoire Arden.
William smiled. "Which does Miss Arden like more?" he asked, "the strange men or the pigeons?"
"The strange men," Charles answered. "They spend more money on ale than pigeons do." One of the leaders, Mr. Brent, was a very odd little man. After dinner, he gave me a clay pipe. He said, "Here is your pipe," as if I always smoked. "On Saturday I will take many more pigeons home with me." Keeping pigeons is a great hobby. It is much better than studying moths and butterflies, even if you disagree. His boys collected butterflies. Like many young butterfly collectors, they did not like people who collected beetles. They also did this to joke with their father. Charles had taught his children to love nature and animals. He was excited about natural history. But he knew children must find things themselves. Only then would they truly enjoy the work. Emma taught the children to be polite and good. Still, each child liked to think and act freely. One day Charles walked into the sitting room. He saw 5-year-old Leonard jumping on the red velvet sofa.
"Leonard, I told you not to jump on that sofa," he said.
"Well, Papa, if you do not want to see me, then you must leave the room," Leonard answered.
During the summer and autumn, Charles studied cocks and hens. He wanted to find differences in their bones, weight, and tail feathers. He hoped this would help him understand true animal varieties. It was hard to get dead birds for study. Unlike people who collected barnacles, most people did not want to send dead birds by post. Emma and the children felt upset when young birds were killed. So Charles paid a man named Mr. Baker for dead pigeons, rabbits, and ducks. Mr. Baker raised and sold these animals. His cousin Fox helped him most. Fox often had strong back pain. Still, he sent Charles old Cochin, Dorking, and Malay chickens. Charles also wrote 20 letters to famous bird breeders and men who prepared animal skins. He wanted to get skins of chickens and pigeons. He often thought deeply about science.
He said, "About 30 years ago, many people said geologists should only observe and not make theories. I remember one man saying that then a person might only stand in a gravel pit and count stones and describe their colors. It is strange that some people do not understand this. Observation is useful only when it supports or questions an idea."
In the autumn of 1855, Charles received a new copy of the Annals and Magazine of Natural History. He paid for this magazine regularly. He started to read an article by Alfred Russel Wallace. The article was called On the Law Which Has Regulated the Introduction of New Species. The title surprised him at once. He did not know another person was studying ideas like his own. Charles had started this work in 1837, almost 18 years earlier. He took some snuff from a green and brown container in the hall and continued reading. The article spoke about how animals and plants spread across the world. Wallace wrote that islands and separated lands often had their own special animals and plants. He explained that long isolation could create new species. Older species could disappear, and this made the group seem separate from others. Charles stood up from his footstool and walked around the room. He felt very troubled. Then he looked back at the table of contents. He saw that the writer was a young man he had met briefly at the British Museum about 2 years earlier. Charles had also read part of Wallace's book about the Amazon at Lyell's house. He had thought Wallace was careful, intelligent, and serious about science. Alfred Russel Wallace was now 32 years old. At that time, he was preparing for a trip to Singapore, Bali, Celebes, and Malacca. Naturalists had not yet explored much of the Malay archipelago. Very few scientific collections had come from there. Charles remembered Wallace saying, "I studied insects and birds here in the museum. That is why I chose Singapore as the start of my journey to collect natural history specimens. I want to stay away for many years, like you on the Beagle and Hooker on the Erebus. I am not married, so I have all the time I need." He saw the picture of Wallace again in his mind. Wallace was not handsome. His body was short and heavy. He had strong shoulders and a large chest. His black hair was thick and untidy. He had dark sideburns and small glasses. Behind the glasses were large and curious eyes. His eyes looked kind and calm. Charles remembered Wallace as a shy man. He spoke softly and was well educated. But he did not finish school. His family did not have much money. When he was 14, he had to leave school. Charles also remembered Wallace's journey. Because Wallace was poor, he asked Roderick Murchison for help. Murchison was the president of the Royal Geographical Society. He spoke to the government for Wallace. Then Wallace received a place on a ship to Singapore. The ship left in early 1854. Charles picked up the article again. It was published only 18 months after Wallace left England. "It is incredible that he learned so much in such a short time," Charles said. His heart beat fast. Then he read the last paragraph of Wallace's long article. Wallace wrote that species appeared near other similar species in the same place and time. He said this idea helped explain many facts that people did not understand before. Charles could hardly believe what he read. Alfred Wallace had created this new theory, and he explained it in words very close to Charles's own ideas. It shocked him deeply. While reading, Charles felt many emotions. At first he was confused. Then he felt disappointed and angry. After that he felt frustrated. He walked quickly out of the study. He took his cloak, soft hat, and walking stick. Then he went to the sand walk. Usually he counted flint stones while walking. This time he did not. He walked around the path twice before he felt calmer. Wallace had studied many facts. He had built a theory about species. But he had not discovered the process of natural selection. Charles used scissors to cut the other articles from the magazine. He threw those articles away. But he kept Wallace's article safely between the covers. Then he placed it inside a cabinet drawer. After putting the article away, he tried not to think about it anymore. But that did not last long. Later, Charles had dinner with Lyell in London before a society meeting.
Lyell asked, "Did you read Alfred Wallace's article in the Annals?"
"I did."
"It was very good, was it not?"
"Yes, very good."
"He is coming close to your work, is he not?"
"Very close. But he does not understand what causes species to change."
"Do you understand it?" Lyell asked.
"I will answer that another time."
Lyell said, "After reading Wallace's article, I started my own notebook on species."
"You started then?" Charles asked with surprise. "After all our talks about species through the years, you waited until Wallace wrote his article?"
Lyell answered, "When only you worked on it, I saw no reason." Now there are two of you.
The second warning came from Charles's friend Edward Blythe. Blythe worked at the Museum of the Asiatic Society of Bengal. He knew a great deal about Indian birds and animals. In a letter, Blythe sent Charles information about plants from India. Then he asked about Wallace's paper. He wrote that the paper was good. He believed Wallace explained the subject well. He also wrote that domestic animals could slowly become new species. This letter worried Charles more than his talk with Lyell. Blythe called Wallace's work a great success. Charles wondered if Wallace would also discover natural selection. If that happened, what would become of his own many years of work? Would Wallace receive credit first for the great idea? Of course not. Charles said aloud in his study. That is foolish thinking. And selfish too. Wallace is a talented and hard-working young scientist. I will help him as much as I can, just as Lyell helped me. January 1856 was not a pleasant month for the family. Emma suffered from strong headaches. The children had colds and stayed inside the house. The snow was very high in the fields. Because of this, Charles could not do much work in the outdoor sheds. He stayed in the study near Parslow's warm fire. There he wrote notes in new books. He answered letters and read many others. He collected facts about eggs from around the world. He also studied the different colors of ducks and sheep. Most people did not understand why he gathered so many facts about animals and plants. They did not know what he planned to do with all this information. Only Charles knew his great plan. Sometimes he felt worried. He thought too much because some parts of his work were not going well. But he still believed strongly in his ideas. He believed that living things changed and adapted over millions of years from the first life on Earth. He felt sure his theory was strong and true. Still, he wanted to be careful and honest. He did not want to sound too certain. Bad news came from London. A dead man was found on Hampstead Heath. The man was John Sadleir, a member of Parliament. He had taken his own life because he was part of large bank crimes involving a huge amount of money. The news shocked people across Britain. After this, more rich and important people were found guilty of stealing money. Many depositors, farmers, and shopkeepers suffered because of these crimes. Later that year, a man named Leopold Redpath stole a large amount of money from the Great Northern Railroad stock register. Charles was almost harmed by this problem. He had thought seriously about buying Great Northern Railroad stock with their savings. I will wait until the company recovers its losses, he decided. But it is still a good investment, and later we will buy some. Some people said these scandals damaged trust in the upper classes of Britain. Then another sad event happened. The famous Covent Garden Theatre burned down during a masked ball where many people were drinking. There was also some good news. A new opera called Piccolomini opened with great success. Charles promised Henrietta that he would take her to hear it. At this time, he often took the children to the Crystal Palace. In 1854, the Brighton Railway Company had bought it for £70,000. They moved it to Sydenham, 8.5 miles northwest of Down. The children enjoyed the many different shows and events. At the end of March, countries signed a peace agreement and the Crimean War ended. Soon after that, another war began against Persia. Then British ships attacked Canton, and this started a war against China. People say only death and taxes are certain, Charles said. Now we must add war to that list. He wondered if Malthus believed wars were needed to reduce the number of people in the world. Each day Charles shared the news with the children. He changed the stories carefully so children of different ages could understand them. He also told the news to Emma because she stayed calm while he often felt upset. Emma secretly thought newspapers were only a kind of game for men. Every day new stories appeared, and then people forgot them. To Emma, the important things were her husband, her children, and her home. In the last part of April 1856, Charles made an important decision. He wanted to present his main idea and hear strong criticism from other scientists. He invited Charles Lyell, Joseph Hooker, Thomas Huxley, and Thomas Wollaston to Down House with their wives. It took many weeks of letters before all 4 men could come at the same time. Charles sent Lettington with the carriage to the station at Sydenham. There he hired another carriage to bring everyone to the house. Charles did not expect his friends to agree with him. He wanted them to question every part of his theory. By 1856, Lyell had written only 1 new paper, but his book Principles of Geology had reached its 9th and larger edition. Joseph Hooker continued his work on the plants of Tasmania. Thomas Huxley had married less than a year earlier. Before the marriage, a famous doctor told Miss Henrietta Heathorn that she had only 6 months to live. After she married the strong but kind Thomas Huxley, her health became better. For 2 years Huxley had worked as a teacher at the Government School of Mines on Jermyn Street. He was also the chief naturalist for the Geological Survey. He refused a job at the University of Edinburgh because he wanted to stay in London. Now he had also been asked to give lectures at the Royal Institution. Thomas Wollaston was 34 years old. He spent his time studying beetles from Madeira, the Cape Verde Islands, and St. Helena. From this work, he believed there had once been a lost continent called Atlantis. He liked this idea very much. Wollaston wrote his first scientific paper while he was still a student at Jesus College, Cambridge. Late on Friday afternoon, the guests and their bags arrived at Down House. Emma had moved the children together so 4 bedrooms were free for the visitors. She also hired another woman from the village to help prepare food. After the guests washed and rested, they came down to the sitting room for sherry. Emma spoke to them kindly.
I thought you may not have eaten much during your busy day, she said. Please come to the dining room. I think I can give you a good meal.
The dining table looked beautiful in the light from 6 candles. Sally had cooked grilled salmon, curried veal with potato balls, and apple pudding with bread crumbs on top. The guests enjoyed every course very much. This dinner was very different from the first dinner party at 12 Upper Gower Street. At that first dinner, the men spoke so quietly that nobody could talk easily. Tonight everyone talked and laughed together. The mood was happy and warm. After they finished the salmon, they began to talk about the Ice Age. They asked if plants from the north could move south to the equator, just as groups of people had done. They also wondered if some animals survived the melting ice by slowly moving higher into the mountains through many generations. They spoke about places like Ceylon, Java, and the Organ Mountains in Brazil. While the men spoke loudly and excitedly, the women had their own quiet and friendly conversation. After supper, everyone went back to the sitting room. Emma played music for them. Charles prepared 2 backgammon boards, and the guests took turns playing. They went to bed early. Charles had asked his friends to come downstairs at 7 for breakfast. By 8 o'clock, the 5 men sat together in the study behind a closed door. Charles Lyell was the oldest man there at 58 years old. Charles asked him to sit in the armchair in the corner. Darwin was 47 and sat on Lyell's right side. Hooker was 39 and sat on the left. Huxley was the youngest at 30. He sat on the padded footstool Charles had used for many years while studying barnacles. Charles looked at the clean-shaven faces and the bright, interested eyes around him. All 5 men had traveled to far places. They had faced danger and returned with important knowledge. I want to ask your opinion first about plants and animals in different parts of the world, Charles said. I think there is a reason why similar living things are found on lands and islands very far from each other.
There is a reason, Joseph Hooker replied. But it is not your idea about seeds floating across oceans. Long ago, huge continents connected places like New Zealand and South America. Other continents also existed and formed a circle around the world. Many small islands today are only the tops of continents now under the sea.
I agree, Wollaston said firmly. I believe Atlantis, the lost continent from Plato's story, once connected lands together. That allowed different kinds of beetles to move safely and live in places far apart from each other.
Charles answered Hooker. My seed experiments show that some seeds can stay alive in salt water for 80 days. They can grow after they reach land again. The same is true for the eggs of lizards and snakes. I have also seen that birds can carry seeds in their waste during long flights. Those seeds can grow after they fall on good soil, even very far from where they came from. Large birds also carry mud on their claws. Living seeds can hide inside that mud.
That sounds reasonable, Huxley said. It makes more sense than creating a new continent every time. We cannot explain why a plant or animal appears thousands of miles away from similar ones.
Now let us talk about your theory of species, Lyell suggested. Darwin, what about human beings?
Charles looked surprised. What about them? He asked.
Are they not a species? Lyell asked.
Of course they are.
Then what is the history of their development?
Oh no, Charles said strongly. Humans are a dangerous subject.
Why?
Lyell asked in a calm way.
Could people not come from an orangutan? Maybe from Borneo or Sumatra? The male animals were more than 4 feet tall. That is not much shorter than the strong dancers in Crete. One day you will need to study where humans came from. That is why I cannot fully agree with your ideas. Humans do not fit your pattern. Most people believe that all humans came from one first pair. I see no strong reason to fight against that idea.
Charles did not answer the challenge. Instead, he asked, does anyone here agree with my idea? I believe the struggle to stay alive causes living things to change over time. The 4 guests looked at each other. Then Lyell and Hooker spoke. They said Charles needed strong and trusted facts to prove his ideas about lost species and older forms of life. Thomas Huxley said he still needed to do more field work. Thomas Wollaston was the only man truly troubled by Charles's ideas. He felt the ideas went against the book of Genesis. Wollaston spoke with concern.
Yes, the world and its creatures have changed. We all agree there was an ice age and many ages before it. But these changes can be explained in a simple way. When God wanted to change the earth, He created new lands, seas, fish, birds, flowers, and trees. If God could make the world in 6 days, then He could also make it again in many new forms. That idea makes sense.
They continued their discussion until noon. Then Charles took his friends for a walk around the sandwalk. After dinner, the men went to rest. At 3 o'clock, they returned to the study. There Charles spoke about his work with 15 kinds of common pigeons. This is where classification work becomes important, he said. Men like Henslow, Brown, Hooker, and Asa Gray at Harvard do this work very well. The task is very large. Across the earth, in the air, and in the seas, there are hundreds of thousands of small differences in living things. I believe these differences come from the hard need to change and adapt in order to survive. Living things must fit their surroundings. My idea of natural selection depends on this work of classification. Without it, the idea may fail. On Sunday morning, the other men went to church in the village with Reverend Innes. Charles asked Lyell to stay behind. He wanted to show him more evidence. Lyell, should natural selection not mean that stronger kinds survive in the struggle for life? Charles asked. In this struggle, a variety survives best when it changes to fit new food, enemies, weather, or crowded places. The kinds that cannot make these needed changes slowly disappear. You have seen many fossils in your life. Why did some animals die out while other kinds lived? Lyell looked for a chair where he could rest his face. Then he walked around the room instead. I learned a great deal from your book, Principles of Geology, Charles said strongly. A great teacher does not create foolish students.
Lyle smiled and looked a little embarrassed. He bent his large shoulders forward. "What I really want to tell you, Darwin, is this," he said. "You should begin a book about your ideas. It should be much more detailed than the essays you wrote years ago."
Charles said nothing.
Lyle continued. "Use the facts that best show your new ideas. You should begin soon. Another person may publish the idea first and receive all the credit."
Charles answered slowly, "I would feel very upset if another person published my theory before me." After the midday meal, they had time for one more meeting in the study. Later, the guests needed to return to the station. "What I need," Charles told the men, "is clear reactions to my theory. Please ask me difficult questions." They did. They asked how a land animal that ate insects slowly became a bat with large wings. They asked about the penguin, which used its wings only for swimming underwater. They asked about reptiles that once could fly. They also asked about simple animals where the same body parts worked for breathing, feeding, and digestion. Then they asked how 600 caterpillars in one part of the Amazon Valley could become 600 different butterfly species. Charles answered quietly. He explained his theory of natural selection and the changing nature of species. Then he listened quietly while they argued against his ideas. As he helped his guests into the carriages, he spoke to them again. "This has been an exciting day," he said. "I have much to thank you for, especially your patience."
Joseph Hooker helped his wife into the carriage in front of the house. Then he turned back. "As I told you before," he said, "I always leave here feeling that I gave very little and learned a great deal."
"Do you also think I should publish my work about species?" Charles asked.
"I do, Darwin."
"But how can I do it? I do not want editors or scientific groups to suffer criticism because of my ideas."
"Every new idea brings criticism," Hooker replied. "Editors and scientific societies understand this. They can refuse the work if they wish. Or they can publish it with a note saying the ideas belong to the writer, not the society or publisher."
"I do not know if I am ready to begin what Lyle calls a very large book," Charles said. "It would be easier for me to begin with a small book." "Start any way you like," Hooker said quickly.
"But start now."
Charles collected all his papers and notes. This work took more than 2 weeks. Then, on May 14th, he sat in his large chair. He put a writing board across the arms of the chair. Before this time, he had written notes on any small piece of paper he could find. Now he wanted to make a real manuscript. He took large sheets of paper from the sideboard. Then he prepared his pen and ink and began to write. No one should feel surprised that many things about the origin of species and varieties are still not explained. We know very little about the relations between the many living things around us. Why does one species live in many places and become very common, while another similar species lives in only a few places and stays rare? These questions are very important. They decide the present and future life of every living thing in the world. We know even less about the relations between living things in the long past ages of the Earth. He wrote very fast. He used only one side of each page, but sometimes added words between the lines. If he disliked an idea, he crossed it out. He used small signs to add new thoughts. He wrote notes in the margins and sometimes turned the page over to add another paragraph. He also wrote pencil reminders to himself. One note said, "Ask Huxley to read this." Sometimes he fixed small pieces of paper onto the pages. His handwriting was very hard to read. He himself called it dreadfully bad. Still, he knew his ideas were becoming clear and well organized. Later, another person could make a clean copy. He also knew that his spelling and punctuation changed often. This did not worry him. His main goal was to make a clear and strong argument. At the same time, he wanted to admit the weak points and difficulties in his ideas. He wished to explain what philosophers called the mystery of mysteries. When he rested from writing, he worked outside around the house. He watched plants growing from the roots of trees. His children were surprised when he showed them that 29 plants had grown from one spoon of mud taken from his small pond. He wrote to Fox and told him how many pages he had finished after 1 month of work. Fox answered with great excitement and praised the work highly. Charles replied, "What you say about my essay may be true, but it made me very nervous again. I hope I can keep the work modest." His serious reading brought him more worry than pleasure. Thomas Wollaston's new book, On the Variation of Species, was based more on religion than on nature. Wollaston also attacked people who disagreed with him. He called their ideas dangerous and foolish. When Charles met him later in London, he said, "You are like Calvin burning a man for his beliefs." Wollaston answered,
"You are too honest about everything."
Charles also received a letter from Samuel Woodward. Woodward worked in the Department of Geology and Mineralogy at the British Museum. He had written a very good book about shells. Woodward believed that all the islands in the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans were once parts of continents that later went under the sea. Charles became very angry about this idea. He wrote to Lyell, "When I add together all the continents made by Woodward, Hooker, Wollaston, and you, the world becomes very large indeed." He also wrote to Hooker, "I must stop being so angry and become more humble. You all make continents as easily as a cook makes pancakes." More than 5 years had passed since Emma gave birth to Horace. She and Charles believed that Henry Holland was correct when he said that nature finally stopped women from becoming pregnant. But in June 1856, when Emma was 48 years old, she learned that she was pregnant again. One day they sat together by the bedroom window. Charles put his arm around her shoulders. He wanted to say many sorry words, but he stopped himself. At last he said quietly, "We will do everything we can to make life easier and happier for you." Emma rested her head on his shoulder.
"It is not my way to fight against God's will," she said.
The French say, "Appetite comes while eating." The English say, "Thinking comes while writing." Before the middle of July, 566 all geniuses are idiots, in one way or another. He had worked for 2 months without stopping. Then he solved a very difficult problem. He wrote to Lyell, "I have finished a long study about cold weather in tropical places during the Ice Age. I also wrote about how plants and animals moved from one place to another. This idea fits with the change of species." He also wrote to Hooker,
A person who worked for the devil could write a terrible book about nature. Nature is rough, wasteful, careless, and often cruel.
Charles had a special friendship with Joseph Hooker. They respected and liked each other very much. They met often and wrote long letters every few days. But they still argued about their ideas and beliefs. Charles sat in his comfortable chair in the study. There he sent many questions to the patient Hooker. "You are right to speak about direct creation by God and my own ideas," he wrote. "If one clear example against me is proved, my whole theory will fail. But I try very hard to study the strongest facts against my ideas." Then he asked Hooker for another favor. "I want you to read my pages about mountain plants and animals, Arctic and Antarctic life, and the cold period of the world. There are about 40 pages. It would help me very much. I may make mistakes about plants without your help." Those 40 pages were almost half of the small book Charles first planned to write. As the weeks passed, the pile of papers on his desk became larger and larger. He told himself, "My subject is too large for a small book." Letters from Lyell showed that Lyell was slowly accepting the idea that species could change. In the middle of July, Lyell gave Charles permission to say in the book's introduction that he supported the work. Charles felt great joy. Sir Charles Lyell was a famous scientist. His support would surprise many other scientists. Earlier writers like Erasmus Darwin, Lamarck, Cuvier, and Robert Chambers had not fully won respect for these ideas. Lyell's support would make people trust the book more. But Charles still did not know when to publish it. He had already written more than 200 pages. 566 All geniuses are idiots, in one way or another. 567. When he had free time, he worked in the garden with his children. Even 5-year-old Horace helped him. They tried to cross different flowers together. Charles did not have much success with sweet peas, orchids, or hollyhocks. One day Joseph Hooker showed the Darwin family a new lake at Kew Gardens. Water from the River Thames would fill the lake. Charles said, "I knew so little that I did not even know sweet peas die if you cut them in that way."
Nobody else knew either, Hooker answered. But I will help you. I will begin crossbreeding plants at Kew. Also, after reading your pages, I saw that the same species seemed to spread in a continuous way.
So they changed slowly over time? Charles asked.
It seems so.
Charles smiled with pleasure. It makes me very happy to see that you now partly agree with me. This gave Charles new strength. He decided to write one short and clear explanation of his life's work. He chose to write to Asa Gray at Harvard. Gray was becoming one of the best botanists in America. Charles wrote to him. Either species were created separately, or they came from earlier species. I think people improve plants and animals by keeping the best ones and removing the others. As an honest man, I must tell you my unusual belief. I do not think species were created separately. I think species are only strong varieties. I want to explain one more thing. You may dislike my ideas, but my thoughts come from many years of study and talks with farmers and gardeners. I now understand more clearly how nature changes species and helps them fit the different conditions of life. Later, when he met Hooker again, Charles said, "Natural history will become a great science after we are dead. People will think the laws of change are one of the most important parts of natural history." Partly because of his letter, Asa Gray invited him to the United States. He asked Charles to give lectures about his discoveries. The trip on the steamers would be free both ways. For a short time, Charles forgot his study work. In his mind, he was again on the HMS Beagle. He remembered being young and lying in his hammock in the cabin. The sea moved under the ship. He ate biscuits and raisins because his father told him to eat them. Emma had a difficult summer. Every evening, Charles read books to her. That year, many new popular books came out. He bought books from London shops. Some were Callista by John Henry Newman, Aurora Leigh by Elizabeth Barrett Browning, John Halifax, Gentleman by Dinah Maria Mulock, and The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. When Emma wanted fresh air and exercise, he walked with her on the sand walk. Their walk was short and slow. They also received good news about their second son, George, who was now 11 years old. George was doing very well at a school in Clapham. The school was run by Reverend Mr. Pritchard, who liked science. Charles called George an enthusiastic entomologist. George did not study only Greek and Latin. He also learned arithmetic, drawing, and modern languages. The school encouraged him to collect beetles and insects. He could come home for one day every month. Charles himself did not travel anywhere. Besides writing his growing manuscript, he did experiments with plants in salt water. He also worked with pigeons and rabbits. He noticed differences in the skeletons of domestic rabbits. He thought it was strange that zoologists had not studied the clear differences in the bones of domestic animals and birds. He became sure that botanists studied nature in a more thoughtful way than zoologists. He did not fully trust a general idea in zoology unless botanists agreed with it. He worked full days and had felt healthy for quite a long time. His only problem was a little pain in his lower back, which made it feel stiff. He decided that in spring he would spend 2 weeks at the water treatment center at nearby Moore Park. He could not return to Malvern because little Annie was buried there. During the autumn months, he continued to write hundreds of careful pages. He also wrote many long letters to breeders, travelers, and people who crossed animals and plants. The letters alone would have tired almost any other man in England. He began with the subject he knew best, variation under domestication. He explained how breeders changed cattle, sheep, racehorses, and pigeons by careful selection. At that time, famous breeders used plant selection to create new and better kinds of animals. The same thing happened with plants. Roses, dahlias, heartsease flowers, and other plants became larger and more beautiful than the original plants. Garden vegetables, pear trees, apple trees, and strawberries also improved greatly. Skilled gardeners selected and grew the better plants whenever they appeared. By October 13th, he finished his chapter about variation under domestication. He also completed part of his chapter on geographical distribution. He wanted support and encouragement, so he took this part of the manuscript to Hooker's house. They spent a pleasant evening together. Later, Charles hurried to the station at 9:30 and just caught the train home.
Hooker later sent him a long letter. "I finished reading your manuscript," he wrote. "I enjoyed it very much and learned a lot from it. Your argument is very strong. Now I believe more strongly in change than before. You can make the first half clearer when you improve it later. I made some pencil changes to words and details so I could follow the text more easily. Some parts are a little difficult to read. I also wrote a few pages of notes for discussion. Many of my questions were answered later in the manuscript."
For some time, Charles worked with hawks. Then he returned to the question of how seeds travel across oceans. Some seeds had stayed inside an eagle's stomach for 18 hours. Even then, the seeds were still fresh. When Charles planted them, 2 oats, 1 clover plant, and 1 beet plant grew. During his walks, he studied the waste left by small birds. He found 6 different kinds of seeds there. He also found a partridge with dry earth on 1 foot. The earth held living seeds. He thought about the millions of quail that move from place to place. Then it seemed very strange to him that seeds would not cross the sea with birds. Another seed grew after spending 2.5 hours inside an owl's stomach. His friends who studied birds told him that an owl could carry seeds very far. He thought the distance was perhaps 400 to 500 miles in a storm. When he heard this, he cried, "Hurrah!" He tried to make his writing shorter, but each chapter became very long. Chapter 3 was about fertility, sterility, and crossbreeding in nature. It reached 100 handwritten pages. Still, he felt every part was important. On December 6th, Emma gave birth to her 10th child. It was another boy. They named him Charles Waring. The doctor used chloroform during the birth. Many doctors in England used it now. Queen Victoria had also used it when she gave birth to one of her children. Emma's labor was very fast.
The doctor said, "It was good that I was sitting near you. Your son almost came before I could help."
By the middle of December, Charles finished his 3rd large chapter. He called it on possibility of all organisms crossing, on susceptibility of reproduction to change. He worked quickly because he used pages from his notebook from 1837. He also used notes from another notebook from 1838. He thought to himself, "I am copying my own work. But these pages are still good. I cannot write them better now." One evening, Emma was feeling stronger again. Charles sat beside her bed and held her hand. "6 boys," he said. "Good heavens. We must send them all to school. Then they will need jobs later.
And we must also think about money for our 2 girls, Emma said with a gentle smile. Do you think we can pay for everything?
He brought his account books upstairs. Then he turned up the light from the oil lamp. He had kept these records since they lived on Upper Gower Street. He carefully wrote every expense in different groups. There were costs for food, oil, soap, tea for the servants, books, dresses for Emma and the girls, clothes for the boys, wages, and school costs. He also wrote down all the family's income. The family earned money from railroad bonds, London dock bonds, and the Wedgwood factory. They always spent less money than they received. "We will be all right," he said. In 1854, we received £4,603. We saved £2,127 of it. In 1855, we received a little less, £4,267. But we saved even more that year, £2,270. Last year, we received £4,048 and saved £2,250. I think our income will continue to grow as the children become older and our savings bring more money.
Emma smiled. "Thank you for making me feel better," she said. "For a moment, I was afraid we would have children without education."
"That would make me very sad," he answered. Then they laughed together. During January 1857, he finished his 4th chapter, Variation Under Nature. The hard work and careful thinking made him very tired. He told Emma, "I do not feel as well as before."
"You are working too hard," she said.
"Is there another way?" he answered. "The book will be very large. I want the manuscript to be as good as possible. I feel like Croesus. I have too many riches and too much work. I have been taking some mineral acids that I read about. I think they help a little."
Emma told him to take a holiday at the hydropathy spa at Moore Park. It was only 40 miles away. She wanted him to go now and not wait until spring.
"I do not know how I can leave all my writing and experiments," he said. She looked carefully at his face.
"Charles, my dear, is there some selfish feeling in this? Do you want great fame from your book?" she asked.
Charles moved one shoulder a little, as if to say that he did not know. "I am very interested in my subject, that is all," he answered. "But I wish fame was less important to me. I mean fame now or after my death. Still, I do not think I want it too much. I believe I would still work very hard, even if my book came out with no name on it. I would only have less excitement." One reason Charles lived quietly in the country was to stay away from the fights and jealousy among the scientists in London. He had seen this many years before at meetings of the Zoological Society. He especially remembered a meeting of the Royal Society in the spring of 1848. At that meeting, Richard Owen attacked Gideon Mantell. Now, in 1857, a serious quarrel began between Richard Owen and Thomas Huxley. When Huxley came back from his 4-year trip on HMS Rattlesnake, Owen helped him. He wrote to the First Lord of the Admiralty to get Huxley a paid position on HMS Beagle.
Owen is a great man in my opinion, Huxley had told Charles. He is strong and confident in everything he does.
Owen also worked with Charles and others to help Huxley become a Fellow of the Royal Society. Even then, Charles felt he should warn Huxley. He repeated advice that Lyell had once given him. "Be careful with Owen. One day he will turn against you. He does this with everyone. It is part of his nature." Huxley soon learned that Richard Owen had two sides to his character. Most people of his time feared him and disliked him. He often treated people badly and spoke cruelly about those under him. Owen was a very able man, and he made sure everyone knew it. He stayed polite to Huxley until he saw that the younger man might become as important as he was in zoology. The first problem came when Owen stopped the publication of Huxley's work on the morphology of the Cephalus mollusca in the Royal Society's Transactions.
Huxley said, "Owen thinks the natural world belongs only to him. He does not want anyone else to enter his field."
Charles watched the growing anger between the two men. Early that year, Owen used his position at the School of Mines to call himself Professor of Paleontology. He had no right to take that title. This badly weakened Huxley's position there. Huxley ended all relations with Owen.
Owen does not want me or anyone else to rise if he can stop it, he said. But he should be careful. In my own subjects, I am stronger than he is. I am ready to fight him. He writes sharp attacks, but I can answer him in the same way.
Charles understood that these two enemies would fight each other one day. One side was the old group that wanted everything to stay the same. The other side was the younger man who wanted power and leadership. Charles felt that their fight would change the world of science and become part of history. But he did not know that he himself would stand at the center of this great conflict. He would even help cause it. Charles often invited Rear Admiral Robert Fitzroy and his wife to Down House. Fitzroy's first wife, Mary O'Brien, had died and left him with 4 children. Later, he married the daughter of a cousin. The Fitzroys accepted the invitation. Charles was happy because he wanted to remember their years together on the HMS Beagle. Soon Fitzroy showed that he had another reason for the visit. The two men went into the study. Charles brought a wooden chair for Fitzroy. Fitzroy looked much older now. His hair was grey and his eyes looked cold, but he was still a strong and handsome man.
Darwin, do you remember our trip on the Santa Cruz River in April 1834? Fitzroy asked. We traveled in small boats. We crossed plains full of round stones and deep earth. I said to you then, a flood of 40 days could not have made this.
I remember, Charles answered. You wrote about it in the last chapter of your book.
I wrote that because I knew very little about the Bible then, Fitzroy said. I did not understand Scripture. Now I have heard about your theories. You do not believe the book of Genesis is completely true, do you?
Nature shows us something different, Charles answered. I only write what I see. Nature does not lie.
But the Bible does. Fitzroy asked with surprise. That is shocking.
More and more evidence is appearing across the world, Charles said. It shows that the Earth is many millions of years old. Life has changed over long periods of time. Animals and plants adapted to problems like too many living creatures, lack of food, enemies, and climate. Some species could not change fast enough, so they disappeared. You saw the fossil bones at Punta Alta. Some species changed so much over many thousands of years that they became very different inside and outside. The living things that survived were the ones that adapted best. Fitzroy's face turned red.
And you think man may have first existed as a baby-like or wild creature? He asked. That seems impossible to me. After only a short time, such a creature would have died.
The only idea Fitzroy could accept was this: man was first made perfect in body and mind. He believed people also knew enough from God to do their work in the world. Fitzroy explained more. He said the first people who left Asia Minor were civilized, but later they lost writing tools and good clothes. Their children learned only how to live from day to day. Over time they forgot the old ways and became wild people.
His face looked hard. Do we have any reason to think wild animals or plants became better after they were created? He asked. Can a sensible man believe the first living thing of any kind was the worst one? Then why do some thinkers say that wild human groups began in different places and at different times?
He became more excited.
The story of creation in the Bible is closely connected to the flood, he said. Moses knew these things because God gave him that knowledge. The Bible says light came before the sun and moon. That could only come from God.
Then he spoke from Genesis.
God divided the light from the darkness, he said. God called the light day, and the darkness night. And only later did God make the two great lights, the sun and the moon.
Charles did not want to argue with his guest. Fitzroy had once been his captain and was still his friend. He answered in a calm voice. "My friend, I do not want to take away the beauty of the Old Testament," he said. "I value it very much." But Fitzroy did not stop. For a long time he continued speaking. He used many parts of the Bible to show that Genesis was completely true. He believed God's work was perfect. Charles sat deeper in his chair. He felt like a man hiding from a storm. Fitzroy's first wife had been deeply religious. Charles wondered if Fitzroy was trying to honor her memory by defending her beliefs. At last Fitzroy suddenly stopped speaking. Charles quickly stood up. "Come, sir, let us go for a walk," he said. "The hills and fields of Kent are very beautiful. After that we can return for hot scones and tea by the fire. I would also like to know your Maria better." His friendly manner saved the situation. He continued talking with them during tea and supper. Emma also kept the conversation going because she felt something was wrong. The next morning, the Fitzroys went back to London. Charles sent them in his carriage to the new railway station at Beckenham. At the front door, Fitzroy shook Charles's hand for a short moment. He did not smile. After they left, Charles spoke to himself.
"I have a sad feeling. I may never see Robert Fitzroy again."
The work continued. On March 3, 1857, he finished his 5th chapter, Struggle for Existence. Only 4 weeks later, he completed his 6th and most important section, Natural Selection. He felt upset because he could not do the same amount of work every day.
He said to Emma, "When I wake up, I never know how much work I will finish before night."
Why do you not use your sand walk method? Emma asked. Before you start work, choose how many pages you want to finish. Put some small stones together. Each time you finish one part of the work, kick one stone away. When no stones are left, your work for the day is finished.
"Emma, you are very clever," he said. "If only it were as easy to finish an idea as it is to walk around the sand path."
Still, Emma's idea helped him. Each time he felt he had proved an important point and added notes from books to support it, he kicked one small stone away from his pile. Neither Charles nor Emma could remember when they first noticed something different about the new baby. The baby was not sick and did not seem to be in pain. He rarely cried. He ate well and grew at what seemed a normal rate. But he was very quiet and slow. He did not move his fingers in front of his eyes and look at them like the other children had done. His eyes also did not become bright when Charles or Emma picked him up and held him.
"His face has no expression," Charles said as they stood beside the crib. "I watched our other children carefully. I wrote notes about the many feelings I saw on their faces. I wish Miss Thorley had not retired. I do not like the new governess, Miss Pugh."
The nursemaid cares for the baby, not Miss Pugh, Emma answered firmly. Children grow in different ways and at different speeds. Maybe he does not like staying in the crib. On a warm day, we should put him on a rug outside and let him move around. I will hang musical toys and bright-colored cards near him, Emma said. Maybe they will make him interested.
"Can a baby of 4 months become bored?" Charles asked.
None of our other children did, Emma answered.
Henrietta also worried them. She had become very interested in sickness. She was sometimes quiet and had no wish to eat. The family still felt very sad about Annie. Because of this, Etty received much love and care. One day, someone told her that she must eat breakfast in bed. She liked this idea very much and never stopped doing it.
She told her parents, "Even when I get married, I will always eat breakfast in bed."
During the last week of April, Charles went to a water treatment place at Moor Park in Surrey, near Aldershot. He liked Dr. Edward Lane, Dr. Lane's wife, and her mother. They owned the place and welcomed him warmly. The treatment was gentle. Every day he had a short water shower and a bath. Dr. Lane was very young. Charles thought this was his only problem. But the doctor had read many books, and Charles liked him more than Dr. Gully. Dr. Lane did not believe strange ideas. He also did not try to explain things that doctors could not truly explain. The countryside was pleasant for walks. After the first week, Charles was surprised by how much better he felt. Once again, he became sure that water treatment was the best help for long illnesses. He had not brought any books with him. He also had done no work on species. Because he felt so well, he decided on May 1st, at the start of his second week at Moore Park, to answer a letter from Alfred Russel Wallace. Wallace had written the letter in Celebes, across the Makassar Strait from Borneo, on October 10th of the year before. The letter needed about 5.5 months to arrive at Down. It reached the house just before Charles left for Moore Park. Charles wrote to Wallace, "My dear sir, I can clearly see that we have thought in much the same way. In some things, we have reached similar ideas. About your paper in the Annals, I agree with almost every word. I think you may also agree with me about something else. It is rare for a person to agree closely with a paper about theories. This happens because people often look at the same facts but reach different ideas. This summer will be the 20th year since I first began to study how species and varieties are different from each other. I am now getting my work ready to publish, but the subject is very large. I have written many chapters, but I do not think the book will be ready for 2 more years. I do not know how long you will stay in the Malay archipelago. I hope I can read your book about your travels there before my own book comes out. I am sure you will discover many important facts." During his second week there, he walked a great deal in the countryside near Surrey. He watched how animals changed the plants and trees around them. 8 or 10 years before, people had closed off part of the common land where some old Scotch fir trees grew. Inside that closed area, many young trees were growing. They looked as if people had planted them because they were almost all the same age. In the part of the common land that was still open, he could not find even one young tree for many miles. Later, he walked farther away and looked carefully in the heather. There he found many thousands of young Scotch fir trees. In 1 square yard, there were 30 small trees. Cattle sometimes walked across those fields and ate the tops of the trees. He wrote to Joseph Hooker about this. "What a wonderful problem this is," he said. "So many forces decide what kinds of plants grow in one small piece of land and how many there are. Yet people are surprised when an animal or plant disappears forever." At the end of the second week, he felt rested and healthy again. He said goodbye to Dr. Lane and his family. His own coach arrived the evening before to take him home. But when he reached Down House at the end of the day, he had caught a cold. The next morning he went into his study. At once he felt as sick as before he went to Moore Park. Soon he began to vomit. Then he spoke to Emma. "Our cousin and opponent, Dr. Henry Holland, was right," he said. "It is strange how well I feel when I am away on holiday. I feel good at a pleasant spa, with kind hosts and good places for walking. But when I begin work again, my health becomes bad."
"What can you do?" she asked.
"I can complain," he answered. "I am afraid my mind cannot do hard thinking. But I would rather be this weak and sick man than live as a lazy rich man." His interests never ended. He tried to discover if any kind of pig, mixed with Chinese or Neapolitan pigs, could continue the same breed in later generations. Then he studied the colors and markings of the old ancestors of the horse, donkey, and zebra. In his field, he planted 16 kinds of seeds. 15 kinds began to grow. In a small piece of land, 2 feet by 3 feet, he watched the ground every day for 3 months. He marked each small weed when it appeared. By that time, 357 young plants had died. Slugs killed most of them. He thought about the slugs. What animals ate these slow and wet creatures? Did small animals eat them? Did reptiles or birds eat them? He saw that all living things fought to live. This was the name of his 5th chapter. While he looked through the pages of this part, he found another title. It was called Mutual Checks of Animals and Plants. He read from his notes. Until now, we have mostly studied how animals stop the increase of other animals. But plants and animals are also closely connected. Plants are connected with other plants too. All animals live on plants, either directly or indirectly. The breath of animals also helps plants grow. So the connection between plants and animals is very clear. At first, people may think that grass-eating animals eat all plants in the same way. But studies in Sweden showed something different. Oxen eat 276 kinds of plants and refuse 218 kinds. Goats eat 449 kinds and refuse 126. Pigs eat 72 kinds and refuse 271. South of La Plata, I was very surprised by the great change in the plains after cattle ate the plants there. At first, I thought the land itself must have changed. People also know little about the plants that small rodents eat, but everyone has heard how mice and rabbits can destroy whole fields and plantations. Darwin sometimes thought about the sharp bushes on desert plains. He believed many bushes became sharp because they needed protection from animals. Only strong bushes could live there. Forsskål also studied plants carefully. He showed that insects attack plants that cattle did not eat. Sometimes 30 to 50 kinds of insects lived on one plant. Darwin thought a plant could not survive if both insects and large animals attacked it. In June 1857, something pleasant happened. Reverend Mr. Innes and the Lubbocks, father and son, came to Down House. They asked Darwin to take an empty position as magistrate or keeper of the peace. Charles said with surprise, "Me? A judge? I know very little about the law."
Sir John Lubbock smiled. "There will not be serious crimes," he said. "You will not decide large property problems. Most cases are small problems between neighbors. People argue about land borders, fences, lost cattle, drinking fights, or illegal hunting. You will not need much law knowledge. You only need to listen to both sides and help them find an agreement."
Charles felt pleased. "Where would I work?" he asked.
At Bromley, the vicar answered. "It is the nearest place. Sometimes you may go to Maidstone, the county town of Kent. They will collect the local cases together. The hearings will happen on days when you are free."
Charles answered at once. He had become loyal to the area where he lived. He also felt proud of his work as treasurer of the Down Friendly Club. He managed the club money very carefully, just as he managed his own money. During 7 years of work, the club savings had grown well. "Of course I accept," he told Innes and the Lubbocks. "When will I begin?"
"July 3rd is the planned date," they answered.
Emma and the children felt excited. They all wanted to come to the ceremony with the family. They wore their best Sunday clothes.
Is this the final decision from the judge? Or can we ask again? Magistrate, we neighbors have a difficult problem.
When they argued about toys, games, or seats at the table, one of them usually said. Charles enjoyed these jokes. His work as a magistrate was not hard. It did not stop him from doing his scientific work. The job did not give him money. It was only an honor. But it helped people know him better. Before this, many people thought he was a distant man who worked on strange subjects. Now people in the town felt close to him. Men politely touched their hats when they saw him. Women, both young and old, bowed to him with respect. He did not make enemies. He stayed a magistrate for the rest of his life. He took Henrietta to stay for the summer with Dr. Lane's family at Moor Park. While he visited her there, he learned to play billiards. He became very interested in the game. It was the first game he truly loved since his card games at Christ's College. He liked the careful skill the game needed. A player needed a good eye and steady hands. Charles enjoyed this very much. He decided to put a billiard table in Down House. The baby Charles did not enjoy Emma's songs, games, or toys. He did not make the small movements and sounds that most babies make. When they placed him on a rug, he did not try to crawl. He also did not try to stand by holding the sides of his small bed. More troubling, his eyes often looked empty. Charles and Emma felt very worried. Still, they tried not to worry each other too much. The doctor who helped at the birth told them not to be afraid.
He is healthy and growing well enough, the doctor said. He will walk and speak when he is ready.
Weeks and months passed. Charles himself became 48 years old. At the same time, he worked hard to help young scientists receive the Royal Medal. He wanted the award to help younger men continue their experiments. He did not think it should only reward older men for past work. Scientific research was difficult. The road was full of problems and mistakes. He studied how insects helped female holly plants and other plants. This process gave life to plants and was part of nature's careful design. In some areas of animal and plant study, no complete lists existed. Charles made the lists himself. The work was long and tiring. It was also easy to make mistakes.
Sometimes I think I am a very poor compiler. You may think the same. But I do not hate all my work.
When Joseph Hooker told him that one of his plant lists was missing some information, Charles answered sadly. While studying the plants of New Zealand, he created a method to classify them. He believed the method was correct. But his clever young neighbor, the 23-year-old banker and naturalist who was the son of Sir John Lubbock, showed him that he had confused some groups of plants. He cried out,
"You saved me from a very bad mistake. I almost want to tear up my whole book and give up. Thank you very much."
Thomas Huxley was always active and careful. One day, he saw Charles support a weak idea by mistake. Charles said to Huxley, "A scientist should not have personal wishes. He should have a heart like stone." Later, Charles found a mistake in one of Huxley's ideas. He laughed and said, "It amuses me that I worry you so much. When you write a strong and sharp sentence, it must be unpleasant when you suddenly think about me like an ugly ghost." Charles later learned that he had upset his American friend, Asa Gray. Charles had written that Gray might hate him after hearing his theories. Gray felt hurt because he was a loyal friend. He told Charles about his feelings. Charles answered,
"My dear Gray, I do not remember my exact words in my last letter, but I probably said that you might completely despise me when you learn my ideas. I said this because I believed I must speak honestly. I was never sure what you would think when you understood my direction. You might think my ideas were foolish and strange. These ideas came to me slowly, and I worked on them carefully, but I feared you might no longer respect me or help me. You seem interested in this subject. It helps me greatly when I write to you and hear even a short answer from you. So I will send you a very short explanation of my ideas about how nature creates different species."
Then Charles continued writing for 10 full pages. At the end, he wrote, "This short explanation only discusses the growing power of natural selection. I believe this is the most important part in the creation of new forms." It was the year 1857. That year, they stopped reading many romantic stories. Instead, they read serious and famous books. When family or neighbors asked, "What book should we bring you to read?" they could name books like The Professor, Barchester Towers, Madame Bovary, The Romany Rye, Tom Brown's School Days, and Missionary Travels. The quiet hour after the midday meal was still his favorite time of day. He lay in the sitting room and read the London Times. The newspaper arrived at the Down post office by noon. He had become very attached to the paper. He read both the good and bad news in it. The Times cost 1 guinea for 4 months. It was expensive, but he believed it was worth the money. The newspaper helped him stay close to the outside world. From it, he learned about wars in far countries and the actions of governments. For many years, he had mixed feelings about the British Empire. He believed Britain was a great country, but he did not agree with the way Britain treated India. In June 1857, Queen Victoria stood before a huge crowd in Hyde Park. She gave the new Victoria Cross Medal to 61 soldiers from the Crimean War. The medal was for bravery. When Charles read this news, he threw the newspaper onto the floor. "Who gives medals to dead men?" he cried. So many men died in that terrible war. Still, the newspaper also brought some good news. The reading room at the British Museum opened. It had space for more than 300 readers. 2 rows of seats were kept for women. The first divorce court also opened. Now poorer people could get a divorce more easily. New schools opened for poor children. The ship SS Great Eastern was launched on the River Thames. It was 5 times larger than any other ship at sea. People said it could cross the Atlantic Ocean so smoothly that passengers would not feel sick.
Maybe now you will accept Asa Gray's invitation, Emma said. You can visit the United States and speak at their universities.
At the end of September, he finished Chapter 7, Laws of Variation. Then he spread their account books across the dining room table. He wanted to see if they could make Down House larger again. Since 1851, their yearly income had been more than £4,000. This year, they again had more than £2,000 left to invest. Along with their savings, they also had money from Charles's father and Emma's inheritance of £2,000. Their investments were worth about £50,000. Charles looked up from the papers. "I am careful with money," he said. "But I think we can pay for the new rooms. What do you think?"
Emma had believed for a long time that they could afford the bigger house, but she wanted Charles to decide when he was ready. She smiled a little. "That is true if we do not need all our money for future court cases."
"Who would want to take us to court?" he asked.
"Everyone from God himself to the smallest church leader in the Church of England."
Charles laughed loudly. He put his arms around his wife. "Emma, it is wonderful that you can still joke about things you do not like."
"That is when it matters most," she answered. Her words sounded a little hard.
Charles called a carpenter to build a new and larger drawing room. It was added to the side of the house away from the old sitting room. The room was 19 feet by 28 feet. It also had 3 large windows that looked over the back garden and toward the sand walk. They moved the front door farther back from the foyer and stairs. This gave them a small entrance space before the foyer. Above the new drawing room, they made 2 bedrooms. On the floor above that, they added more rooms for the children. When the new part of the house was finished and matched the older part, they saw they had spent £500.
"It was worth it," Emma said happily.
A newly covered chaise and 4 comfortable armchairs stood around the marble table. Her piano was cleaned and polished until it looked new. It stood in the far corner near the last garden window. Above the marble fireplace was a long mirror with a gold frame. There was also a new small table and a lamp near the sofa. Emma chose wallpaper with light grey and pink stripes.
"I do not want to sound proud," Emma said, "but now this really looks like a drawing room. It is large and beautiful. We only need a few more pictures and a small bookshelf for our leather books."
They moved the dining room furniture from the darker room facing the road into the brighter old sitting room with 3 windows. The room became much lighter. Both agreed that Down House and its land were now as beautiful as Mayor Hall or the Mount. They had built the life they wanted. They had made their own special home. It was like the homes of their families, but it also had their own style. This was what both of them had wanted from the beginning. When Charles Waring was 10 months old, he still did not try to walk or speak. So the Darwins asked Dr. Henry Holland to come to Down House as soon as possible. Sir Henry was now a knight. He was also very busy as a doctor for Queen Victoria. On a national holiday, he took a train to Beckenham. Charles and his coachman met him there. During the 6-mile ride through the roads of Kent, Sir Henry asked many questions. Tall elm, oak, beech, and horse-chestnut trees stood along the road. At Down House, Sir Henry spent an hour alone with the little boy in an upstairs room. Then he came down the stairs and found Charles and Emma in the new drawing room. Both looked pale and quiet. They looked at him quickly when he entered. Their cousin usually seemed awkward, but now his face showed kindness and sadness.
"I am afraid the news is bad," he said. "The child has a serious problem in his mind."
But how? Why? Emma cried.
"The two questions are connected, my dear cousin," he answered. "Either his brain did not grow correctly, or it was harmed. Did anything unusual happen when he was born?"
Our local doctor said the birth was very sudden and difficult, Emma replied with tears in her eyes.
"There are many possible causes, and we do not know enough about them," Sir Henry said. "I cannot see inside the child's head."
"What will happen to him?" Charles asked. "What must we prepare for?"
"You must care for a child who may never know you," Sir Henry answered quietly. "You must also accept God's will."
I can accept that, Emma said while crying. But is there no hope for the future?
"There is always hope," he answered. "Sometimes miracles happen. But you must also accept the truth. You have 6 or 7 children, yes? They are healthy and happy. Be thankful for them. Do not spend your life thinking about what cannot be changed."
"We will try, Cousin Henry," Charles said sadly. "Emma and I thank you very much for coming here. I will go with you to the station."
"There is no need," Sir Henry said. "I will sleep on the train."
He kissed Emma and shook hands with Charles. Then he left. Charles and Emma stayed behind, confused, afraid, and full of sadness. In silence, they both asked the same question. What wrong have we done that our little child must suffer like this? In October 1856, Charles answered a letter from Alfred Wallace in a friendly way. After that, Wallace wrote to him many times. His letters were long and full of detail. Charles slowly understood that Wallace now saw him as a friend and another scientist like himself. Charles was willing to talk a little about his ideas on species, though not completely openly. By the end of 1857, Charles had worked on his book for a year and a half. Now he understood that Lyell, Hooker, and Huxley had been right. They had told him to write down his discoveries as soon as possible. Wallace's newest letter was written on September 27, 1857. In it, Wallace explained that his earlier paper was only the beginning. He also wrote that he had already planned and written a full explanation of his species theory. Wallace had evidence for his theory. He had already written it down. But maybe it was not natural selection or the survival of the strongest in life. Could two men really find the same important idea at the same time? People had studied nature for thousands of years. It seemed impossible that this could happen by chance. If Wallace had truly found the same answers as Charles Darwin, there could soon be trouble. Wallace had already written his essay. In a few months, a journal might arrive at Down House. Then everyone could read Wallace's answer to the great question of nature. Darwin stood near the study window. He looked toward the stone wall outside, but he did not really see it. Slowly, he became calmer. I must answer Alfred Wallace at once, he told himself. I must clearly show my respect for him. He is a brave man. He plans to stay in that wild country for 3 or 4 more years. December 22nd, 1857. My dear Sir, I thank you for your letter from September 27th. I am very pleased to hear that you are studying distribution with the help of theory. I strongly believe that without ideas and questions, there can be no truly original observation. Very few travelers study these subjects as carefully as you do. The study of animal distribution is far behind the study of plants. You wrote that you were surprised because people did not speak about your paper in the annals. This does not surprise me. Very few naturalists care about more than describing species. But you should not think your paper was ignored. Two respected men, Sir C. Ed Lyle and Mr. E. Blythe of Calcutta, especially spoke to me about it. I agree with your conclusions in the paper, but I believe my own ideas go even further. Still, the subject is too large to explain here. He spent 3 months working on his chapter about hybridism. At the beginning of 1858, he started a chapter called Mental Powers and Instincts of Animals. There was a huge amount of information to study and organize. Some came from his own years of observation. Some came from books and papers written in many different languages. Instincts were a strange subject. They were also difficult to understand.
He told Emma, "My chapter on instincts is very confusing. Writers cannot agree about the meaning of instinct. This is not surprising. People often call many feelings instinctive. They say courage, fear, and suspicion are instincts."
As he worked more deeply on the subject, he felt worse. At night he often could not sleep.
He wrote to Hooker, "Oh, health, health. You trouble me every day and every night. You stop all joy in life."
Then he did not want to sound sorry for himself. So he added, "But I ask pardon. It is foolish and weak to complain this way. Everyone carries a heavy burden in this world." Harriet Plenslow died near the end of January. Charles felt very sad. During his years at Cambridge, she had been like a second mother to him. He wrote to Henslow. He said the days at Mr. and Mrs. Henslow's house were some of the happiest days of his life. He also sent a kind message to the Hooker family. He wrote especially to Frances. He had known her since she was 3 years old. To forget his poor health for a time, Charles read new popular books and the London Times newspaper. Each week, the Down Courier went to London. The Darwin family gave him a list of books to buy or borrow from the library. Their family and friends also sent books to Down House. Erasmus and the Hensley Wedgwoods in London helped them. Susan and Catty at the Mount sent books too. Elizabeth Wedgwood and Charlotte and Charles Langton from nearby Hartfield also shared books they liked. As the year slowly passed, the family read many books aloud together. They read The Three Clerks and Dr. Thorne by Anthony Trollope. They also read the first 2 volumes of Frederick the Great by their friend Thomas Carlyle. Another book was Scenes of Clerical Life by George Eliot. The family also received music from operas and other works. They listened to music by Donizetti, Mayhall, Weber, and Haydn. In this way, the Darwin family in the country stayed close to the cultural life of London. Charles also shared important news from around the world with his family. Parliament removed the property rule for members of Parliament. A new law gave better government to India. Control moved from the East India Company to the Queen's cabinet. Queen Victoria's oldest child married Prince Frederick William of Prussia in the Chapel Royal at St. James's Palace. The smell from the River Thames became so bad that Parliament used curtains with chemicals to fight the smell. Benjamin Disraeli, the leader of the House of Commons, solved the problem. He helped pass a law to spend £3 million to clean the river and build a better drainage system for London. Lord Elgin became ambassador to Japan. He signed a treaty that opened 5 Japanese ports to British trade. England also signed the peace treaty of Tientsin with China. The treaty allowed English people to enter China and teach Christianity. The Chinese emperor also agreed to pay part of England's war costs.
Henrietta was almost 15 years old. She and her younger sister Elizabeth studied with a new governess named Miss Grant.
The girls studied in a bright schoolroom above the kitchen area. The room was built in 1845. It was large and had a big book cupboard in the back wall. Most of the front wall was made of windows that looked over the garden. A staircase with a fine mahogany rail led to the room. The younger children loved to slide down the rail. Emma and Charles tried to give the girls a careful study plan. They wanted Henrietta and Elizabeth to have as good an education as their brothers, who went away to school. Sometimes Henrietta said she felt too sick to study. Sir Henry Holland told her parents this was common in growing girls. He said the illness usually passed with time. He believed he would live to be 100 years old.
Charles found his chapter about instincts both exciting and difficult to write. He shared many stories with his family because they were so surprising.
He spoke about hive bees. They made wax cells with amazing skill and exact shapes. He talked about ants. They could communicate with each other. During fights with other nests, they still knew which ants belonged to their own group. He told stories about snails. Some searched for better grass. They returned for weaker snails and guided them along slime paths to food. He also spoke about oysters. When taken out of water, they closed their shells and stayed alive longer. Beavers collected pieces of wood even in dry places where they could not build dams. Ferrets bit rats at the back of the head where death came quickly. Digger wasps dropped their prey and checked their holes before bringing food to their young. Young sheepdogs naturally ran around a flock and kept the sheep together without training. Young birds traveled across wide seas during migration. Young salmon moved from fresh water to salt water. Later they returned to the place where they were born to lay eggs. He also studied the dark marine iguanas of the Galápagos Islands. They went into the sea only long enough to eat underwater plants. Then they quickly returned to the rocks to stay safe from sharks. By early March, he finished the chapter called Instinct. Sometimes he traveled to London. There he had dinner at the Athenaeum with his friends and Erasmus. The Rage Inn. His circle at the moment was Buckle's History of Civilization. Charles thought the book was very clever and new. Near the end of April, his large manuscript was almost 2,000 pages long. He felt happy with his work. Now he wanted some water treatment for his health. The Linnean Society planned its last spring meeting for June 17th. 5 papers were ready for the meeting. But Robert Brown died on June 10th. He was the society librarian and later became its president. Because of his death, the meeting moved to July 1st. At that meeting, people would speak about Brown and choose a new council member. Charles had known Brown before the Beagle sailed. 8 days after Brown died, on June 18th, Charles received a large envelope from Alfred Wallace. It came from Ternate, a small island in Malaysia. Charles opened the envelope with his letter knife. Inside was a letter and a long paper. The paper was called on the tendency of varieties to depart indefinitely from the original type. As Charles read the first pages, he became shocked. He felt sick and sat down quickly in a chair. Then he kept reading with tired eyes.
The life of wild animals is a struggle for existence. There is a general rule in nature. Many new varieties survive better than the parent species. They continue to change more and more from the original type. A simple calculation shows that in 15 years one pair of birds could become almost 10 million birds. But the number of birds in a country does not really grow like this. So the population reaches a limit and stops growing. It is a struggle for existence. The weakest animals do not survive.
Charles could hardly believe it. The paper was very close to the ideas in his own 1844 manuscript. Wallace could not have written a better short form of Charles's work. Charles's worst fear had become real. First he felt disbelief. Then he felt angry. After that he felt deep sadness. Still, he forced himself to stay calm. Wallace's letter had fallen to the floor. Charles picked it up and read it. Wallace wrote that he hoped Charles would like the paper. If Charles approved it, Wallace wanted him to send it to Charles Lyell. Lyle had spoken kindly about Wallace's first article before. Charles left his study. His face was pale, and he could not think clearly. From the hall wardrobe he took his long black cape and black hat. Then he picked up a strong walking stick from the umbrella stand. He walked through the gardens and fields to the sand walk. Usually he placed small stones to count his walks around the path. This time he did not do that. He came home only when he felt very tired. In his mind, his life's work now felt destroyed. Emma quickly saw that something was wrong.
Charles, what happened? She asked.
They sat together on a quiet bench in the sun. Charles told her about Wallace's paper. Even his words are now the titles of my chapters, he said.
How can that happen? Emma asked. Did you tell him details about your work? Did Lyle or Hooker speak about your ideas without thinking?
He would not steal my work and then send the paper to me for my opinion, Charles answered.
What will you do? She asked.
I will send the paper to Lyle, as Wallace asked. Along with the manuscript, he wrote a note to Lyle. Your words were true, he wrote. You said another man might publish these ideas before me. You said this after I explained my thoughts about natural selection and the struggle for life. Please send the manuscript back to me. Wallace did not ask me to publish it, but I will write to him at once and offer to send it to a journal. Now my own work may lose its value. I hope you approve of Wallace's paper. Then I can tell him what you think. Charles felt very upset and worried. He could not work or sit quietly. He ate little and slept badly. He often felt sick. That Sunday morning, Charles Lyle and Joseph Hooker arrived at Down House in a carriage. Lyle had asked Hooker to come with him. He believed their good friend was in a serious problem. They wanted to find a fair answer for both Charles Darwin and Alfred Wallace. Charles was very surprised when he saw them at the front door. He remembered that moment for the rest of his life. The picture of the two men stayed clearly in his mind. Hooker was now 40 years old. The hair on the top of his head was thin. His other hair was still dark, but his long side whiskers were white. Deep lines showed on his cheeks beside his mouth. His glasses looked small under his large eyes and thick eyebrows. Lyle was over 60 years old. His hair and side whiskers were completely white. Dark circles showed under his eyes. This was unusual for him because he usually stayed calm during difficult times. I'm not going to ask why you came here, Charles said. I can already guess the reason.
You would be foolish if you could not, Lyle said. But every great thinker is foolish in some way.
We did not come to discuss theories, Hooker said in his rough voice. I read Wallace's paper. On the train from London, Lyle and I made a possible plan.
Charles spoke with difficulty. You are both very kind to help me in this difficult situation. I will ask for coffee in the study. The study was full of books and file cabinets. There was a microscope on a shelf. Tables held bottles, jars, pill boxes, magnifying glasses, and many notes. The room felt safe and quiet. Charles took a deep breath. There is nothing in Wallace's 15-page paper that is not already in my own work from 1844, he said. My older paper is about 230 pages long. Hooker read it many years ago. About a year ago, I also sent a short summary of my ideas to Asa Gray. So I can truly say I did not take these ideas from Wallace. I would be very happy to publish a short paper now, he continued. But can I do it honestly? Wallace may say this: you only decided to publish after you saw my paper. Is it fair to use my ideas after I freely sent them to you? Will you stop me from publishing first? I only think about publishing now because I know Wallace is working on the same subject. I would rather burn my whole book than let anyone think I acted in a small and unfair way. Do you not think this paper from Wallace stops me from acting freely?
Certainly not, Hooker answered quickly. You are older and have worked in this field for 20 years more than Wallace.
Charles thanked him with a nod, but he still looked troubled. Wallace did not speak about publication, he said. But it still feels hard that I may lose the first claim to these ideas after so many years. I am still not sure what is fair. Lyell and Hooker did not seem worried by his doubts.
Do you still have your 1844 paper? Hooker asked.
Of course, Charles answered. It still has your pencil notes on it. He walked to a large file drawer near the door. Here it is. Hooker took the paper and began reading it carefully.
Lyell asked, "May I see the letter you sent to Asa Gray?"
Charles took a copy from Asa Gray's file and handed it to him. Lyell started to read. Charles spoke softly. I still cannot convince myself. Be quiet, Lyell said.
Or your father will be right. He said you would only be good at shooting dogs and catching rats.
Charles laughed for the first time in many days. Then he walked around the room. At last, he dropped onto his seat. Lyell and Hooker looked at each other. Then they both nodded.
It will work, Hooker said. I am sure of it.
Yes, Lyell agreed. This essay for Asa Gray and the paper from 1844 will fit together very well.
For what? Charles asked.
We will present them at the Linnean Society meeting on July 1st.
I cannot do that, Charles cried. It would take many months. Lyell did not listen to his protest.
We will also read Wallace's paper at the meeting, he said.
But we do not have Wallace's permission, Charles said. And my work will be too late.
That is not a problem, Hooker answered calmly. Lyell and I will take the important parts from your 1844 paper and your letter to Asa Gray. We will make a clear statement from them. It will be about the same length as Wallace's paper.
Charles sat with his mouth open. You plan to do all that work? It will not kill us, Hooker said.
You have talked to us about species for many years.
Charles was quiet for a short time. Then he spoke softly. You are the two kindest men I know. How will we explain this strange event to the Linnean Society?
We will tell them the truth, Lyell answered. Hooker and I wrote our explanation on the train.
He took a folded paper from his coat pocket and started to read.
The papers we bring to the Linnean Society are about the same subject. They are about the laws that affect varieties, races, and species. These papers show the work of two hard-working naturalists, Mr. Charles Darwin and Mr. Alfred Russel Wallace. These two men worked separately and did not know about each other. Still, they both created the same clever theory about how different species and varieties appear and continue on our planet. Both men deserve credit as original thinkers in this important study. Neither man has published these ideas before. But Mr. Darwin has for many years been asked by us to publish his work. Now both writers have freely given us their papers. We believe it will help science if parts of these papers are presented to the Linnean Society.
Charles listened carefully and thought about the plan. He liked it very much. Wonderful! I only need a little time to change my earlier paper.
You must work quickly, Hooker said firmly. We have only a few days before the meeting on July 1st.
I will ask Parslow to bring the papers to you at Kew. Parslow knocked on the door and said dinner was ready. Parslow, go to the cellar and bring the 2 best bottles of champagne, Charles said. Then he walked with Emma and his friends toward the bright dining room. I do not know what people in the future will think about us, he said. But today we will celebrate. On Monday morning, Charles woke to a week full of trouble. Scarlet fever had started in Down. Several young children in the village became sick. Then the family checked their own children. The baby had a fever. Henrietta's sore throat had become very serious. They called for the doctor. Emma's sister Elizabeth was visiting them. She suggested taking the other children back with her to Hartfield. Charles stayed beside one sick child and then the other. It was not until Thursday that he returned to his study. He could not look at his papers.
Emma said, "Come and drink some coffee with me."
The next day, they heard that a child in Down had died from scarlet fever. At first they felt worried. Then they became afraid. Still, they did not take Elizabeth's offer. The other 6 children were healthy. William was 18 years old. Horace was 7. But the nurse who cared for Henrietta became sick. Her throat became very bad. She also had quinsy. Charles sent her home and found another nurse. That same evening, Henrietta's fever became lower. She could breathe more easily, but the baby's fever became very high. It was a sad Sunday.
Emma said, "I want to go into Down for church. I want to pray for my children."
You must not go, Charles said with surprise. There are many children in Down with the fever. A whole week had passed since Lyle and Hooker visited them. Before sunset, the doctor came back. He looked very tired. Scarlet fever was now spreading through the whole area. He came out of little Charles's room and looked very worried.
"I'm sorry," he said. "The boy has scarlet fever. There is not much we can do. I think your nurse is also becoming sick. No one should go into the boy's room. Scarlet fever spreads very easily."
It was a long and terrible night. Charles and Emma slept only a little. Many times they got up and stood outside the sick child's room. They listened for sounds inside. Early on Monday morning, the doctor returned. The nurse now had scarlet fever too. She had to move to another bedroom.
The doctor said, "I will stay with the little boy. I have been near this illness many times. Maybe I cannot catch it now."
It was a sad and painful day. That night, the baby died. They buried him the next morning in the small churchyard in Down. 16 years before, they had buried little Mary Eleanor there when she was only 3 weeks old. The family came home very sad. Many other families in the area also felt great sadness. Because of the plague, the other children could not go to the funeral. Charles brought them together around the marble table in the drawing room. Emma did not want the children to suffer more than necessary.
"It is God's will," she told the children. "We must accept it calmly. Little Charles is gone, but the rest of us are still here. We must give love and comfort to each other."
They decided to send the children to Aunt Elizabeth's house. Charles and Emma would join them later. That same afternoon, Charles received an urgent message from Hooker. Hooker reminded him that the meeting of the Linnean Society was only 2 days away. Charles had to send the papers at once. Then Hooker and Lyle could prepare the joint report by Darwin and Wallace. Charles could not decide what to do for about an hour. At last, he put Wallace's article into one package. He also added his own essay from 1844 and his letter to Asa Gray. Then he called for Parslow. "Please get dressed now," he said. "I want you to take this package to Dr. Hooker at Kew Gardens yourself." Charles sat down in his writing chair. He wrote the date, Tuesday night, June 29, 1858. "My dear Hooker, I think it is already too late. I almost do not care about it now, but you are very kind to give so much time and help. I really cannot look at my sketch. Please do not spend too much time on it. I feel bad because I still care about who was first. God bless you, my dear kind friend." I cannot write more. The time moved very slowly until the first day of July and the meeting of the Linnean Society. He could not stay inside the house. He rode many times around the sand walk very quickly. Emma tried hard to help him think about other things, but nothing helped. His mind was full of questions. How would the members answer his paper and Wallace's paper? Both papers brought new ideas, and they supported each other. Would the members become angry and speak against him? Would they call him foolish? Would they think he and Wallace worked together in secret? Would they ask him to leave the society? He wanted to keep his ideas private for a few more years. He wanted stronger proof before he showed them to everyone. But Alfred Russel Wallace changed everything. Now he had no choice. The waiting became harder than thinking about the worst result. He decided not to go to London for the meeting. His small child had died only 2 days before, and he felt it was not right to go. Instead, he asked Emma to play more music. He stopped reading his books. That night he went to bed, but he moved around and could not sleep well. He kept wondering when Lyle and Hooker would write to him and tell him what happened. On July 2nd, Joseph Hooker arrived at the house in a carriage. His face looked pale. "Hooker, why did you not tell me you were coming? I would have sent my carriage for you."
I wanted to bring you the news as fast as I could.
Charles felt cold for a moment. "Tell me everything," he said.
Nothing happened, Hooker answered flatly.
"What do you mean? Did they not read the papers?"
Yes, they read them. Yours was first. Lyle and I tried to show everyone that the papers were very important for the future of natural history. But there was almost no discussion.
No discussion? Charles was shocked. Were they not interested?
I think some were interested. But the ideas were too new and too troubling. The older scientists did not want to argue before they were ready. After the long meeting, there was some small talk. Lyle supported your ideas, and I supported them a little too. That made some men quiet who may have spoken against the theory. At the end, a few people clapped. Then everyone went home.
Hooker shook his head.
It was strange. Something very important was happening, but most people acted as if nothing had changed.
Charles stood still for a moment. Then he suddenly laughed very hard. When he finally became calm, he said, "I worried for nothing. I could just as well have spent my time with John Henslow catching toads in the marshes."
Hooker did not laugh. Lyle and I agreed last night that you must publish more now. This short report is not enough. You need to write a clear summary of your work. Use your best examples to prove your ideas. You must show that this field belongs to you.
Charles became serious again. "I will do it." Book 11. Here L5 HET Wheat Genealogy Jaw Mankey. I 4-inch. Book 11. On July 9, 1858, Emma and Charles went to Hartfield to meet their children at Elizabeth's home. The Darwin family spent a happy week together in the warm Sussex sunshine. Then they travelled to the Isle of Wight on the south coast of England. The island had a soft climate, beautiful views, and high white hills. Charles remembered the island from his younger days. He had stayed there before with William Darwin Fox. They walked along sandy beaches and swam in quiet small bays. Charles had booked rooms at the King's Head Hotel in Sandown. It was a pleasant place by the sea. The 9 members of the Darwin family stayed there with one governess. She cared for the 4 younger children. Horace was 7. Leonard was 8. Francis was 10. Elizabeth was 11. They used 6 rooms next to each other at the end of a hall on the ground floor. One room was a sitting room for the family. They ate dinner at midday on the large wooden veranda. In the cool evening, they went inside for a light supper. The 5 boys, led by 18-year-old William, spent their time on the beaches. They used boats and went fishing. The sun made their faces dark and red. William would soon leave for a month of travel in Europe before going to Christ's College. Charles and Emma rested after the sadness and worry of sickness and death. The quiet sea air helped them feel better. Sometimes they walked with their 2 daughters. At other times, they sat on the cool side of the veranda. Charles read aloud while Emma knitted a scarf for William. Charles enjoyed these peaceful days. He felt as healthy as he had at Moore Park. After several days, he was ready to open a small bag. Inside were the first parts of his manuscript about species. Hooker wanted him to make a 30-page article for the Linnean Journal from this work. Just then, a hotel worker brought him a package. Joseph Hooker's name was written on it. The package had come from London. Charles opened it. Inside were the printer's pages of his paper and Wallace's paper. Lyell had presented them to the Linnean Society on July 1st. Only 19 days had passed since the papers were read. Charles sat down in a chair in the sitting room. Then he picked up the introduction written by Lyell and Hooker. He remembered it as kind protection from 2 friends who were helping him carefully. There were some changes from what the men had said at Down House. They again made it clear that they were not arguing about who first had the idea, Mr. Darwin or Mr. Wallace. They said they cared about science. They believed that ideas built from many facts and many years of thought should help future scientists begin their work. Charles put the page proofs on the table. He prepared his pen and ink to make corrections. Soon he saw that Lyell and Hooker had edited the work very well. There was almost nothing to correct. Only his own writing style troubled him. "I am unhappy with my writing," he said. "I cannot make it better unless I rewrite everything. That would not be fair, and it would take too much time."
You speak about yourself too harshly, Emma said.
Charles became red in the face and put his arm around her. "I will write better when I make the 30-page summary of my manuscript," he said. "The full work is already close to 2,000 handwritten pages. I do not know how I will shorten it."
Can the journal not print more pages? Emma asked.
"Perhaps it can. If the work is too long, I may pay the extra cost." He sent the proof sheets back to Hooker. He also asked for another set to send to Wallace. That morning, the Darwin family heard troubling news about Dr. Lane of Moore Park. One of his patients, a married woman, publicly said that she and Dr. Lane had an improper relationship. Dr. Lane strongly denied the story. There was no clear proof against him. "It is cruel," Charles said. "People around him believe he is innocent. But he may still have to go to court. I fear this will destroy his life."
If a married woman says such things in public, where did all those private details come from? Emma asked.
"Perhaps from false thoughts," Charles answered. "She may believe the story is true, even if it happened only in her troubled mind." Many people agreed with Charles. The woman's husband refused to bring charges. Each day, Charles spent a few hours making short versions of his chapters about variation under domestication. The work helped pass the time, but it also disappointed him. He had no space to explain where his ideas came from. "I used 160 footnotes," he complained. "I quoted about 100 writers. I also gave volume and page numbers for 65 journals and 60 books. Now all of that must be removed. Scientists will not like this." Emma had learned not to act as if every problem was a disaster.
Can you not add a few names here and there? She asked with a playful smile. Like a little salt on an egg.
They spent 10 days at the King's Head Hotel in Sandown. They enjoyed the sea there. Then they travelled by carriage to Shanklin. There was a line of simple houses near the beach. Charles said to his children, "This place grew very fast. When my cousin William Fox walked around this island with me, this was a quiet sandy bay. Look at it now. There are 3 hotels and many beautiful houses." William had already left for his trip around Europe. George was 13 years old. He was the oldest son there, so he answered his father.
That was a very long time ago, Papa. Tempus fugit.
Tempus fugit, George, Charles answered. But you are right. The world cannot stay the same. Too many living things are changing it. The family stayed at Norfolk House. Charles continued to shorten his manuscript. Sometimes his stomach made noises, but it did not trouble him much. One evening, he and Emma walked arm in arm along the beach. Orange and purple colors slowly disappeared in the sunset. Charles said, "I am very thankful to Hooker and Lyell for giving me this work of making an abstract. When I finish it, my large book will be easier to complete." Then he shook his head. "But I already wrote 5 pages more than Hooker wanted. And I still have 8 or 9 long chapters to finish."
Emma smiled. "You often say that the writers in our novels leave the main path and add too many things."
I try to include only scientific ideas that are important and once seemed new to me. It feels strange to make a short version of a book that is not even published yet.
"Follow my father's advice," Emma said softly. "Do what you must do and wait for the future."
On August 5th, Charles received a letter from Hooker. The letter made him feel less worried. Hooker had spoken with George Busk from the Linnean Society. Busk said Charles could make the abstract longer if he truly needed more pages. During dinner on the hotel veranda, Charles spoke with excitement. "This will make the work much easier. Now I do not need to shorten every subject so much. But I will still try not to write too much. Other members also need space in the journal." Hooker also suggested another idea. Perhaps each chapter could be read and published separately in the journal during 1 or 2 years. Charles wrote back to Hooker. "The abstract can work very well in several parts. I just finished the chapter called Variation Under Domestication. It is 44 handwritten pages long. That is enough for one evening at the Linnean Society. But I truly hope the whole work can finally be published together." The family returned home on August 13th. The sea air and sunshine had refreshed them. Soon they returned to their normal life. They worked in the garden and sat outside on warm evenings. Charles also walked on his sandwalk 2 times each day. He received a copy of a lecture by Thomas Huxley. The lecture was called On the Theory of the Vertebrate Skull. In the lecture, Huxley strongly disagreed with Richard Owen. Some people said this damaged Owen's great reputation. Owen had done many important things in science, but he had supported the idea that the skull was an extension of the backbone. Huxley used the studies of other scientists who worked with embryos. He showed that the skull bones developed before the vertebrae. Because of this, Owen's theory about the skull was no longer accepted. Charles also learned something else about Huxley. Without payment, Huxley gave science lectures to working men who had no other way to study.
Huxley explained, "I want working people to understand that science is important for them."
For days after coming home, Charles began organizing an important chapter called Natural Selection. He removed sources, notes, and extra material. At the same time, he added new pages and new ideas. When he finished sections called On Possibility of All Organisms Crossing and Variation in Nature, he started thinking about a small book instead of a short abstract. Emma found this amusing.
"My, how things grow," she said. "In less than 3 months, a 30-page abstract has become a small book. How long before the small book becomes a large book?"
Charles laughed softly. "Not very long. I am better at writing a big summary than a small one." At the end of August, his article and Wallace's article appeared in the Journal of the Linnean Society. Almost no one reacted to them. Charles said, "Who will read my new and longer summary? Why am I writing it?" Joseph Hooker enjoyed working in the bedroom above Charles's study. He worked on the last part of his book about the plants from the Antarctic voyage. He finished parts about the plants of Tasmania and Ceylon. After that, he planned to begin a large encyclopedia about seed plants with his friend George Bentham. Before dinner, Charles and Hooker walked on the sandwalk for exercise. Charles said, "You only see small parts of my manuscript. Because of that, you may think my ideas are confused."
Hooker stopped in the sunny path and looked at Charles. "My dear Darwin, I could never think that your work is confused."
Charles felt sorry for his words. "The truth is that I expect people to oppose me and even laugh at me. For a moment, I forgot that you are one of the few people who always help and support me."
Hooker lowered his head a little. He took off his glasses and cleaned them. "At first, I did not like your theory of natural selection," he said. "But now I mostly believe it. When I read the whole book in order, I think I will believe it completely. How much more time do you need?"
3 or 4 months, Charles answered. "I cannot make it shorter if I want people to understand my ideas." They walked around the wooded path for the 7th time. Then they returned quickly to the house. Charles was writing faster now. He wanted to publish his work. He also wanted people to accept his ideas about the development of all living things. Everything in his mind now fit together clearly. His years on the Beagle became part of the manuscript. So did his work editing the zoology books. Step by step, he built his theory with great care. He added the results from many years of studying barnacles. He wrote about butterflies, beetles, pigeons, rabbits, ducks, chickens, and horses. He planted seeds and put them in salt water. He thought about how plants could travel to far places. He also used ideas and observations from scientists in many countries. He wrote letters to these scientists all the time. He included information about crossbreeding too. All the knowledge and experience from his life now came together clearly. He felt that his work reached in every direction. By the end of October, he finished Section 5, called Laws of Variation. Then he started Section 6, called Difficulties of the Theory. The hard work and worry made his stomach problems worse. He said they were bad enough. Charles did not often speak about his early life with people outside the family, but he loved telling stories to his children. He told them stories about Shrewsbury, North Wales, Cambridge, and the Fens. The children especially loved his exciting stories about journeys on land during the Beagle voyage. The younger children also used his study like a family storage room. Even while Papa worked, they came in to get pins, scissors, string, plaster, rulers, and tools. One day, the younger boys, Horace, Leonard, and Francis, ran into the study for things they needed for a game. Charles spoke patiently. "Do you think you could stay out for a while? People interrupt me very often."
Emma suggested that he spend a week at Moor Park. Dr. Lane was happy to see him again.
Charles took long walks there. He rested and had mild water treatment. He also worked a little on the section about instinct. He returned home on November 1st.
Emma asked, "How is your stomach now?"
"It is much better," he answered.
In early November, Charles Lyell received the Copley Medal from the Royal Society. It was the highest honor in English science.
Hooker offered to give the speech about Lyell.
Charles spent the evening writing notes about his friend and his good qualities. The next day, he finished a first draft. It had many bad comparisons, but it showed clearly why Lyell was important. Then he sent it to Hooker. After some delay, their son William got the same rooms at Christ's College where Charles had once lived. William also received Charles's old servant, Impey. This made Charles feel connected to his past. His third son, Francis, also collected beetles, and this pleased him. Charles was also happy because John Henslow would visit later that month. Frances Henslow was now married to Joseph Hooker. She had stayed awake for many hours at night to make a clean copy of the species paper for Lyell to read. Because of this marriage, the families were now even closer. Henslow's science talks in Suffolk were very popular. Prince Albert invited him to Buckingham Palace. There he gave short lessons about plants to the younger members of the royal family. John Henslow surely knew about the book Charles was writing on the origin of species through natural selection. Henslow was a religious man and a rector in the Church of England. Charles wondered what Henslow thought about his ideas. Years earlier, Henslow had helped young Charles greatly by placing him on the ship Beagle. Unlike Captain Fitzroy, Henslow did not come to argue. He was now 62 years old. His long hair was completely white. Dark circles showed under his eyes. Since his wife died, he had become a lonely man. Still, he came to enjoy the warm friendship of Charles and Emma. They spent several happy days together. Then one morning, while they drank coffee in the study, Henslow spoke about the subject. Charles looked closely at his face.
Henslow smiled. "Do not worry," he said. "Nothing can change our friendship. I will support you as much as I can when people attack your ideas."
Charles gave a long sigh of relief. "My dear Henslow," he said, "I admire your character very deeply." By the day before Christmas, Charles had written 330 large pages. He thought he needed another 150 pages to make a good-sized book. He finished his chapter about hybridism and geological succession. Then he took all of Christmas Day to rest with his family. His 2 older sons were home from school. Parslow was married now and had children. He put a Christmas tree in the drawing room. He decorated the mantelpiece and pictures with holly. He also placed the presents under the tree. Charles was too busy to buy gifts. At the last moment, he felt sad about it.
Do not worry, Emma told him. I gave shopping lists to the down courier. He bought gifts for us in London. There may even be a small gift for you.
At Christmas dinner, they ate a large bird and plum pudding. Charles spoke about his book. The Journal of the Linnean Society is out now, he said. My work became much longer than I planned.
Does that mean you will publish the book yourself? Emma asked.
That is not a good idea, he answered. I need a good publisher to send copies to people.
Joseph Hooker offered to help you get money for publication, she said. Maybe from the Royal Society or the Geological Society. Maybe even from the government. You received £1,000 for your zoology of the Beagle.
That is impossible, Charles said. The societies and the government will not want my book. In the middle of January 1859, he received surprising news. The Geological Society gave him the Wollaston Medal. This medal was for the person who did the best work about the earth and rocks. Some earlier winners were Louis Agassiz, Richard Owen, and Adam Sedgwick. Lyell offered to speak at the ceremony. This was kind because Lyell himself had never received the medal. Charles now had the Royal Medal and the Wollaston Medal. These were the second and third most important medals in British science. He still worried about Alfred Wallace. He did not know how Wallace felt about their 2 papers being read together. Then 2 letters arrived from Ternate. One was for Charles and one was for Hooker. Charles quickly opened his letter. Wallace was very happy about what they had done. But the most important words were in Wallace's letter to Hooker.
First, I sincerely thank you and Sir Charles Lyell for your kind help in this matter. I feel very lucky. In cases like this, people usually give all praise to the first person who finds a new fact or theory. They often give little or no praise to another person who reaches the same result later, even if that person worked alone.
Charles later said to Hooker he must be a very kind man. At the start of the new year, Emma began to plan their 20th wedding anniversary on January 29th. She wanted the whole family to come together. Luckily, the anniversary was on a Saturday. This allowed her to invite everyone for the weekend. Her sister Elizabeth and the Langton family came from Hartfield. Charles's sisters came from the Mount and brought Erasmus from London. Hensley and Fanny Wedgwood came with their older children. The other Wedgwood brothers also came with their families. Charles saw all the preparations. Emma had even hired puppet players for the children in the schoolroom. Large amounts of food and drink arrived at Down House. "This will be a big celebration," he said. "My 50th birthday is on February 12th. Why do we not celebrate both events together?"
That is a wonderful idea, Emma answered. I will have 2 cakes. One cake will be for our 20th anniversary on Saturday. The second cake will be for your 50th birthday on Sunday.
Later, they sat together at the happy table. Charles looked around at the family. "We are the older generation now," he said. "Our children are growing up around us. We grew up like this at the Mount and Mayor Hall. Now we have the places of my father, Uncle Joe's, and Aunt Bessie. Soon these young people will take our places. That thought makes me happy." At this time, Charles was working very hard. He had not planned to publish his book while he was alive. 3 years earlier, his friends had persuaded him in this same study. "How happy I will be when the short version is finished and I can rest," he told Hooker. His health became worse. He often vomited, and his head felt strange and unsteady. Sometimes he wondered if he could finish the book, even though it was almost done. He had to stop working and return to Moore Park. There he played billiards. He also began taking pepsin to help his stomach. During the first week, he felt better. Then the good effect of the billiards and the pepsin slowly disappeared. He forgot about his birthday until he was already in bed. He had read for a few hours. Then he put down his book, The Ordeal of Richard Feverel. The open pages rested on his blanket. "What have I done in my 50 years of life?" he asked himself quietly. He decided to buy himself a billiard table as a birthday gift. It could stand in the old dining room beside his study. In London, at Hopkins and Stevens on Mercer Street, he found the table he wanted. The table had green cloth from lime or Canadian green felt. The top edges were made from very hard wood. The lower part was polished rosewood. The price was £53.18. The amount surprised him. "We will need to sell some things to pay for this," he told Emma.
But why, Charles? Emma asked. Our income last year was almost £5,000. We had extra money of nearly £1,200. Our stocks alone must be worth about £70,000.
"We must not use our savings for a luxury like a billiard table," he answered. "I will sell my father's gold watch. I would also like to sell some of your Wedgwood pieces." Emma felt hurt by how careful he was with money. Why should she lose her grandfather's beautiful vases, medals, and small figures? But she stopped these thoughts very quickly. The Wedgwood things were important to her. She would never use the billiard table, but peace in the family was more important.
As you wish, my dear.
Then he finished his last chapter. In the summary he wrote with strong feeling. "The facts in this chapter show me very clearly that the many kinds of animals and plants in the world came from common parents inside each group. Over time they changed little by little. I believe this idea strongly, even without other facts or arguments." Then he returned to his first chapters. The copyist had already made a clean copy for him. He corrected mistakes and improved the writing style. He wrote to Fox, "I am now making my final corrections before printing. I hope to receive the first printed pages in a month." Then he stopped suddenly. He put down his writing board and walked around the study. "For printing? Printed pages? What printer? What pages? I cannot find a publisher, even with my Beagle telescope. Only 4 days later, things changed. He received a note from Lady Mary Lisle. From the note, he understood that Lisle had spoken about the book to John Murray. Murray had bought the rights to his journal for the Home and Colonial Library. The book was selling well. The next day he decided to go to London. He knocked several times on the door at 53, Harley Street. A housemaid brought him into Lisle's study. Lisle looked up and saw him. At once his face became bright with happiness, like the sun coming out from behind a cloud. "Ah, Darwin! You came on a very good day. Give me 10 minutes to finish this part. I will ask someone to bring you a glass of sherry."
Yes, I did.
Charles stood in front of Lisle's large bookshelves. He moved his fingers across the books. Soon Lisle finished his work and showed him a comfortable chair. "I heard from Lady Lisle that you spoke to John Murray about me.
Does he know the subject of the book?
I think I gave him a good idea."
Is he willing to publish it?
"Yes, very willing. But he wants to see some of the manuscript first."
Of course. I can send him the first 3 chapters in about 10 days.
That will be very good. Murray is the best publisher for science books. You remember he published my first volume of Principles of Geology in 1830.
Should I tell him that my book is not too unusual? Should I say that I do not discuss Genesis and only give facts and fair conclusions?
Lisle smiled kindly at his friend. He could see Charles felt hope, excitement, and worry. "I would say nothing. Let the manuscript speak for itself." Charles could not stop thinking about publishing the book.
Can you tell me something else? Should I tell him what publishing terms I want? Or should I ask him to suggest the terms?
We should wait and see how Murray reacts to the manuscript. He is very good at knowing how many copies a book will sell.
Yes, of course. Would you please look at my title page?
Lisle read it carefully. It said, "An abstract of an essay on the origin of species and varieties." Then Lisle bent over a chair and hid his face in the seat for a long time. At last he stood up again. "You should not use the word abstract in the title. It will scare readers away. They will think the book is only a short summary."
But that word explains why I do not give all the references and facts in full.
You do not need to explain that. Let Murray decide. If he wants to publish the book, then you can be sure the word abstract will reduce the number of readers. The next day Charles wrote to Murray and sent the chapter headings. Murray answered at once and offered very good terms. Charles quickly carried the letter to Emma. She was sitting with Henrietta in the drawing room. The weak spring sunlight came through the windows.
Emma, listen to this. Murray has agreed to publish the book. He has not even seen the manuscript. He is offering profit sharing.
Then Charles became a little calmer.
I will tell him that I accept only if he can change his mind after reading part or all of the manuscript.
Charles also wrote to Murray.
It may sound proud, but I believe the public will find this subject interesting. I am sure the ideas are original.
John Murray read the 3 chapters. Then he showed them to one of his advisers, Reverend Whitwell Elwin, the editor of the Quarterly Review. Elwin advised Charles to stop writing the book and write about pigeons instead. After that, Murray showed the chapters to his friend George Pollock, who was a lawyer. Pollock thought the book was probably too difficult for any scientist living at that time, but he still advised Murray to publish it. He admired how honestly Charles discussed the problems in his own ideas and how well he answered them. Murray himself liked the chapters. Lisle and Hooker had also strongly recommended Charles. So Murray told Charles that he did not need to read more of the manuscript. He wanted the whole book sent to the printer as soon as possible. he ordered 1,250 copies for the first edition. However, he removed the word abstract from the title page. The new title became On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life. That is a big order for a science book, Charles said happily.
Henry Colburn only printed 500 copies of the journal. That was 20 years ago, my love, Emma answered. At that time, nobody knew you. Did you not tell Joseph Hooker that you thought your book would become popular with both scientists and other readers?
Charles became red in the face.
I can read the pages and correct printing mistakes if you want, she offered.
He looked at his wife with surprise. She did not agree with many ideas in the book. Almost every conclusion was against the beliefs she had all her life. He lifted her from the chair and held her close. Then he kissed her warmly. My dear Miss Wedgwood, he said, we have been married for 20 years. But I have never loved or admired you more than now. Large piles of papers stood on the table in his study. Research tools filled the room. There were bottles, jars, boxes, tubes, bowls, and measuring tools everywhere. The room looked different from any other room. His book had taken 20 years of work. At times, he believed strongly in himself and his talent. At other times, he felt small and unimportant. His thoughts changed again and again. Sometimes he felt full of confidence. Then suddenly he felt complete failure. Joy changed into sadness very quickly. He wanted very much to publish the book. At the same time, he also felt afraid of publishing it while he was alive. In public, he said the book would become successful and popular. Later, he would believe it must fail. He thought nobody would buy it or read it. He worried about his writing style and called it poor. Still, he continued to write page after page. Soon there were thousands of pages. He enjoyed putting his ideas on paper. He believed his discovery about nature's laws would change science forever. In many letters to friends, he complained that he was weak and ill. But he still worked very hard. He spent long hours writing, studying, and planning. Sometimes he finished a long and difficult chapter in less than a month. The subjects were areas that nobody had studied before. This was a great achievement. His work was careful and tested in his own laboratory. His earlier books had sold only a moderate number of copies. Still, they sold as well as books by other science writers of the time. People called his books seed copies. He believed he would never sell many more than that. Even so, he calmly looked at his work and trusted his ideas. He believed no scientist had matched his discoveries since 1543. That was the year when Copernicus published his famous book. Copernicus showed that the sun stood at the center and the earth moved around it like the other planets. Charles had both strong common sense and a trusting nature. Deep inside his mind, he knew that Dr. Henry Holland was right when he said that rest and change helped him more than the water treatments at the health spas. Charles Lyell was also right. When Darwin traveled with Emma to places like Italy, Spain, and France, he became calmer and felt better. Sometimes Darwin stopped working because he felt weak and ill. After some days or weeks, he returned to his work with new strength. He spent a lot of money on research. He bought books, specimens, microscopes, and paid for postage. He also paid writers to make clean copies of his work. He spent 8 years studying barnacles. He did not expect much money from this work. But he watched his money very carefully. He did not spend much on small pleasures for himself. He wanted every expense written down and explained. At times he felt proud because he had good money. At other times he feared he would lose everything. He wanted friendship, but he also stayed away from people. He lived quietly at Down House, far from society. Still, he often found reasons to travel to London. When he rested and did no work, he called it a time for thinking and preparing ideas. He worried a great deal about what critics said about his books and studies. He wrote long letters to answer them and explain his ideas. At the same time, he believed that critics would be forgotten and important work would remain. Praise made him very happy. Rejection made him deeply sad. He wanted other scientists and educated people to accept him, but he also studied strange and difficult ideas. He gave people ideas that many of them would not accept. He often thanked people for helping him. He praised the work of other scientists warmly and kindly. Yet he always wanted to discover new knowledge that nobody had found before. He was humble in some ways and proud in others. Did he know that his life moved in circles, like the hands of the tall clock in his hall? The clock hands reached noon, but they also reached midnight. Perhaps he understood this a little. Those moments of understanding were short and weak. They were like small sparks from the stone of a street worker sharpening knives and scissors. Such moments did not help him very much. He once said, "I would rather be the sick and unhappy man that I am than live as a lazy rich man." This was the truth of Charles Darwin's life, and he knew it. Why did his work make him sick? Almost all men worked. Many had jobs that were harder than his. Most men did not choose their work. He had real fears. At night, when he could not sleep, he felt worried and afraid. He thought about the ideas in his notebooks from 1837 to 1839. He also thought about his essays from 1842 and 1844. He feared what these ideas could cause in a Christian country like Great Britain. The country had often faced religious trouble in its history. When he was young, he was friendly and calm. People liked him at Shrewsbury School, at Christ's College, and on the HMS Beagle. He did not like arguments or fights. He never enjoyed competitive sports. Instead, he liked to walk near the River Severn. He liked horseback riding and catching toads in the marshes near Cambridge. He believed, like Agassiz, that nature always told the truth. But he felt nature had made a terrible mistake by choosing him for this work. He was not the Antichrist. But he believed many people would think he was. To him, that felt almost the same. He often felt dizzy. His heart beat too fast. He had stomach problems and sometimes felt sick. This was the price he paid for changing how people saw the world. He carefully planned all his spending and work. To him, the price was not too high. Many scientists in England, and even some friends, thought he worried too much about his health. They believed he imagined his illnesses. But he did not care. He knew he would study the origin of life for the rest of his life. His mind searched for the deepest truths about nature, but his body strongly fought against this work. There was no cure for this problem. His constant sickness did not stop his huge amount of research. It did not stop his many letters or his published books. His lack of money had also not stopped him before. He had still spent 8 years of his life and much of his money studying Cirripedia in 4 large books. When his courage became weak, he thought about the Santa Cruz River in Patagonia. There the water became low, and the Beagle stayed on the shore while workers repaired its copper bottom. Then one strong tide lifted the ship again. Charles thought one success could also help him move forward again. He wondered what kind of man he was. He did not want to think about the answer. Everyone helped him with the work. Frances Hooker was the daughter of John Henslow. When the manuscript was too messy for Joseph Hooker to edit, she made a clean copy. Hooker came to Down House for one last talk about how species were spread across the world. They placed the 90 pages of the chapter across the dining table. Charles said, "I want to know which parts you disagree with most. I also want to know if I used any of your ideas that you wish to save for your own book."
Joseph Hooker was now over 40 years old. His large whiskers around his face looked thick and full, like plants from one of his father's greenhouses. He touched them with care, as if they were rare plants from the Himalayas. You mostly used ideas from my published books, Hooker answered. That is why books are published. But we still disagree on some points. Let us talk about them and discuss our ideas.
At the end of March, Charles started to feel hopeful again. A friend of Emma and the Wedgwood family was Miss Georgina Toilette. She had once lived at Betley Hall, only 8 miles from Mayor Hall. By chance, she later moved to 14 Queen Anne Street, very near Erasmus's home. She often visited his salon. Writers liked her because she was happy to read manuscripts and correct spelling and grammar. She had training in this work. Charles had met her before at Mayor Hall and at Erasmus's home. With some courage, he asked if she would read his book.
I would be honored, Mr. Darwin, she said, but I do not know much about science. I am best at style and language.
I want the writing to be clear, Miss Toilette, Charles answered. John Murray sent her the first 3 chapters. While she worked on Charles' English, Charles sent Chapter 4, Natural Selection, to Murray. He wrote, I think you will want to read this part. It is the most important part of the book. John Murray thought the chapter on natural selection was very interesting. He sent it to Miss Toilette.
She told Charles that she had found only 3 unclear sentences so far, and she corrected them.
But Joseph Hooker was still working on Charles's last chapter. He wrote that much of the writing was still unclear. He said Charles must rewrite again and again until every idea was fully clear.
Charles knew that Hooker always wanted perfect work. He was very strict with himself and also with his friends. At first Charles was not very worried, but then Francis Hooker also said that many parts were unclear. That made Charles feel afraid. He worked very hard to explain his difficult ideas. At last, his health became very poor, but before that, he sent the rest of his book to John Murray.
You must go to Moor Park, Emma said firmly. Take George Eliot's Adam Bede with you. That book will help you relax better than billiards.
The Journal of the Linnean Society printed his and Wallace's papers. At first, almost nobody noticed them. Then he received his first criticism. He wished he had never seen it. Emma was in the schoolroom with her 2 youngest sons. She was teaching them handwriting. Darwin came into the room quickly. Here is a sign of the future, he said. This is from Reverend Samuel Horton's speech to the Geological Society in Dublin. He read the words aloud. This idea from Mr. Darwin and Mr. Wallace would not be important if famous men like Charles Lyell and Joseph Hooker had not supported it. Moor Park was beautiful and quiet. The rest helped him. The water treatments, walks, and Adam Bede were also good for him. In his free time, Dr. Lane played billiards with him. After only 1 week, he felt well enough to go home. Soon the printer sent the proof pages of the book. Darwin sat in his large chair and started to read them. He felt shocked and deeply upset. The handwritten pages he knew so well looked very different from the printed pages. To him, the difference felt enormous. He wrote to Murray in a very humble way. I work very slowly on the proofs. I remember telling you that there would not be many corrections. I was completely wrong. The writing style is very bad. I must make many corrections. I do not understand how I wrote so badly. During the next weeks, he covered the proof pages with corrections in pen and ink. He also added new material in the margins and at the top and bottom of the pages. At last, he thought the pages were impossible to read. He offered to make an agreement with John Murray. He said extra printing costs for corrections could come from his profits. At the end of June, he wrote sadly to Hooker. I must almost cover the pages in black ink and add pieces of paper. I now see that the writing style is very poor. You once dreamed that my book was interesting. Now I no longer believe that. I fear the public will think the book is very dry and difficult. Emma spent part of each day looking for printing mistakes. She hated to see him suffer so much.
Are you feeling too sorry for yourself? She asked.
In July, his sickness returned. He blamed the terrible proofs. He worked until July 19th. He corrected almost half of the pages. Then he went back to Moore Park for 1 week. This time he took some pages from Hooker's Introduction to Flora Tasmaniae. He also took 7 pages of his own work to correct. In the evenings he read 2 new books. One was Geoffrey Hamlin by Henry Kingsley. The other was Fitzgerald's translation of the Rue Bear of Omar Khayyam. After a few days, he wrote to Murray. "I think the style is now quite good and clear," he said. "I worked very hard on it. But I do not know if the book will be successful enough to satisfy you. I truly hope it will." Murray answered him. He said he had corrected the book so much that it was almost a new book. Charles knew this was true, but he believed the changes were necessary. At last, on September 10th, he finished the final proof. Only the index still needed work. He wrote to Lyell and spoke very openly. "I strongly believe my ideas are true," he said, "and I have never avoided a difficult problem. I very much want to know your opinion. I will not be upset if you do not agree with me. It took me many years to accept these ideas myself, but I will be very happy if you do agree. Especially if my book helps change your mind. Then I will feel my life's work is complete. After that, I will not care much if I never do another important thing." On October 2nd, he went alone to Ilkley. It was a health town with mineral springs north of Leeds. His family planned to come a few weeks later. He traveled slowly and took 3 days for the journey. The hotel gave him large, comfortable rooms. But he did not like the place. The food was good, and his appetite became stronger. He took baths and went for walks. Then he hurt his ankle. After that, he had to stay inside. His leg became swollen. Later he got a rash and then boils. The weather also became very cold. His only comfort was the letters from Down House. He received letters from Lyell, Hooker, and Huxley. He wrote long answers to them. He asked Huxley for a list of foreign scientists. He wanted to send them copies of his book. But he did not know how many books he could pay for. John Murray had still not decided the price. His family arrived, and they found a house to stay in. But Charles continued to have problems. His face became swollen. His eyes were almost closed.
Dr. Edmund Smith was the local doctor. He told Charles that he was going through a very unusual illness.
"It feels more like living in hell," Charles said. Emma saw a strange look on Dr. Smith's face. It seemed to ask, "What is wrong with this man?" Charles also noticed the look. After the doctor left, he said, "I do not think Dr. Smith cares about his patients very much. I think he cares more about his money."
Henrietta agreed with her father about Ilkley. "This place is terribly cold," she said.
Emma tried hard to keep everyone cheerful. Charles understood that much of his illness came from waiting and worrying. He feared his book might completely fail. Then his larger book about species might never be published. He feared people might ignore the book, or they might attack it and speak badly about him. He imagined a huge wave of hate and criticism against him. One thing gave him comfort. In September 1859, Charles Lyell gave a speech at a meeting in Aberdeen.
Lyell said that a new book by Charles Darwin would soon appear. He explained that Darwin had spent 20 years studying animals, plants, and geology. He said Darwin believed that the natural forces which create races and varieties in plants and animals also create species over very long times. Lyell said Darwin's work helped explain many facts about living things. He also said no other idea had explained these facts so well.
Lyell's public support made Charles feel encouraged. Charles tried not to think too much about one part of Lyell's letter. At the end, Lyell wrote that he still believed some higher creative power was necessary. Charles felt surprised and unhappy. Lyell still did not fully accept natural selection. He still believed a personal God had to guide life. Charles answered at once. "I cannot see why this is necessary," he wrote. "If we accept that idea, then natural selection loses its value." He said that a simple early animal could slowly change into many different animals through natural selection. He believed this process could explain all animals with backbones. At the end of the first week of November, Charles received an early copy of Origin of Species at Ilkley. John Murray sent it to him. Charles touched the green cloth cover gently. The book had 500 pages. He thought the printing looked beautiful. Murray also sent good news. After some copies were given to Charles, critics, and copyright offices, all the other books had already been sold. Almost 1,200 copies were gone.
Murray wrote, "We need another edition immediately."
The news made Charles extremely happy. It also helped his health. The swelling around his eyes and face disappeared. His leg became better. His hurt ankle healed. The weather became warmer too. He could take the children on long walks again. Soon he became very active. He wrote to Murray and offered to help pay the cost of printing the second edition. He ordered 20 more copies for himself. Then he made a long list of people who should receive the book. After that, he wrote letters to them and asked for their opinions. In the middle of November, another letter made him even happier. Young John Lubbock strongly praised the book. The praise pleased Charles very much. Still, he answered modestly. "I am glad you read my book," he wrote. "But I think you praise it too much." 2 days later, William Carpenter wrote to him. Carpenter was a scientist who had helped Charles choose his new microscope. He asked for permission to review the book for the National. Charles quickly agreed. When Dr. Edmund Smith visited Charles again, he saw a great change in him.
"There," the doctor said. "Did I not tell you that this difficult time would pass and that you would feel better after it?"
"You did, Doctor." "You did," Charles answered. 3 days later, Charles received the first printed review of the book. It appeared in the Athenaeum on November 19th. The writer did not like the book. The review ignored all the arguments that supported Charles's ideas. Instead, the writer spoke about the author's self-satisfaction. He also said Charles treated difficult problems too confidently. The reviewer then spoke about religion and theology. He said Charles would now face attacks from churches, colleges, lecture halls, and museums. Charles felt upset. He wrote to Hooker and asked if he could discover who wrote the review. He complained that the writer tried to turn religious people against him. Charles said the reviewer would not destroy him himself, but he would encourage others to attack him. Only a few hours later, another letter arrived. It came from Rear Admiral Robert Fitzroy. Fitzroy now worked for the Government Weather Department. The department collected reports from British ship captains about winds, air pressure, temperature, and rain. Charles had not spoken to Fitzroy since Fitzroy's difficult visit to Down House. Now Fitzroy wrote because he was alarmed by Charles's ideas.
Fitzroy said Charles had spent too much time with pigeons, rabbits, and microscope studies. He said Charles no longer looked at nature in a wide and complete way. He also accused Charles of reading only the parts of books that helped his own ideas. Fitzroy wrote that this habit gave unfair results. Then Fitzroy spoke strongly about human origins. "I cannot find anything noble in the idea that humans came from apes," he wrote.
For a moment, Charles's hand shook as he held the letter. His book never discussed where humans came from. He had only asked why apes had not developed the same intelligence as humans. He also wrote that many possible reasons existed, but they were only guesses, so he did not discuss them further. He read the review in the Athenaeum again. It was clear that Fitzroy used this review. There he found the sentences that caused trouble. Lady Constance Rawley, in Disraeli's story, believes that man came from monkeys. This idea appeared before in Vestiges. Now Mr. Darwin makes it almost a full belief. In his opinion, man appeared only recently and may disappear soon. We are not immortal. We are only temporary. Ah, well, he said quietly. People have talked about this idea for a long time. Some people will probably say I alone created it. On November 24th, the day the book came out, the family was still in Ilkley. It was a happy day. John Murray was printing another 3,000 copies. Letters of support arrived from Lyell and Hooker. Thomas Huxley also sent a strong and friendly letter. "We are a close family," Charles said after he read the letters to Emma. "With those 3 men beside us, we will continue." There was also a careful letter from Sir John Herschel. He had always been friendly. He wrote that he received the book, but he did not agree with its ideas. Charles felt surprised. "Herschel helped build the science of astronomy," he said. "But he cannot accept a different new science." "Do you know what I think? I think the human mind has separate parts, like drawers in a desk. Open one drawer, and a person is open and clever. Open another, and the same person becomes closed and stubborn. I wonder if we will ever truly understand the human brain."
Perhaps enough to stay alive, Emma answered dryly. But not enough to feel happy about it.
Another letter gave Charles more hope. It came from the well-known botanist Hewitt C. Watson.
After I started reading The Origin, I could not stop until I finished it. Your main idea will become accepted science. I mean natural selection. It explains things that were not clear before. It makes difficult ideas simpler. It adds much to our knowledge. You are the greatest new thinker in natural history in this century, and maybe in all centuries.
From Ilkley, the family went to Shrewsbury. Charles felt happy to return to the Mount. He was born in that house. He walked through the familiar rooms. The furniture was still the same as in his childhood memories. The large library with its marble columns looked grand. Down House now seemed small and simple beside it. He had already sent Susan and Cathy a copy of Origin of Species. His sisters placed the book with his other books on a table made of fine wood. The book stood between marble bookends with pink lines. Susan and Cathy had not yet read the book. Charles slept well there. He ate goose pie and potato pie in the dining room that looked over the River Severn. He also made corrections and added notes for the next edition from John Murray. With his 2 sons, he walked along the paths he knew as a boy. It was a peaceful and happy week. It felt outside normal time. He wrote to Erasmus and told him the family would come to London on December 6th. They would stay a few days with him. Erasmus answered quickly. He said he would hold a dinner party on December 7th for Charles's close friends.
Erasmus had been ill with fever. He said, "It made my mind feel weaker."
But he did not act weak when the Darwins arrived. He kissed his nieces and nephews warmly. He kissed Emma kindly on the cheek. Then he put his arms around Charles and hugged him strongly.
"Well, Gas, you did it," he said. "Every sentence came from the chemistry lessons I gave you in that little tool house at the Mount. Do you remember the day we filled the neighborhood with the smell of sulfurious acid?"
While the servants helped Emma and the children settle into their rooms, Charles and Erasmus rested in comfortable chairs near each other. "Did you read all of The Origin, Raz?" Charles asked.
Erasmus took a deep breath before he answered. "I think it is the most interesting book I have ever read. I can only compare it to the first time I learned chemistry. It feels like entering a new world. Or maybe like seeing behind the hidden parts of the old world. For me, the strongest proof is the connection between islands and continents. The connection between ancient forms and living species is also very strong. Perhaps I do not worry enough about the missing older forms. But I also do not know if scientists could separate today's living species if all of them became fossils.
There were 2 messages for Charles. One message came from Dr. Henry Holland. The other message came from Richard Owen. Henry Holland met Charles in his rich office in Harley Street.
"Ah, Charles, you look well," Henry said. "Maybe Ilkley is better for health than I thought."
"I have read only half of your book, so I cannot give a clear opinion yet." "You seem very unsure," Charles said with a smile.
"Yes, that is true," Henry answered. "I cannot fully agree with you or with the churchmen."
"Is it not hard to stay between both sides?" Charles asked.
"What can I do?" Henry said. "I read your chapter about the eye changing over time."
The idea was very bold. It surprised him very much, but he thought it could not work. He said it was impossible to understand the structure and use of living things from the first fish. Still, he thought part of the idea could be true. Then he said he wanted to shake Charles's hand and congratulate him on the book, whether the ideas were right or wrong. Charles left the office. He felt amused, but also a little annoyed. He took a carriage to the British Museum. There he found Richard Owen in his office. Before Owen looked up from the laboratory report in his hands, Charles looked at his face. At once, 2 memories came into his mind. One was their first meeting after the Beagle returned. Owen had seemed quiet, elegant, and very clever. The second memory was very different. At the Royal Society, Owen had been angry and wild. He had destroyed another member's paper and damaged the man's reputation. Richard Owen greeted Charles politely. He spoke in a calm and educated way. But Charles had always believed Owen hid bitter and mocking feelings behind his polite manner. Then Owen's face became red.
"I strongly dislike that you put my name with people who believe species never change," he said harshly.
"That was truly what I believed," Charles answered. Other people thought the same.
"Your friends like Huxley, I suppose?" Owen said. "My important place among scientists and naturalists in London is clear to everyone. But, Darwin, in many ways I agree with you."
"There is no one's approval that I want more," Charles replied. The anger slowly left Owen's eyes.
"Your explanation of how species form is the best one anyone has published," he said. "But do not think I agree with everything."
"It is not likely that I am right about almost everything," Charles answered. "That would be like throwing a coin and getting heads 20 times in a row. Then I should say that we do not want to know what Darwin believes. We want to know what he can prove. I agree that I have probably made a great mistake in this way, but I still believe a man can make a theory and then see how many facts it explains." Owen did not accept this idea. "Another problem is that your book tries to explain everything. That is very unlikely." "Yes, that is true. A man can only try. I am often only a little ahead of the facts I know. But because I move ahead, I make progress. Without theories based on facts, I believe there would be no new observations. When I think about ideas without strong facts, I warn myself. I say, this is only a guess. Be careful." Owen seemed to think Charles was saying sorry. He became a little kinder and shook Charles's hand. Then he ended the meeting. The good thing about the book is that it is truly Darwin's own work. As Charles rode back to Erasmus's house, he again felt that Owen's praise sounded insulting. Charles and Mary Lyle were at Erasmus's house when Charles and Emma came back from a visit to Hensley and Fanny Wedgwood. Mary Lyle had a big smile on her face. Lyle put his strong arms around Charles.
"I am very happy," he cried. "I am glad that Hooker, Huxley, and I tried hard to make you publish the book. If you waited longer, the right time might never come, even if you live to be 100 years old.
Charles felt his face become red. I planned to leave the manuscript to you and Hooker to edit after my death. I always thought death was near.
Mary Lyle laughed. It is always the sick men who take great care of themselves who live the longest.
Erasmus's butler brought champagne. Lyle touched his glass to Charles S. and drank deeply. When Thomas and Nettie Huxley arrived, Huxley spoke with great excitement.
9 years ago, I read von Bayer's essay about embryos. Since then, no book about natural history has impressed me as much as your book. I am ready to defend your ideas completely. I hope you will not become too upset by the attacks and false stories that may come. I believe many thoughtful people will always thank you for this work. As for the people who attack you, remember that some of your friends like to fight for what they believe. You have often told us not to fight so much, but now it may help you. I am getting ready for the battle.
Joseph and Francis Hooker arrived last. Hooker's face was usually serious, but now he looked full of joy. His eyes shone as he held Charles's shoulder.
The book feels very different from the manuscript. We stayed with the Lyles when we both read Origin.
Lyle was very excited about the book. He enjoyed it greatly. For me, I think it is a wonderful book. It is very well written. I believe it will do well. I accept your kind words in the introduction and your thanks for my help as a sign of friendship from a good man, even if I think he is wrong. While Hooker spoke with the others, Charles took Francis Hooker aside. Has your father read the book? He asked.
Yes, he has.
What does my dear old teacher think about it? I am afraid he does not agree with his student this time.
He likes some parts. Other parts he does not like.
Does he hate me because of it?
He loves you like a son, she answered softly. And he forgives you for your sins against God.
Charles looked carefully at Francis's face. She looked very much like her father, Professor Henslow. Then dinner was ready. The butler filled their glasses with cold white wine. With a quiet smile, Erasmus stood up and lifted his glass.
To the origin of our species.
Charles Lyell answered him.
As the American writer Emerson said, be careful when God sends a great thinker into the world.
2 days later, the family returned to Down House. There, great trouble began. The strongest attack came from Adam Sedgwick. He had been Charles's friend for many years. At one time, he may also have wanted to marry Charles's sister Susan. Now Sedgwick was an important church leader and an important man at Cambridge University. His letter was clearly the start of a longer attack that he planned to publish in a major British journal. At first, Sedgwick wrote kindly about their friendship. Then his letter became much harder.
If I did not think you were a good and honest man, I would not say this to you, he wrote. I read your book with more pain than pleasure. I admired some parts very much. Some parts made me laugh a great deal. Other parts made me very sad because I think they are completely wrong and dangerous. You have started a wild idea. I believe it is as foolish as old machines people once dreamed about. I believe causes come from the will of God. I believe God acts for the good of his creatures. You and I strongly disagree about this. There is also a moral and spiritual side to nature, not only a physical side. A man who denies this is making a serious mistake. You have ignored this connection. In some parts of your book, I think you even try to break it. Some passages in your book shocked me deeply.
Charles put the letter down on the table beside him. He felt deeply hurt. Emma was also very upset by the letter. She would not even let the older children read it. After the children went to bed, Charles spoke sadly to his wife. I feel most hurt when he says, I admired some parts. Some parts made me laugh. Even though he says he cares about me, those words make me look foolish. He makes me seem like a man who spent many years writing something that is false and harmful. He knows I have studied natural history seriously all my life. There is no worse insult than being laughed at. It took him 2 days before he could write a short answer. During that time, he made many replies in his mind, but he wrote nothing on paper. At last, he wrote a simple message. I do not think you want anyone to hide his results after he has worked as well as he can. I do not think my book will cause harm. Many people study these subjects. If I am wrong, others will soon show it. Truth can only be known when it stands strong after every attack. The next attack came in the Edinburgh Review. The article had no writer's name. But Charles, Lyell, Hooker, and Huxley met at the Athenaeum and talked about the very long review. They all agreed that no famous scientist in Britain could truly stay unknown. Everything in the article showed that Richard Owen had written it. They wondered why he attacked in secret.
People are very hard to understand, he said. They are harder to understand than rare plants or mountain rocks.
The article is very cruel and very clever, Charles said quietly. I think it will hurt us badly. He speaks very harshly about you, Huxley. He is also very bitter toward you, Hooker. But Lyell, he did not attack you. You should feel pleased.
Not at all, Lyell answered with a warm smile. I feel left out. The worst thing about Richard Owen is this. In all these years, he has never trained a student or follower.
The 4 men sat in the morning room of the club. They drank sherry before lunch. Charles turned a page of the Edinburgh Review and read aloud while his friends sat in large leather chairs. The scientific world waited with great interest for the facts Mr. Darwin would use to support his theory about this great question in biology. People hoped his research would help explain this great mystery. But now we have seen the main observations in this book, and we feel disappointed.
Huxley cried out in anger. It is jealousy, only jealousy. His whole thinking is full of jealousy.
More attacks came quickly and from many places. Sometimes the attacks came from places they did not expect. A strong review in the Daily News said Charles had stolen ideas from his teacher, the writer of Vestiges. The Gardener's Chronicle printed an unfriendly article. This surprised Charles because he had written short pieces for them for many years. Then another attack came from the Proceedings of the Royal Society of Edinburgh. The Canadian naturalist printed a review that partly agreed and partly disagreed. In the North British Review, there was another article. Everyone said it was very harsh. A church minister named John Duns wrote it. He also studied natural history a little. I am very surprised by the way many people react to my book, Charles said to Emma. The attacks are more about religion than science. I expected that. Yet Charles also received strong criticism from close friends. Asa Gray wrote that the weakest part of the book was the explanation of how organs like eyes and ears formed through natural selection. Even Hooker told him that he talked too much about natural selection and depended on it too much. Still, Joseph Hooker wrote an article about the book for the Gardener's Chronicle. Asa Gray wrote a very positive review in the American Journal of Science and Arts. Later he wrote a longer article for the London Times and another signed article for Macmillan's magazine. Thomas Wollaston published an unfriendly review in the Annals and Magazine of Natural History. He gave a clever summary, but he understood Charles's ideas in the wrong way. Samuel Horton had already rejected the paper by Charles and Wallace in the Journal of the Linnean Society. Later he wrote another strong attack in the Proceedings of the Natural History Society of Dublin. Strangely, the English churchman praised Horton, even though the writer only partly accepted natural selection. At the same time, J. E. Gray from the British Museum spoke against the book. He was an expert in zoology.
He said, "You only repeated Lamarck's ideas. Nothing is new. For 20 years, Lyell and others attacked Lamarck. Now you say similar things, and they suddenly agree with you. It makes no sense.
Many church leaders also spoke against Charles and his book. People criticized him in churches from Glasgow to Plymouth. Very quickly, he became both famous and disliked. People all over Great Britain talked about the origin at dinner tables. Many of them had never even read the book. But Charles also received a kind letter from Charles Kingsley. Kingsley was a famous churchman and writer. He had recently become chaplain to Queen Victoria.
Kingsley wrote, "Dear Sir, thank you for sending me your book. I greatly respect your work. Your book makes me think carefully. I see many facts in it, and your ideas are very powerful. If you are right, I must change many things I believed before, but I do not fear that. We must search for the truth and follow it wherever it leads."
Charles also received support from Reverend Brodie Innes in Down. Innes stayed loyal to his friend with strong determination. When people in his church wanted to argue about the book, he stopped the discussion. One evening, Charles and Innes shared a glass of port after a light meal at Down House.
Innes said, "Even before I knew you, Mr. Darwin, I said publicly that people should study nature and science without using the Bible as a guide. Nature and religion move on separate paths. They do not cross."
Charles agreed and nodded. Then he gave Innes a cruel pamphlet written by a clergyman. At first, Innes laughed at the attacks against Charles. Then he suddenly stopped when he saw Charles's face.
"Ah, Mr. Darwin, this pamphlet has hurt you," he said.
"It has," Charles answered. "I never directly attacked religion or the clergy. Why do they speak against me in this way?"
"Because they are afraid," Innes replied. "They fear your book may threaten their safe and comfortable lives."
Huxley answered Charles's angry complaints in a calmer way. He said, "You do not notice how much people are talking about origin. All this attention creates more discussion. Even bad reviews make more people speak about the book."
Charles could have lived without that kind of advantage. The fast changes in public opinion reminded him of his voyage on the HMS Beagle. One moment people praised him. The next moment they attacked him. The experience made him feel sick and tired. He missed the quiet hammock in the map room on the ship. There he could lie down and eat raisins and biscuits while the ship moved under him. Emma felt the pain of the hostile reviews as deeply as Charles did. The attacks against his honesty and his work hurt her greatly. People called him many ugly names. She was happy when good reviews appeared. But inside herself, Emma agreed with some of the religious critics. She believed Charles's ideas could weaken people's faith in God.
If people lose faith, she thought, they will lose hope too. People cannot live without faith. Life would become too hard without it. I would feel deeply troubled if material things became more important than spiritual life.
No one knew this, of course. She did not tell anyone about her deep thoughts. She did not speak about them to her sisters, brothers, children, or friends. She went to church often. She took the sacrament. Every day she read her Bible and taught her children. Charles understood some of her problem. In fact, this fear had worried him for a long time. Still, she had helped him by checking the printer's pages for the book Origin. He did not know how much pain his writing caused her. The worse she felt, the more strongly she supported the family. She stood beside her husband with great loyalty. She felt very thankful to Charles's friends who defended him. These friends were Lyell, Hooker, Huxley, Lubbock, and his brother Erasmus. But with her thanks, she also felt doubt and fear. Her health made her feel she must explain her beliefs. At the same time, she wanted to protect Charles's health and peace of mind. She wrote him a letter. Then she tore it up. A few days later, she wrote another letter. She threw that one away too. She wrote these letters in different feelings and moods. but none of them said what she truly wanted. She wished to comfort him. She also wanted him to understand her feelings. She believed he should turn his thoughts toward God. At last, she left a letter in his study while he was walking on the sand walk. This was the second letter she had left for Charles. The first one was just after their marriage, 21 years earlier. Both letters carried almost the same message.
I cannot tell you how much I have felt sorry for your suffering during these past weeks, she wrote. You have had many problems. I also feel very thankful for your cheerful and loving looks toward me. I know you have felt very unhappy. I am sure you know I love you very much. When you suffer, I almost suffer the same way. The only thing that gives me peace is to believe that suffering and illness come from God's hand. I try to believe they help us raise our minds and hope for a life after this one.
When he saw your patience, your care for other people, your calm mind, and your thanks for even small acts of help, he strongly wished that you would give these good feelings to heaven for your daily happiness. He believed that people pray because of feeling, not because of reason. He was very happy that people were translating the book into French and German. The American publisher, D. Napleton, was also selling many copies. They printed a first edition of 2,500 books. This number was twice as large as John Murray's first printing. He thought, the Americans are brave people. Later, he received a check from Appleton for £22. This was more money than he had ever hoped to earn from another country. Murray told Lyell that 50 copies of Origin of Species had sold in the last 2 days. One man asked for the book at the railway station near Waterloo Bridge. The bookseller said there were no more copies until the new edition arrived. The bookseller also said he had not read the book, but he had heard that it was very important. To Charles, it seemed that many more people attacked him and his book than accepted it. His letters showed this clearly. Still, it also seemed that almost everyone was reading at least part of the book. Nobody stayed neutral about it. Was angry talk more natural for people than kind words?
Charles Lyell gave him a simple idea that helped him live through the attacks. Do not try to change the minds of people now, he said. The next generation will believe you. People think you are fighting against God and the church. It would have been easier for you if you had attacked the British Empire instead.
Charles went to London more often because many people now talked about him. He visited the many scientific groups where he was a member. These included the Royal Society, the Linnean Society, the Zoological Society, the Entomological Society, the Royal Geographical Society, and the Geological Society. He carefully watched how people reacted to him. Only the Entomological Society strongly stood against him. Most of the other members thought his ideas were his own opinions. They believed people should study the ideas and decide about them. Charles felt thankful for their support. Some people spoke about his book. They said they were reading it and found it interesting. They also congratulated him because a difficult science book had become popular with many readers. People who had not read the book treated him the same as before. I am not loved, Charles told Charles Lyell as they left the Athenaeum Club. But people do not hate me either. I think this is quite good.
Most of us are civilized people, Lyell answered with a quiet smile. In London, a man can dislike your ideas and still drink tea with you peacefully.
One evening Charles looked around the dinner table and spoke to his children. Lately many people have attacked me, he said. The attacks have come again and again. But the family knew the truth. Charles was very sensitive. He did not enjoy arguments or public fights. Every good review made him very happy. It felt like hearing the first kind words of his career. Every new attack surprised him again, even after many years of criticism. He returned to work in his study. This was the first time he had done serious work since he finished correcting the second edition of Origin. Many months had passed since then. During that time, a great amount of new information arrived at Down House. Experts wrote letters to him about their special subjects. Scientific journals printed new articles. New books also appeared, and many connected closely to his large manuscript. From that huge work of 2,000 pages, he had taken the shorter book, Origin of Species. Now he began adding the new information to his work. At the same time, he noticed that he felt much better. The sickness in his stomach had disappeared. The gas that woke him several times each night was also gone. "Why do I feel so much better?" he thought one cold afternoon as he kicked small stones during his walk on the sandwalk. Was waiting for the angry public reaction worse than the real thing? Am I calmer now because everything is open? Or am I so busy answering both my critics and my supporters that I forget about my illness? Soon after these unusual thoughts, his stomach began to hurt again. After someone told him about a doctor in London, Charles went there for help. The doctor was Dr. Frederick W. Headland. He had won a prize for his book about medicine. Dr. Headland told Charles to drink enough wine every day. He also told him not to eat sweet food. The doctor spoke especially about the chocolate candies that Charles and Emma liked very much. He gave Charles some medicine called nitromuriatic acid. At first, the treatment helped him. Then, during the cold days of March, Charles became sick again. He had pain in his chest. He coughed and found it hard to breathe. He also had a fever. A few days later, he was well again.
He wrote to Hooker, the illness came strongly and left very quietly.
Charles stayed healthy until the meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science in Oxford on June 27, 1860. At the meeting, Bishop Samuel Wilberforce planned to speak against Darwin. People called the bishop Soapy Sam. He had a smooth voice and often changed his opinions during church arguments.
He promised that he would smash Darwin.
At that time, Charles felt strong and healthy. His mind was clear, and he wanted to work. So he made an important decision. This decision changed his work for the next 22 years. Even in January 1860, Charles still wanted to publish his very large manuscript. It was about 2,000 pages long. At last, he understood that this was not possible. So he decided to publish each chapter as a separate book. Each book would have its own introduction and index. This plan would give him more time to continue his research. He could also make every chapter larger and better. During the end of winter and the beginning of spring, many visitors came to Down House. John Henslow was happy to visit his favorite student. Charles and Henslow walked together in the woods. They collected rare mosses and ferns. "The only thing I miss in Kent is the fens of Cambridgeshire," Charles said. "There are so many living things there. It is like a small world." "I always liked collecting plants and animals," he continued. "But in the fens, you helped me become a naturalist."
Henslow's long hair was white like snow. He was only 64 years old, but his cheeks had become thinner.
Still, Charles thought he was one of the best and most beautiful men he knew. He was kind, generous, and gentle. A rare good man in a world full of trouble and fighting. Henslow helped Charles stay calm during the difficult time around him. Dr. William Well was now the head of Trinity College at Cambridge. He would not allow a copy of Origin of Species in the college library. Charles felt shocked by this. "It is hard for me to understand people," he said. He stopped the book from entering the library. "That is a serious thing for a great university." But then he wrote me a kind letter. He said he did not agree with me yet. Still, he said my book had many important ideas and facts. He also said people must think carefully before they argue against it.
Henslow nodded his old head. "Then why not let the students think carefully too?" he asked. "Stopping books never works for long. I will speak about your book in my classes."
How are my old friends at Christ's College feeling about this bad behavior from one of their old students? Charles asked.
Henslow's pale blue eyes shone with quiet humor. They are calm about it, he answered. Some are even proud of you. Why do you not visit the college again?
It has been 23 years since they gave me my master's degree, Charles said.
Then come when Adam Sedgwick gives his university talk against your book, Henslow said. You know the subject better than anyone. You can answer him.
Charles felt afraid at the thought. I do not have the courage to defend my ideas in public, he said. I can only do that quietly in my study.
Then I will defend them, Henslow said softly.
Emma was very happy to have the Lyells visiting them. Mary Lyell had been her good friend since the years they lived at Upper Gower Street. At that time, the Lyells lived nearby on Hart Street. Rain fell over down in long slanting lines. Charles placed Lyell in a comfortable writing chair. He remembered the day almost 4 years earlier when Lyell and Hooker told him to begin writing at once and publish his work quickly. Lyell was 62 years old. His hair was becoming thin, but he was still a handsome man. His white sideburns reached down to his cheekbones. He had large eyes and a strong mouth that still looked young. Lyell was full of excitement about a new project.
Darwin, I have decided something, he said. I am going to write a book about the history of man. The title may be Geological Evidences of the Antiquity of Man.
Charles was surprised and pleased at the same time. Thank God, he said. You have taken a great weight from me. You are very brave to do this, and I respect you for it. Your book will surely be important, but many people will be shocked. In this very room, you once warned me not to write about man. Now I think I must warn you even more strongly.
I know the dangers, Lyell answered. This is the hardest subject of all. I will protect myself in one way. I want you to read every page of my book before it is published.
Charles moved in his chair with discomfort. I think humans are like other animals, he said. It is hard to deny this. Long ago, our ancestor was an animal that lived in water. It had a tail for swimming and a simple skull. It was both male and female. This is a strange family history for humans. It was a happy time when Joseph Hooker and Thomas Huxley came to Down House with their wives. Emma, Frances Hooker, and Nettie Huxley shared many of the same problems and joys. The 3 men were some of the most creative scientists in Britain. All of them studied nature and tried to understand its hidden causes. They worked too hard and were often sick. Their wives often cared for them. All 3 men had strong new ideas, and these ideas sometimes brought stress into family life. They were all independent men. The men sat together around the table in the drawing room. Outside, the warm spring sun still shone. The flower beds were beginning to show color.
Hooker said, soon many people may support you. Right now, people attack your work without good reason. Later, many people may agree with you without good reason too. Owen has hurt his own name. He tried to insult Huxley, and he treated you badly even though he called himself your friend.
But Hooker was wrong, or maybe he spoke too early. His first essay for Flora Tasmaniae had received good reviews at first. Now Charles's enemies agreed not to speak about it at all. They did this because parts of the essay supported natural selection. This is very petty, Charles cried. I think these attacks show that our work matters. We must not lose hope. I believe the time will come, though I will not live to see it. One day we will have true family trees for every great group in nature. The 3 men took walking sticks from the stand near the garden door. Then they went outside into the cool April evening. They walked toward the sandwalk for their usual walk around the dark woods. After they began to walk together at the same pace, Huxley spoke in a strong voice.
Right now there is a hard fight between people. Personal feelings are stronger than clear arguments. It is hard to change the mind of someone who refuses to listen. The strange thing is that our opponents are starting to argue with each other.
They accused each other of using the wrong ideas against them. Still, Charles said, it hurts me that Owen hates me so much. People in London say he is very jealous because many people talk about my book. It is strange that he is jealous of a naturalist like me. I am much less important than he is. John Henslow says that one naturalist should not hate another. It is like one religious group attacking another.
Hooker took off his glasses and moved them in a circle. Botany is not a field full of arguments, he said. Bentham and I are writing an encyclopedia. It will contain only facts. People cannot argue with facts.
Huxley said. One person calls something a fact. Another person calls it false.
Darkness slowly covered the land. They left the sandwalk and went through the small gate. Then they walked beside the kitchen garden toward the house with lights in the windows.
Hooker asked, "Will you come with us to the British Association meeting in Oxford?" Lyle says he will be there.
No, I will not. His voice was firm and clear. Each attack against the book was answered by support from someone else. Louis Agassiz was a famous naturalist at Harvard. He called Origin of Species poor, very poor. He also wrote an article in an American science journal. In it, he explained why he disliked the book. But Asa Gray, another man at Harvard, wrote a very good reply. He also offered to send Charles S. corrections for the English second edition to the American printer. Charles S. friend Thomas Wollaston strongly attacked the book in a science magazine. William H. Harvey also criticized Charles in the Gardener's Chronicle. Soon after that, the New York Times printed a long article supporting the book. The geologist Sir Roderick Murchison told Charles he was disappointed by Origin of Species. Then Charles received a letter from Leonard Jennings. Jennings was both a churchman and a naturalist. He wrote that he agreed with Charles much more than he had expected. Richard Owen wrote a hard attack in the Edinburgh Review. He hid his name from readers. At the same time, Charles received very warm reviews from William Carpenter in the National. Professor F. J. Pictet from Geneva also wrote a fair review in the Bibliothèque Universelle. Pictet was an expert on ancient animals. His review would help more people in France and Germany become interested in the book.
Alfred Wallace sent a very warm letter from Malaysia after he finished reading the book.
Charles told his friends, Wallace's letter was very modest. He showed no jealousy at all. Every reviewer had his own strong opinion. The attacks from Samuel Horton and William Harvey made Charles think he explained his ideas badly. Then he learned that Henry Thomas Buckle strongly approved of the book. Buckle had written History of Civilization in England. Charles felt happy again. The Christian Examiner in Boston gave the book a good review, but a writer in Fraser's magazine said naturalists could not think clearly.
Still, there was no answer to the anger of Adam Sedgwick. Without using his name, Sedgwick wrote a very harsh article in The Spectator. He said he hated the theory because it was too materialistic. He said it left the true scientific path. He also said it rejected higher purpose in nature. Sedgwick wrote that he did not believe Darwin was an atheist, but he believed Darwin's ideas led toward atheism. He said the book was built on false ideas repeated again and again. He wrote that weak ideas could not create strong truth.
Huxley asked, "How does it feel when people praise you one day and attack you the next day?"
Charles thought for a moment. It feels like the sailors on the Beagle, he said. When we reached a port, they drank and celebrated. Later they were punished for it by the officers. The fight over Origin of Species had mostly stayed inside science and church circles. Adam Sedgwick changed it into a much larger public battle. He wanted to destroy the book completely. Charles learned from Henslow that Sedgwick planned to attack the book before the Cambridge Philosophical Society. "That is a great shock," Charles told Emma. "Sedgwick helped begin my career. He shared my Beagle letters with the Philosophical Society and published them. Now he wants to use the same society to destroy me. The contest took place before many important people. Henslow wrote about it to Joseph Hooker. Hooker sent the letter to Charles. Charles read it aloud while he and Emma sat outside in the warm sun on a sweet May day. Sedgwick gave a strong speech. He spoke against people who used ideas instead of careful facts. He also spoke against some of Darwin's ideas. He said they felt wrong to him. Then Dr. William Clark spoke. He was a professor of astronomy. He spoke very strongly against Darwin's views. Henslow did not stay quiet. Sedgwick had spoken about him, so he stood up and defended Darwin as well as he could. He said Darwin always tried to tell the truth. He also said Darwin believed he was honoring the Creator, not insulting him. Darwin believed God made laws for the living world and worked through those laws. Sedgwick's speech caused much discussion in the academic world. The effect spread far away. Henslow defended Charles in his lectures at Cambridge. At Oxford, Reverend Baden-Powell supported Charles's ideas. He used Darwin's conclusions to support his own scientific opinions. Sedgwick became angry and attacked Powell's views. Richard Owen tried to stop all the attention around Charles Darwin. He walked around London and said, "The Origin is only the popular book of today."
Next week or next month, people will talk about another book.
Huxley answered with excitement.
He said, "It is the book of today. And tomorrow. And tomorrow."
Some people called Charles an atheist. He answered them in a letter to Asa Gray. "The religious side of this subject is painful for me," he wrote. "I feel confused. I never wanted to write against religion. I know I cannot clearly see signs of design and kindness everywhere in the world, though I wish I could. There is too much suffering in the world. I cannot believe that a kind and all-powerful God made insects that live inside caterpillars and feed on them. I also cannot believe God planned for cats to play cruelly with mice. I think everything may come from laws that were designed. Then good and bad details happen through what we may call chance. But this idea does not fully satisfy me. I feel very strongly that this subject is too deep for the human mind. A dog cannot understand the mind of Newton." Asa Gray told Charles how fierce the argument had become in the United States. One day young John Lubbock came from High Elms on horseback. He brought news from his father.
"There is an excellent article in the French review Des Deux Mondes," he said. "Soon all Europe will know about Origin, just like England and the United States. Father also heard from an editor at the Athenaeum that your old captain, Robert Fitzroy, hopes to work together with Bishop Wilberforce at the British Association meeting in Oxford."
Make me die.
Of course you must answer Fitzroy.
After Lubbock left, Charles sat down heavily in his study chair. He held a glass of cold lemonade that Emma had sent to him. "Answer them? Never," he said angrily. The meeting of the British Association in Oxford in 1860 was becoming very important. Several talks would discuss the book of the day. Even people who disliked the book agreed that it was one of the most important science books of recent years. Charles Daubeny was a professor at Oxford. Many people liked and respected him. He planned to read a paper called On the Final Causes of the Sexuality of Plants, with particular reference to Mr. Darwin's work on the origin of species. Another paper would come from William Draper. He had once been a professor of chemistry and physiology. Now he was president of the medical school at the University of the City of New York. His paper was called The Intellectual Development of Europe Considered with Reference to the Views of Mr. Darwin. Richard Owen would also attend the meeting. The Bishop of Oxford, Samuel Wilberforce, would be there too. He had announced that he would answer the main speech on Saturday. He believed he spoke for the church. Wilberforce had studied mathematics at university. Because of this, he believed he understood science well. He was one of the most famous speakers in England. He was clever and funny, and large crowds came to hear him speak. But he knew little about natural history. He had never shown much interest in it. His attack on Darwin's ideas would be full of wrong ideas and jokes. Most people in the audience would support him. Arguing with Wilberforce was very difficult. Charles thought no one would try to answer him. Emma looked carefully at her husband. She understood him, but she also worried about him.
Since you will not go to Oxford, why not spend a few days at the water treatment place? She asked. Dr. Lane's new place in Richmond is very near now. It is only 15 or 20 miles away.
Dr. Lane and his wife were happy to see Charles. He took short walks and tried some of the water treatment. But he still felt very unhappy. On earlier visits to Malvern or Moor Park, his pain went away very quickly. Now he ate very little. He could not sleep well. The hours felt very long. He tried to distract himself by reading Dr. Lane's copy of the London Times, but the newspaper did not give him much hope or pleasure. He was happy to read that the City of London Gas, Light and Coke Company was bringing gaslight to the city. But there would be no gaslight in Down for many years. Charing Cross Station had opened as the West End station for the railway line the Darwins used. This made their journey shorter. Big Ben, the large bell on the clock tower of the Houses of Parliament, was now ringing across London. People said it was a great success. But there was also bad news. Britain had started war with China again. They sent 13,000 soldiers to attack Peking. The Maori people in New Zealand were also fighting the British because of a land problem. Charles had seen some of the Maori people when HMS Beagle stopped near the Bay of Islands. Now they attacked British forts and forced settlers to leave places outside the towns. He stopped reading the newspaper. Then he tried to read 2 new novels. One was The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. The other was Great Expectations by Charles Dickens. He knew both books were very good, but he could not keep his mind on them for more than a few minutes. He felt deep sadness. He decided that illness in his family came from earlier generations. He believed he had given this weakness to his children too. All Darwins should disappear, he thought sadly. He could not stop blaming himself. The Darwin children had many common childhood illnesses. They had measles, mumps, whooping cough, long winter colds, and diphtheria. The younger children copied the older children, or they wanted to be like them. Then a sad thought came to him. Maybe they copied their father. For many years, he had often been ill. Perhaps the children thought it was wrong to be strong and full of energy near such a weak father. But he remembered his own younger days. At that time, he was strong and healthy. He could walk many miles. He collected plants and animals for many days without rest. He remembered his years at Cambridge. He remembered the voyage on the Beagle. He traveled across the plains of Patagonia. He climbed the mountains in Chile. He walked through the forests of Brazil. When he came back to London at 27, he worked long hours. In the small house on Fitzwilliam Street in Cambridge, he sorted and studied all his collections. At that time, he was still strong and healthy. Then he began to study and write about the hidden secrets of nature. He wondered if his illness came from birth. But where did it come from? Surely not from the Darwin family. Dr. Erasmus Darwin and Dr. Robert Darwin had both lived long and healthy lives. Maybe it came from his mother's family, the Wedgwoods. His mother became very ill and died before he was 9 years old. Uncle Joe's Wedgwood did not seem sick when he was younger. Aunt Bessie stayed in bed for many years. But no, she was an Allen, not a Wedgwood. Everything felt confused in his worried mind. All this continued for 5 days. Then he got a letter from Joseph Hooker. Hooker wrote it in Oxford early that morning. The mail coach brought it to Sudbrook Park. When Charles finished the letter, he felt much better. His stomach was calm again. His headache was gone. He was also very surprised by Hooker's brave actions. Charles read the letter again. This time he felt very excited.
Huxley and Owen had a very angry argument about your work before I arrived, Hooker wrote. Huxley won the argument. After that, you and your book became the main subject of the day. On Saturday, Soapy spoke against Draper from New York University. So many people came that the meeting moved to the library. The room was full with 700 to 1,000 people. Then Sam stood up and spoke for half an hour. He spoke with great energy, but his words were empty and unfair. I could see that Owen had helped him prepare. He knew very little himself. He only repeated ideas from the reviews. He spoke badly about you. He also attacked Huxley strongly. The argument became very heated. Lady Brewster fainted. More people spoke, and the excitement grew. I became very angry.
I promised myself that I would defeat that Amalekite, Sam, even if I felt very afraid. I gave my name to Henslow, the president of the meeting, because I was ready to speak against him. I stood there with Sam next to me, then I answered him strongly while people clapped. I showed two things. First, Sam could not have read your book. Second, he knew almost nothing about botany. Sam could not answer me. Soon after that, the meeting ended. After 4 hours of debate, you were clearly the winner. Huxley almost never praised me in person, but this time he said my speech was excellent. He said he did not know before what kind of man I was. Many important men in Oxford thanked and congratulated me. That night he slept well for the first time in many weeks. In the morning he ate a big breakfast. Then he took a long walk on the country roads. He heard nothing more about the Oxford meeting until he returned home 4 days later. Sir John Lubbock invited the Darwins to tea. Their gardener and coachman, Letting Tunn, drove them a few miles to High Elms. It was a very large estate with 14,000 acres of land. There were wide green fields, pools with fountains, and many statues. Long terraces went down the hillsides. Paths led through formal gardens full of bright July flowers. The house was large and square. It had 3 floors. The ceiling in the drawing room and library was 20 feet high. The Lubbock family had worked in banking in Lombard Street for many generations. John Lubbock, the son, welcomed them. He was only 26 years old, but he was an unusual man. When he was 14 and studying at Eton, he left school and started work at the bank. Some of Sir John's business partners were ill. People saw that one day Sir John Lubbock's son would lead the business. Sir John was also a skilled student of nature. Now his son studied anthropology and archaeology by himself. He was writing 2 books. One was called Prehistoric Times, as illustrated by ancient remains. The other was called The Manners and Customs of Modern Savages. The young man had a strong forehead and large eyes that were far apart. A small beard was starting to grow on his face. He brushed his hair back from his forehead in soft waves. Sir John and his son had both gone to the Oxford meeting. They wanted to hear Hooker's report. They also wished to tell their own story.
The son opened his notebook. Thursday at Oxford was warm and bright, he said. There was sun and cloud in the sky. The town looked peaceful and beautiful. It did not seem like a place where a fight would begin, but a fight did begin. Not at once, he continued. First, your friend Professor Henslow became president of the zoology and botany section. Then we listened to a long paper by Reverend Carpenter. It was about natural science in the United States and Canada. After that, Dr. Daubeny read his paper. Then Professor Henslow asked Thomas Huxley to speak about the 2 papers. Huxley refused. He felt the audience was too emotional. He did not think it was the right place for a serious discussion.
That does not sound like Huxley, Emma said.
There was still no attack at that time, Sir John said.
Next, A man named Mr. Dowden from Cork spoke, the Sun continued. He told stories about monkeys. He wanted to show that monkeys, apes, gorillas, baboons, and lemurs were less intelligent than dogs, elephants, and some other animals.
We think this may have been a signal, Sir John added.
Then Dr. Wright stood up and spoke about gorillas, the Sun said. When Wright finished speaking, Richard Owen quickly went to the front. At first he spoke in a calm and friendly way. He said he wanted to discuss the subject like a philosopher. He praised Mr. Darwin for bravely presenting his theory. But he also said the theory must be tested with facts before people could decide if it was true. That was when Owen began his attack. He tried to show that Darwin was wrong when he said that man came from the ape.
I did not say that, Charles said angrily. I stayed away from that idea on purpose. I only wrote that in the far future there will be new and important studies. These studies may help people understand where humans came from and their history.
Owen said he would speak about the body structure of the highest monkeys and compare them with humans. He said the gorilla brain was more different from the human brain than from the brain of the lowest monkey groups.
Now Huxley had a challenge, Charles said.
Yes, young Lubbock answered. Owen says he is England's greatest expert on animals and body science. Huxley was 20 years younger than Owen. He asked for permission to answer him. Huxley completely disagreed with Owen's idea about the big difference between the gorilla brain and the human brain. He spoke about studies by Tiedemann and other scientists. After studying monkey brains, Huxley said the difference between humans and the highest monkey was smaller than the difference between the highest and lowest monkeys. He also said that speech was the main thing that made humans different from monkeys.
Charles sat quietly and looked across the fields at high elms. Cows ate grass in the Lubbock fields. Far away, the land of Kent rose and fell gently. Charles loved this place as much as Mayor, Staffordshire, and his home in Shropshire near the River Severn. He refused a third cup of tea. His tall, thin body stayed still as he listened to the rest of the story.
That was only the beginning, Sir John continued. The real event happened at the Saturday meeting. Bishop Samuel Wilberforce was the main speaker. He had already said he wanted to defeat Darwin's ideas. Because of this, many of his supporters came. There were almost 1,000 people inside. Many stood in the aisles. Young women wore bright summer dresses and hats. They used white handkerchiefs as fans. The university was closed at that time, but some students were there. There was also a large group of churchmen in the center of the room to support Wilberforce. He spoke very harshly against you and Huxley. Huxley sat only a short distance away. The crowd clapped loudly and waved their white handkerchiefs. Then Wilberforce made a serious mistake.
He turned to Huxley with a proud smile.
Mr. Huxley, please tell me this. Did you get your monkey grandfather from your grandfather or your grandmother?
Huxley looked at the man beside him. He hit his knee with his hand. The Lord has put him in my hands, he said.
Then Huxley stood up and spoke.
A man should not feel shame if his grandfather was an ape, he said. But I would feel shame for a man who speaks about science without true knowledge. He uses long speeches and talks about religion to confuse people. He does not speak about the real question.
The students clapped for Huxley. They shouted against Wilberforce. After that, some churchmen and other men stood up and spoke about religion. President Henslow stopped them quickly.
Only scientific facts may be discussed at this meeting, he said.
Sir John smiled. Henslow answered Wilberforce very well too, he said. You already know the rest from Hooker's letter. That evening there was a party at Professor Daubeny's house, Sir John continued. Everyone talked about the meeting between Huxley and Wilberforce. One man asked if Huxley had damaged his future. But the Vice-Chancellor of Oxford said the bishop got what he deserved.
The sun moved slowly across the summer sky. The west was full of sunset colors, from light pink to deep blue. Charles felt tired but also very happy. He wanted to thank his friends. But he knew thanks were not needed. Close friends stayed loyal to each other like family. Thomas and Nettie Huxley came to Down House for a long weekend. Nettie now had 3 children. She was healthy and loved her husband even more than before. Huxley let his dark hair grow longer over his collar. The 2 men walked around the sandwalk. They spoke with great excitement about the Oxford meeting. They talked so much that they did not know how many times they walked around the path. Charles saw that Huxley now felt stronger and more sure of himself in a world that was often unfriendly. He should feel proud, Charles thought. People now see him as a strong speaker. He protected the idea of evolution from lies and cruel laughter. Huxley's eyes shone with happiness. As they came into the hot July sunshine, Charles said, "You fought very well."
I told you before that I have sharp claws, Huxley answered.
When they came near the small gate, Huxley asked, "Did the Lubbocks tell you what Captain Fitzroy did at the meeting?" "Fitzroy?" Charles asked with surprise.
John Henslow tried to stop him from speaking, but he could not. First Fitzroy called you his poor friend, and his shipmate for 5 years on the Beagle. Then he spoke about your arguments during the voyage. He said you often fought about the earth, plants, and animals.
Charles stopped walking. "We only had 2 arguments in 5 years," he said. "The first was about slavery. The second was about kindness on the ship."
His mind is closed now, Huxley said sadly. He stood there with a large Bible over his head. He begged the people to believe the word of God instead of man. He asked everyone to reject human ideas and accept God's words about the creation of the world.
Charles walked quietly. He felt sad as he remembered the dangerous adventures he shared with Fitzroy. He was always thankful because Fitzroy gave him the chance to become a naturalist. He also always worried about him. They walked beside the kitchen garden. Huxley wanted Charles to feel better before they entered the house.
Now I will tell you the funniest part of the meeting, he said. The Lubbocks told you that I answered Wilberforce by saying a man should not feel shame for having an ape as a grandfather. And if there was an ancestor, I would feel shame about.
I remember.
I must tell you how England changed my little speech. People now say that I said, I would rather have an ape for a grandfather than a bishop.
Charles stopped on the small porch near the garden door. He looked very surprised. Then he laughed loudly and put an arm around his friend's shoulder. My dear Huxley, that one strange sentence will make both of us part of history. Book 12. I am like a gamefowl and love a wild experiment. Book 12. In 1860, Down House felt like a place under attack. Charles put a mirror on the front wall of his study. It stood between 2 windows that looked toward the road. With the mirror, he could see people coming up the drive. He did not need to collect his letters from the Down post office every day. But when too many letters arrived, kind people brought them to the house. Each month brought more letters. Many came from family members. The Darwins liked to say,
Write a letter, write a letter. Good advice will make us better.
But most of the letters came from strangers. Charles promised himself that he would read only letters from friends. But he could not follow this promise. He read every letter that arrived. He even read the angry and unfriendly ones. Emma and his daughters, Henrietta and Elizabeth, read them too. After some time, Charles began to feel like an old soldier after many battles. He felt strong, but also tired from the attacks against him. Only sometimes did he show his anger. Most of the time, he stayed calm and pleasant. One man, William H. Harvey from Ireland, wrote many letters against Charles and against the origin of species. The letters used weak arguments, but Harvey continued his attack. At last Charles wrote to him, "I think you would rather take bad medicine than read my book again." Later he said to his family, "I would like to live in a peaceful place where nobody speaks in anger." He sat in a rocking chair in the drawing room. His knees were close to the wood fire. "I know how to get there," he said. "I can write about natural history without causing arguments. I can write about how animals and plants change under domestication. Or I can write about how bees, moths, and other insects help orchids grow seeds. I never heard that bees help orchids in that way."
Then is that a brave guess? Emma asked.
His smile looked tired. "I am like a gambler," he said. "I enjoy trying wild experiments." At his autumn sale, John Murray sold 700 copies of the second edition of Origin. Only half that number still remained. Charles quickly corrected the book for the third edition. Then he took the changes to London and visited Lisle. Cold rain fell in late November and soon it might turn to ice. Lisle was speaking to a new assistant who was writing down his words. His feet, covered only by stockings, rested near the coal fire. When the maid brought Charles into the study, Lisle looked up with an angry face.
"Darwin, this is your fault," he said. "John Phillips from Oxford has attacked you. He used parts of my book Principles of Geology. Now I must change what I wrote in my next edition. I must show that you reached your ideas while I was still trapped by snow on a journey."
Charles smiled in an embarrassed way. "Hooker says you are the only philosopher over 60 who can change his opinion for good reasons."
Lisle made a small unhappy sound at the strange praise. Then he went to his desk. He showed Charles some stone tools. He had found them in the Somme Valley near Amiens and in the Seine Valley. These tools show that humans lived at the same time as the Siberian rhinoceros and other animals that are now gone, Lisle said. "But you seem worried about something."
Charles sat near the fire. "I want your advice," he said quietly. "I thought it might be a good idea to add footnotes in the third edition of Origin. The footnotes would show the mistakes made by my reviewers."
"Certainly not," Lisle answered. "Why should you help your enemies live forever?"
Charles shook his head. "You are right," he said. "I can answer some criticisms by adding a few new paragraphs. It will add only about 20 pages." The Oxford meeting helped the idea of evolution. People now spoke about it openly. A new word entered the English language. The word was Darwinism. Soon people used it across Great Britain. Then it spread to universities in the United States and Europe. A second German edition of Origin was being printed. One German scientist visited Down House. He told Charles that German scientists found natural selection exciting. But they were also afraid. They feared losing their jobs if they supported the idea openly. The French translation was now available. Reports from Holland showed that many people there were interested too.
Asa Gray followed Charles's advice.
He collected his 3 articles from Atlantic Monthly into one small book. He sent Charles 200 copies because Charles had helped pay for printing. Charles sent his copies to newspapers, magazines, and scientific journals. In December 1860, Macmillan's magazine accused John Henslow of supporting evolution. In the same magazine, Henslow printed part of a letter from Reverend Leonard Jennings. The letter said that Jennings did not fully agree with Darwin, but he believed that many small groups of animals and plants might once have shared common ancestors. Charles felt pleased. "It shows the outside world something important," he told Emma. "There is growing agreement in our scientific family." But many people in his scientific family became sick because they worked too hard. Hooker was often sick and weak. Huxley stayed in bed for 10 days because he was very tired and had influenza. The Lyells went to Bavaria to improve their health. Darwin moved from one subject to another very quickly. He was like a bee moving from flower to flower. At that time, he became very interested in orchids. He started to study the ground orchids that grew in Kent. Hooker also sent orchids from Kew Gardens. Other friends sent flowers from Peru, Ecuador, Brazil, Madagascar, and the Philippines. Many of these places were high in the mountains. They did not have frost, and fog often covered the land. In the thick forests of Brazil, people could find many kinds of orchids on one tree. Sometimes there were 30 or 40 kinds together. Darwin carefully studied the sepals and the pollen. These parts were protected at the top of the flower like a small umbrella. From September to November, he took his family to Eastbourne. Henrietta was sick at that time. Each day he played backgammon with her for an hour. When he was not helping Emma care for Henrietta, he studied a strange plant called Drosera. Most naturalists had not paid much attention to it. The plant caught flies and insects with its leaves and ate them. Sometimes Darwin thought the plant seemed almost like an animal. He also learned about a plant in the marshes of the United States. People called it the Venus flytrap. Its round leaves closed quickly when an insect touched small hairs on the plant. The bladderwort and other insect-eating plants worked in a similar way. Small water animals and even little frogs touched a bag-like part of the plant. Then the door opened and trapped them inside. The world seemed very strange and wonderful to him. He also studied the pistils and pollen of primroses and cowslips. He learned that insects were needed to help these flowers reproduce. He explained his thoughts to his children. "Watching the small parts of nature work together gives me great pleasure," he said. "But writing about it is very hard work. Still, we must write down what we learn. Then people can understand evolution and the lives of birds, animals, flowers, plants, and humans." Back at Down House, he became interested in the history of the modern dog. He believed dogs came from different kinds of wolves, jackals, and other animals. Very few people had studied this subject before. Friends often wrote letters and asked what he was studying. He answered in a simple way, "I am studying dogs." As he grew older, time felt different to him. When he was younger, he thought about life month by month. Now he thought about the whole year as one complete design. First, he wrote a 30-page historical sketch for the third edition of Origin. In it, he gave credit to earlier naturalists who had first thought about evolution. These men included Lamarck, Geoffrey St. Hilaire, W. C. Wells, von Buch, Herbert Spencer, and other thinkers of the time. Charles wrote about important scientists of his time. He wrote about Richard Owen, the writer of Vestiges, who people believed was Robert Chambers, and Alfred Wallace. He did not write about his grandfather, Dr. Erasmus Darwin. He was afraid people would say he favored his own family. This article helped readers understand the ideas behind his own work. Thomas Huxley also wanted a new direction in his life. His first son had died. The boy was 4 years old. Huxley felt deep sadness. To forget his pain, he started a new job. He became the main editor of the Natural History Review. He brought the first copy to Down House for Charles to read. Huxley had become one of the most important men in British science. He was secretary of the Geological Society. He gave Lyell important information about anatomy for the book Antiquity of Man. Every week, he gave talks to working men. The talks were about the relation between humans and animals. At the same time, he was also likely to receive 2 important college jobs. Charles read Huxley's article in the review. The article was called On the Zoological Relation of Man with the Lower Animals. Charles praised the article. Then he said, "I worry too much sometimes. I fear the articles may be too difficult for common readers."
So are your books, Huxley answered. That did not stop your success.
Joseph Hooker was also very busy. He was preparing the first volume of his Encyclopaedia Genera Plantarum. The work was about seed plants from around the world. He also spent his days with his father at Kew Gardens. He tried to help Sir William Hooker manage the gardens. But his father's judgment was becoming weaker. When Charles visited Hooker, he said, "You should rest sometimes."
I do rest, Hooker answered. In my sleep. But that does not help much.
Charles replied, "I should not give advice, because I also cannot rest. Even when I want to stop working, I cannot. I only feel comfortable when I work. For me, the word holiday feels dead."
Sir Charles Lyell was older than all of them. He was 63 years old. He had started his hardest and most important book. For Charles, this book meant a great deal. It was called The Geological Evidences of the Antiquity of Man. Lyell studied material he had collected during his whole life. He wrote about shell mounds in Denmark. He wrote about holes made in Egypt. He studied seashells, stone tools, and the age of the Natchez fossil man.
Charles was surprised because Lyell did not send him any pages from the new book. The year before, Lyell had asked Charles to read the pages and give advice. Now Lyell also avoided speaking about his conclusions when they met. Charles wondered why his friend had changed his mind. Still, he was not upset. He believed Lyell would fully explain that humans were like other animals in evolution. Charles himself had avoided this subject in Origin of Species. Lyell was a knight and one of the most respected scientists in Britain. Charles believed this would protect him from public attacks. People had strongly criticized Charles for his own ideas. Charles told Lyell, "Your book will be a great discussion. At first, it will shock the world even more than my Origin."
"I do not want to shock the world," Lyell replied quietly. "I want to inform people. The facts are clear and cannot be denied. But the conclusions will be mine. I saved what I want to say about you for the last chapter."
All 5 boys were home from school for the New Year holiday. This made the beginning of 1861 happy and lively. After his walk on the sandwalk at noon and lunch, Charles lay on the long chair in the drawing room. He read Olmsted's A Journey in the Back Country. The book gave a lively picture of people and slavery in the southern United States. His interest grew because of reports in the London Times. The newspaper said a civil war might begin between the North and South over slavery. "I do not believe these reports in the Times," Charles said strongly. "A war like that would destroy both sides. Surely they can see this."
It seems clear, William answered. But do governments always act with reason?
Charles continued work on his book about the variation of animals and plants under domestication. Again, he felt the manuscript was becoming too long and too detailed. He finished studies about pigs, cattle, sheep, and goats from many parts of the world. He wrote about their origins and the results of careful breeding. But the fertilization of orchids gave him special joy. To him, it seemed full of wonderful surprises. He felt deep wonder at the way orchids had changed through evolution. Because of this, he never felt tired while writing. Every day he could work for many hours. As the pile of pages grew, his happiness also grew. He even decided to support an idea that he could not yet prove. A friend had sent him a star orchid from Madagascar. The flower had a long tube almost 1 foot in length. The nectar was only at the bottom part of the tube. Charles asked himself how any bee, moth, or insect could reach the nectar. He thought a sphinx moth with a very long mouth part might do it. No one had ever seen such a moth, but this did not trouble him. He believed the moth must exist. Without it, the orchid from Madagascar could not continue to live. He calculated that his study would be a little more than 100 pages. The Journal of the Linnean Society agreed to publish it. Later, he went to London for dinner at the Society. He met Thomas Bell there. Bell had written the reptile section for the zoology of the Beagle. After dinner, Charles caught the last train home. Emma was still awake and waiting for him.
How was the evening? She asked.
I enjoyed it very much, he answered. I do not often go out to dinner.
I am glad, Emma said. Perhaps you have made too many walls around yourself.
Then Charles heard that Sims Covington had died from paralysis at the age of 47. The news made him very sad. Sims had worked with him during the years of the Beagle voyage, at Cambridge, and at Marlborough Street. Sometimes they still exchanged letters. Charles had sent him a new ear trumpet. Sims had also collected boxes of barnacles for him from different parts of Australia. Almost at once, he heard that Joseph Hooker and Francis were at the rectory in Hitcham. They were caring for John Henslow, who was very ill and close to death. Hooker felt deep sadness because he loved Henslow very much as both family and friend. Charles wanted to travel there and say goodbye.
I must do this for John Henslow, he told his wife.
Hitcham was about 100 miles away. First, he needed to go by carriage to Beckenham. Then he had to take a train to London. After that, he needed a coach to Ipswich and then another carriage to Hitcham. The trip would take about 12 hours. About 3 hours after eating, he often became sick and started to retch. He wondered if there was an inn in the village of Hitcham. In the end, he could not make himself take the journey. He asked himself why his body was too weak for the trip. Then he wrote to Hooker. I would never forgive myself if I did not come at once, if Henslow truly wished to see me again. It seemed that John Henslow understood this as a final goodbye. When Henslow died in the middle of May, Charles felt strong guilt and sadness. Soon after, something helped him feel a little better. The Reverend Leonard Jennings started to write a book about Henslow's life. He asked Charles to write about his memories of Henslow from the early Cambridge years. Charles quickly agreed and wrote about him. Nothing was more simple, warm, and honest than the way he encouraged young naturalists, he wrote. He was very good with young people. We always felt calm near him. At the same time, we greatly respected his knowledge. The Jennings memoir was going to be published the next year by John Van Horst in Paternoster Row. This book made sure that the Reverend John Stevens Henslow would be remembered in history. The news gave Charles comfort. A letter came from the botanist Hewitt C. Watson. Watson admired Charles and was checking the third edition of Origin of Species before writing a review. While reading the new introduction, Watson counted how many times Charles used the words I, me, and my. He found 43 examples in the first 4 paragraphs.
Ah, that terrible word, I, Charles said as Emma and the children laughed at him. Am I really so selfish?
No, my dear, Emma answered dryly. You are very modest. You only believe that you are the one person who understands how every species changed.
Nettie Huxley had given birth to another son. But she was still unhappy and sick after the death of her first child. Emma asked her to stay at Down House for 2 weeks with her 3 children. Hugh Falconer had once warned Charles.
You will cause more harm than 10 naturalists can repair, he had said before.
Now Falconer was traveling in Italy and Germany. He wrote to Charles.
Everywhere I go, people talk about your ideas and your book. Many people disagree with your views because of their own opinions. But they always praise the book for its honesty, its great ideas, its clear examples, and your brave writing.
Charles was surprised. Perhaps people were beginning to respect Origin of Species calmly instead of attacking it with anger. He had also been wrong about the United States. He believed the North and South would solve their problems peacefully. But in April, the South attacked Fort Sumter. The war between the states was growing quickly. Charles did not want to read only the reports in the London Times. He asked Parslow to bring home the Herald and every other newspaper he could find at the post office. After lunch, Charles sat in the drawing room and read the papers. When he finished, the newspapers lay around the sofa on the floor.
I have never known newspapers to be so interesting, he said. I do not think North America understands us fairly. They think we support the South because our factories need cotton. I wish the North would clearly fight against slavery.
Charles still enjoyed writing about orchids. He continued his study of how flowers were fertilized. He thought it was strange that some flowers could be fertilized by only 2 insects of their own kind, even though they had a great amount of pollen. He collected many kinds of orchids, especially the coryanthes flower. He studied the special ways British and foreign orchids were fertilized. Insects carried the pollen from one flower to another. Using a lens and a small knife, he examined the pollen grains on top of the flower's bucket-shaped cup. Inside the cup was a thick liquid with a strong smell. The smell attracted bees and other insects. He watched bees crawl inside to drink the strange liquid. While climbing back out of the small cup, the bees picked up pollen on their backs. Later, the bees flew to another flower and unknowingly left the pollen there. Each orchid species had its own special cup shape. Some were large, and some were small. Some were deep, and some were shallow. Because of this, only one kind of insect could reach the flower's pollen.
These orchid systems make flowers seem more clever than people, Charles said.
What happens to orchids that cannot attract insects to their cups? William asked during his summer visit home from Christ's College.
They disappear, Charles answered.
In July, Henrietta became unwell again. Emma decided that she needed 6 weeks by the sea to improve her health. Charles liked the idea, but moving 16 people and a very large amount of luggage to Torquay was difficult. The town was in the southwest of England near the Channel. Their rented house looked over the curved bay. Henrietta started to feel better very quickly. It was a happy time for the family. The boys enjoyed their holiday. Many visitors came to see them. Erasmus visited them. Hope Wedgwood also came to keep Henrietta company. In early August, Dr. Henry Holland came to visit. He watched Henrietta for a few days and then spoke to his cousins.
Etty worries too much about her health, he said.
Where she learned this, I do not know. Charles said quietly, last week, I read a good review of Origin in the Zoologist. I walked 2 miles there and back. That was a big thing for me.
Holland said.
For many years, he feared that his paper about Glenroy was a very big mistake. He had published it 22 years before. Lyell and Agassiz believed Charles was wrong. Charles said the roads and shelves were old sea beaches that had risen higher over time. But the other men did not agree. Charles did not change his opinion because he was very stubborn. Later, another man decided to travel to Scotland and study the problem. When he returned, he brought proof. He believed a glacier had blocked a lake and made the shelves and roads. Charles told Emma, I was completely wrong. This should teach me to be humble.
Emma answered, yes, dear. Maybe for 1 or 2 days.
Later, Charles went to London and told Lyell about his mistake. They walked beside the River Thames in the warm sun of late August. They walked from Waterloo Bridge past Parliament and Westminster Abbey. Charles said, after all these years, I made one serious mistake.
Lyell answered, my dear Darwin, that is not much at all. Wait until you are my age. Then you will see how many mistakes you must correct. That is part of the life of every explorer.
You are very kind, Charles said. How is your book Antiquity of Man going?
It is making me feel old, Lyell answered.
Then Charles changed the subject. I think you agree with Asa Gray. You believe I did not give enough place to a higher power guiding variation.
Lyell nodded. Sir John Herschel says that your origin should speak more clearly about God's higher plan.
Charles replied, but astronomers do not say that God guides every comet, planet, or falling star.
That is true, Lyell answered shortly.
Charles continued, I do not think you can truly say that the woodpecker's tail was shaped by special guidance from God. Do you really believe the shape of my nose was guided by an intelligent cause?
Lyell laughed again and felt happier. No, Darwin, God did not stop his work to design your nose. Or mine. I will remember that when I write the last chapter about you. Are you still working with orchids and your penknife?
Charles smiled. I now cross-fertilize pages with pen and ink. He finished his paper about orchids. He had removed many details and made it shorter. Even then, the paper was still 140 pages long. Too long for the Linnean Society's journal, as usual. What should he do? It was a cold night in late October. The first winter cold came through the bedroom curtains. Charles made the fire smaller and went to bed at his usual time, 10:30. But he could not sleep. He turned again and again in bed. He did not know that Emma was awake because of him. At last she spoke.
Charles, you need a hammock, not a bed.
I am trying to solve a problem.
Can it wait until morning? She asked.
After breakfast, he found Emma in the garden. She was taking flower bulbs from the ground. She would keep them in the cellar until spring. Will you walk with me on the sand walk? He asked.
How many pebbles today?
Maybe 5. They put 5 small stones at the start of the path through the trees. Then Charles began to explain his idea. Why should I not make the orchid work into a small book? I already removed a lot of material, even though it is important for my theory. If John Murray wants to publish it, I can make a good book. It will be new and complete. But will enough people buy it? Sometimes I think my ideas are better than they really are. Still, the things that interest me often interest other people too. Many people like the subject of reproduction, even in flowers. At worst, the loss will not be large. A big success is not likely, but I think the small book will help the origin. John Murray believed the book would interest naturalists. He agreed to take the risk. He would pay for the pictures and give Charles half of the profits. It was a generous offer. Charles said he could finish the larger manuscript in about 2 months. He loved the beauty and strange forms of orchids. But the longer work was not always pleasant. He lost 2 weeks of work. His drawings of butterfly orchids were wrong because some parts of the flower pointed in the wrong direction. He complained, I have never seen anything like this. I was foolish to study orchids.
Emma tried to comfort him. You have said that about every book you have written.
Charles decided he should give the Linnean Society a short paper. He wrote it and read it himself at a meeting of the society. When he finished, the people clapped politely. Joseph Hooker reached him first.
You made a great impression, Hooker said.
By Jove, I must stop. Otherwise I will become a botanist.
Charles was so tired that he could hardly return home. He stayed in bed until the next evening. Later he wrote to Hooker. I do not think I made a great impression on the Linnean Society, but by Jove, the Linnean Society made a great impression on me. I am afraid I must stop reading papers or speaking in public. I cannot do these things like other people. He also became an honorary member of the Royal Medical Society of Edinburgh. He said to Emma, do you remember what a wonderful student I was at the medical school there? After a few cold lectures at 8 in the morning by Dr. Duncan about medicines, and Dr. Monro's boring lectures on anatomy, I watched 2 operations on children at the hospital. After that, I spent my time collecting sea animals. I collected oysters from the fishermen at New Haven. I collected lumpfish from the Black Rocks at Leith. I also collected starfish and other sea life from the Firth of Forth. In November 1861, a British mail ship called Trent was stopped by an American warship named San Jacinto. 2 men from the southern states were on the ship. The American captain took these men away and kept them under guard. The British Parliament and government sent a strong protest to the American government. Newspapers in Britain wrote that Great Britain might recognize the southern states as a separate country. Some papers also said Britain might go to war with the United States. Charles had never visited North America, but he liked the American people. He remembered the kindness of American sailors he met on the ship Beagle. Lyle often spoke warmly about the energy of young Americans. Charles was also a close friend of Asa Gray. He was thankful to the publishers at D. Appleton in New York because they had treated him well. By December, Charles met very few people who believed the North could defeat the South. Most people thought the Southern states would leave the Union forever. Charles wrote to Asa Gray about his sadness and worry.
When you read this letter, our countries may be at war, he wrote. We may have to hate each other as loyal citizens. But it will be very hard for me to hate you. It is strange that two countries can see the same event in such different ways. It is like two angry and foolish men fighting. And it will be terrible if we fight to support slavery.
Soon another event pushed the war news away from the front pages of London newspapers. Prince Albert died unexpectedly. Charles did not know anyone in the royal family, but Lyle had been a friend of Prince Albert for many years. Lyle felt deeply sad after the death. He said the loss made him feel suddenly much older. Christmas and the New Year came again, and the children gathered at Down House. Charles and Emma exchanged popular novels. They had already read East Lynne. Then they ordered 2 new books from London. One was Silas Marner by George Eliot. The other was The Cloister and the Hearth. Henrietta read large parts of both books aloud to the family. This gave everyone pleasure. The year 1862 began with what seemed like a great success. Thomas Huxley was invited to speak at the Philosophical Institute of Edinburgh. He chose a subject called On Relation of Man to Lower Animals. Lyle was usually calm and gentle, but he warned Huxley not to speak on this subject. His family home, Kinnedy, was in Scotland.
I believe people will throw stones at you and drive you out of the city, Lyle said.
Charles also warned Huxley, but Huxley would not change his mind. In Edinburgh, Huxley spoke to a large audience that listened carefully. He said thoughtful people should free themselves from old ideas and prejudice. He said humans had come from simple living creatures. He also said human progress gave hope for a better future. Charles and Lyle were wrong about the audience. People in Edinburgh applauded Huxley warmly. The next Sunday, Huxley came to Down House. He wanted to ask Charles if the lectures should become a book called Man's Place in Nature. Before they spoke, Charles warmly shook his hand. By Jove, you attacked prejudice in its strongest place, Charles said.
They treated me like a king, Huxley answered with a wide smile. What I gave them was pure Darwinism.
But 1 week later, opinions changed quickly. On January 11th, the newspaper The Witness printed an angry attack. The paper said Huxley's ideas were against the Bible and insulting to human beings. It said the audience should have left the hall in protest instead of clapping for him. This had become a common pattern. Strong attacks often brought attention to the ideas. Many people who had never heard about the work became curious because of the angry criticism. Then they went to read the original ideas themselves. Charles and Huxley joked about this situation. They called it a game. The game was named How to Make Supporters for Modern Science by Attacking Its Defenders. Naturalists in London heard about the harsh article in The Witness. Most of them did not approve of its angry tone. As Secretary of the Geological Society, Huxley had to give the anniversary speech because the president, Leonard Horner, was away. Charles did not go to the meeting at Burlington House. Later, Lyle told him about it.
I never heard people listen with so much interest, Lyle said. They also clapped very loudly. But some people did not agree with his strong ideas.
His ideas or mine? Charles asked. He asked this because many people now connected Huxley with Darwin's work.
The main part of his argument comes from the origin, Lyell answered. But he also added his own ideas and studies. Huxley spoke about animals with backbones and animals without backbones from very old times. He said that many kinds stayed almost the same through long ages. We still know very little about how life began on Earth. In geology, two events may seem to happen at the same time, but they could really be 10 million years apart.
Life continued with both joy and loss. Sometimes there was success after struggle. At other times, death came suddenly. Charles's sister Marianne died. After this, Susan took care of the Parker children. Then another sad event came. Emma's sister Charlotte became very ill. She had married Reverend Charles Langton 30 years earlier. Doctors could not understand her illness, and she died in January. In February, the Darwins' youngest son, Horace, became ill. He was not yet 11 years old. His arms, legs, and neck moved suddenly without control. For some time, the family feared there was a serious problem in his brain. They worried he might have a form of palsy. The local doctors could not find the cause. Dr. Holland came quickly from London, but he also did not know the reason. At the end of April, the strange movement stopped. But for a year, Horace stayed weak and often had bad stomach problems. "This clearly comes from the family," Charles said quietly.
No. It was caused later, Emma answered.
Alfred Russel Wallace returned to England on the 1st of April. He had spent 8 years traveling and collecting plants and animals in Malaysia, Sumatra, Java, Borneo, Celebes, the Moluccas, Timor, and New Guinea. Charles thought Wallace was a brave man because he lived for so many years in far and difficult places where people were often unfriendly. He invited Wallace to visit Down House. Wallace thanked him in a letter.
I am getting medical treatment now, Wallace wrote, but I will visit as soon as I can.
664 I am like a gambler, and love a wild experiment. John Murray printed 2,000 copies of On the Various Contrivances by which British and foreign orchids are fertilized by insects. The book had a beautiful dark purple cloth cover. There was a gold orchid on the front. In the introduction, Charles wrote that the book wanted to show how orchids are fertilized. He said these methods were very different and almost perfect. He compared them to the best examples in animals. Charles had studied orchids for many years. He spent 9 months writing the book. During that time, he also edited the second German edition of Origin of Species. He also wrote a paper about the sexual relations of 2 kinds of primula flowers, daisies, and cowslips. The orchid book was very pleasant for him to write. Emma and the children were very interested in the subject. They often asked Charles to read the manuscript to them. The book came out on May 15th. Murray sold it for 9 shillings. The price was good, and the book sold well among people interested in science. Charles thought people would laugh at one idea in the book. He believed there was an insect with a very long mouth part, about 1 foot long. Some people did laugh at this idea. Later, a missionary in Madagascar saw a moth with such a long mouth part. The moth entered a star orchid and carried pollen from one flower to another. The Athenaeum magazine treated Charles with what he called kind pity and contempt. But botanists told him that the reviewer did not understand the subject. Most other comments about the book were very good. The Parthenon liked it. The London Review praised it strongly. Even the Literary Churchman admired the book. Asa Gray from Harvard wrote warmly to Charles. He said that if the orchid book had appeared before Origin of Species, religious thinkers would have praised Charles instead of attacking him. Charles Lyell was also very excited about the book. He said it was the most valuable of Darwin's works after Origin of Species. Most naturalists supported Charles very strongly. Charles said, "I am very surprised by the success of my book." He wrote to Asa Gray and did not mention the Civil War. "I had started to think that I was a complete fool because I published my work in a partly popular style. Now I can ignore my critics and feel calm about their words." Asa Gray wrote a very good review of the orchid book in the American Journal of Science and Arts. He also joked about Charles.
He wrote, "I see that your main reason for studying orchids was to attack your opponents from another side."
This was true. British newspapers were quoting Charles. He said, "The study of orchids helped me understand how the parts of flowers work together for insects to carry pollen. This shows the results of natural selection, even in very small details." The book about orchid fertilization made Charles more famous. People saw him as a careful and brave scientist who explained parts of nature that many people had not studied before. The book also reduced some of the anger from critics of origin. Charles still wrote to Alfred Wallace about his poor health.
He said, "My health is bad and will always be bad. I am always ill."
But he felt well enough to begin a new study. He started to work on climbing plants. Almost no one had studied this subject before. Several years earlier, he had read a short paper about it by Asa Gray. Lyell believed Charles should receive a knighthood. Charles answered, "That would be like the Prime Minister asking the Queen to honor the origin book. Governments have had problems for smaller reasons."
We will see, Lyell said calmly. Hooker should also receive this honor after he becomes director of Kew Gardens. But not Huxley. He is very clever, but he is too rough. He does not know how to speak to people carefully.
"That is part of his genius," Charles said. "He would never flatter people the way I do." The good response to the orchid book made Charles less worried. His feelings slowly became calmer. He no longer had dizziness, heart trouble, or stomach problems. But his hands became covered with eczema. He wondered why this happened. Maybe it came from Richard Owen's new attacks against him. Owen gave many lectures and wrote many papers. At the same time, he attacked Darwinism and accepted many parts of Charles's ideas about natural selection. Lyell, Darwin, Hooker, and Huxley met for dinner at the Athenaeum. They talked while they ate and drank wine. The four men thought Owen was acting in a wild and strange way. Darwin also wondered about his skin problem. Maybe the eczema came from chemicals he used in his experiments. He remembered a similar rash around his mouth when he studied at Christ's College. At that time, he took small amounts of arsenic to stop the blisters. He read about this treatment in a medical book at the Edinburgh Medical School. His father warned him not to use the drug. But the rash disappeared then, just as it disappeared now. This time he did not use arsenic. Their group became stronger when Thomas Huxley received an important job. He became the Hunterian professor at the Royal College of Surgeons. There he taught students about Darwin's theory of evolution. He explained that man came from the first living creature in an ancient sea. Now Huxley had a better place to support Darwin and defend his ideas. At Down House, there was little happiness. Their son Leonard became very ill. He was going to enter the school at Clapham, where his brother George already studied. George was in the first class and could help watch over him. Then Leonard got a rash and a sore throat. Soon he became much more sick. The illness turned into scarlet fever. They called Dr. Engelhardt from Down. Emma and Charles cared for Leonard day and night. Every 45 minutes they gave him a spoonful of port wine to keep him alive. Dr. Engelhardt, whom people called Spengel, visited several times each day. After some time, Leonard could swallow a little soft porridge.
"I think the worst part is over," Emma said softly.
She put a large bucket of early June flowers in the boys' room to make it brighter. That evening, Leonard surprised his parents.
He asked with his eyes closed, "Are my stamps safe?"
"Yes," Charles answered. "Professor Gray sent you a stamp from America. You can see it tomorrow."
"I really want to see it now."
Charles went to get the stamp. Leonard opened one eye with difficulty. He looked at the new stamp. Then he gave a happy sigh.
All right, he said.
An hour later, Charles brought more stamps from America. Leonard pushed himself up on one elbow.
You must thank Professor Gray very much, he said.
The next day, Leonard became much better. Charles and Emma sat in the cool, dark garden. Charles thought quietly. Children give great happiness, but they can also bring great sadness. A man of science should perhaps not have children, maybe not even a wife. Then there would be nothing in the world to worry about. He could work all the time. Well, I hope my mind will feel clear again in a few days. Emma looked at her tired husband. She felt sorry for him. As Leonard continued to get better, Charles invited Alfred Wallace to Down House again. Wallace came in the first week of August. Charles thought very highly of the younger man. He believed Wallace was equal to him. He also believed Wallace was very important for natural science. Charles felt Wallace would fit well with their small group. Through his mirror, Charles watched Wallace get down from the carriage he had sent for him. Wallace was tall and thin. He had broad shoulders and strong long legs. Those legs had carried him across many mountains. He had thick dark hair that fell over his forehead. He also had a neat mustache, side whiskers, and a dark beard with a part in the middle. When Parslow brought Wallace into the study, Charles saw his deep blue eyes clearly. Wallace wore very small glasses without rims. They were even smaller than Hooker's glasses. Wallace was now 39 years old. He wore a grey waistcoat with wide lapels, a dark long coat, and light trousers. His black boots were not very shiny. He lived in London with his married sister. She had given him a place to keep and sort his collections. Charles asked Parslow to bring cold lemonade. After Wallace drank some, Charles spoke. Wallace, you published 35 articles in natural history journals before you returned to England. I greatly admire your clear writing. I have great trouble writing even a simple sentence.
Wallace became red with pleasure. I would be happy if I could write 2 books as good as your Journal of the Beagle and Origin of Species, he answered.
I have often wondered something, Charles said. How did you discover the theory of natural selection? Only you and I found it. Wallace drank more lemonade. Then he cleaned his small glasses with a cloth. He tried to remember clearly.
Mr. Darwin, it is hard to believe now. In February 1858, I was in the Moluccas. I had a very bad attack of malaria. One day I lay in bed under blankets, even though the weather was very hot. Then I thought again about the problem. I remembered the ideas of Malthus in his essay on the principle of population. I had read that book some years before. It made a deep impression on me.
It also made a deep impression on me, Charles said.
Wallace answered shyly. I had good preparation for these ideas. I first read your journal around 1847. As the story of a scientific traveler, it is second only to Humboldt's narrative. As a book for general readers, it may even be better.
Charles blushed. He was deeply moved. Wallace was one of the few men who spoke as clearly as he wrote. His speech was direct and easy to follow.
Wallace continued. War, disease, famine, and similar things reduce the number of people. I suddenly understood that the same thing happens with animals. These causes are always working. Animals usually have many more young than humans, so a great number die every year. Otherwise, there would be too many animals in each species. Then the idea came to me very suddenly. This natural process would improve the species. In every generation, the weaker animals would die. The stronger animals would live. That means the fittest survive.
It was now noon. Charles asked Wallace if he wanted to walk on the sandwalk.
Very much, Wallace answered. It is very famous in London. People call it a path to the future.
Do they? Charles said. Many of my best ideas come to me there. At dinner, Wallace became friendly with Emma and the children. They liked his quiet way of speaking and his warm laugh.
It will take me a long time to earn good money from my articles and books, he said. I have had lonely times. I would like to have a wife, children, and a home.
When Leonard became strong enough to travel, the family left for Bournemouth for the summer holiday. But when they arrived in Southampton, Emma became sick with scarlet fever. Their son William lived there. After he finished at Christ's College, he became a partner in a banking business. Charles sent the healthy family members to Bournemouth. He had rented a house there. Charles stayed in Southampton with Emma, Leonard, and an older housekeeper. They stayed in William's house at 1 Carlton Terrace. The house was simple but large enough for the family. Charles hired a nurse. Still, he spent most of the day and part of the night caring for Emma. First Leonard became sick, and then Emma. This worried Charles very much. For many weeks, he could not think about anything except the sick people in his family. Luckily, Emma's illness was not very serious. Charles later moved Emma and Leonard to Bournemouth. Before that, he rented a second house there. One house was for the sick people, and the other was for the healthy people. After Emma became well again, the family came together once more. They enjoyed the sun, sand, and sea in Bournemouth. At the end of September, they returned to Down House. For a long time, Charles wanted a hothouse where he could work. Just before Christmas, Sir John Lubbock's gardener, Horwood, came to visit. He arrived with a cart full of plants and bulbs from the Lubbock's greenhouse. Charles spoke sadly. "You know, Horwood, I have always wanted a small hothouse of my own."
Horwood was a clever man. His plants often won prizes. He also noticed things quickly. "I was only waiting for you to speak about it, Mr. Darwin," Horwood said. "I already have Sir John's permission to help you. I can draw the plans if you like. With some patience, we can do it well."
Horwood came every day for an hour. They decided to build the hothouse near a well. It was a short distance from the house and close to the kitchen gardens. It stood beyond the sundial that Charles used to set his gold watch and the clock in the hall. The hothouse would face Lime Avenue. This was a path with trees that led through the gardens to the sand walk. The building would be 50 feet long and 10 feet wide. Its tin roof would slope toward the path. Horwood planned strong beams for the doors at both ends. He also added strong supports to keep the building firm. They put squares of glass into the roof and the front wall. These would bring in light and warmth. Inside, there would be 2 rows of shelves. There would also be safe planting areas on both sides of the walkway. Stoves would provide heat. During the building work, Charles was as happy as a schoolboy. Horwood was an excellent supervisor. In the middle of February, the glass house was finished. Charles rode to the Lubbock's house. "My little hothouse is finished," he said, "and I must thank you for letting Horwood guide the work. Without his help, I would never have started it. And if I had started alone, I probably would have done it badly. It will not only be fun for me, it will also help me try many small experiments that I could not do before." Later, Charles met Joseph Hooker. He spoke with great excitement.
"The new hothouse is ready, and I want to fill it with plants. Can you tell me what plants you can give me? Then I will know what I should buy." "We have many stove plants and mosses," Hooker answered.
"Would it be safe to send my cart early in the morning on a day without frost?" Charles asked. "We could cover the cart with mats and return home before night. I do not know if the cold air would hurt the plants. They would travel for about 5 hours before reaching my house." "We will cover everything carefully," Hooker said.
"Then they will stay warm and safe."
Charles's sister Susan learned that Hooker loved Wedgwood objects. He bought many pieces when he had enough money. So Susan sent him some old medallions and vases from the Mount. Joseph Hooker felt very happy about the gift. Charles wrote to him, "You cannot imagine how much pleasure your plants give me. They give me more joy than Susan's Wedgwood gifts give you. Horwood and I look at the plants again and again. But we also told each other something. If the plants were not ours, perhaps we would not think every leaf was so beautiful. In early February 1863, Charles Lyell published his book, Geological Evidences of the Antiquity of Man. He did not show Charles any part of the book before it came out. No one else had seen it either. When Charles received a copy from Lyell, he opened the last chapter at once. He felt shocked because Lyell did not mention him or his work. There was only a short quotation from a review of Origin of Species in Fraser's magazine. The last argument in the book came from Asa Gray. Gray said that the ideas of variation and natural selection did not weaken natural religion. Lyell ended his book with another statement. He wrote that people could still believe that a creator directly made every person, species, and group of animals. They could keep that belief and still accept change in species. Charles could hardly believe what he read. In short, he thought sadly, there may be no true objectivity. People believe what they want, even when facts are clear. He felt deeply upset. Again and again, he remembered Lyell's earlier words.
I'm saving my reference to you for the last chapter.
Charles stood up, put down the book, and went outside. The sky was cloudy, and a cool wind moved across the fields. He did not notice the cold. He only felt lost and troubled. Then he turned to an activity that often helped him. He began pulling weeds in the garden. Removing weeds cleared his mind as well as the garden. After half an hour, he felt calmer. He went back to his study and started reading from the beginning of the book. Lyell had clearly written a full study about man and geological evidence. The book spoke fairly about the ideas and work of Hooker, Huxley, and Wallace. Chapter 16 was about Mr. Darwin's theory of the origin of species by natural selection. It also explained Charles's ideas fairly. It was only at the end of the book that Lyell stopped, Charles thought with some bitterness. He could not accept the final step. Then another thought came to him, and he laughed out loud. Emma will feel relieved. She has worried that Lyell might fully agree with me. During the next weeks, Charles read several reviews of Lyell's book. The book became successful very quickly. Charles felt happy that his friend received praise. But he still felt disappointed. Lyell had not allowed him to explain his ideas about the beginning of man. He had stayed only with geological evidence. The Lyells came to visit on a windy day in March. They stayed in the front bedroom above Charles's study. Mary Lyell drank tea with Emma in the drawing room. Charles and Lyell sat on hard chairs near the dining room windows. They looked out at the quiet garden and the fields beyond it. Lyell had recently refused a seat in Parliament for the University of London.
I believe I can do more useful work if I continue my geological studies, he explained.
I agree, Charles said. I made the same choice years ago when I might have received a position at Christ's College. A farm cart passed by outside. Its wooden wheels made loud sounds because they needed grease. Charles waited until the horse and sleepy driver disappeared around the bend in the road. He knew Lyell was waiting for his opinion about antiquity of man, but Charles feared he might hurt his friend's feelings. I have been very interested in your book, he said at last, but I do not have many comments to make.
Come now, Lyell said, shaking his head. I have watched your face for more than 20 years. I can see that you have many comments.
Charles swallowed hard. Since you asked me to speak openly, I will first say something difficult. I have felt very disappointed that you did not clearly give your opinion about the origin of man. Lyell became serious.
I knew you would feel disappointed because I did not go further, he said. I can only say that I spoke as far as my present beliefs allow.
The wind became weaker. Dark clouds were still in the sky, but the sun came through a small opening. Would you like to walk on the sand walk? Charles asked. Fresh air may help us think more clearly.
My mind is already clear. Lyell answered. But I have wanted to take this walk.
Charles put the pieces of flint near the corner of his small woods before he spoke again. I think the writer in the Parthenon was right. He said your book leaves people confused. Lyle did not like this comment.
Do you really think that? He asked. You and Huxley have gone even further into ideas that people cannot fully understand.
Charles stopped him. Readers will probably think you agree more with me, Hooker, and Wallace because you wrote more about us than about Lamarck, he said, but I always believed your opinion would be very important on this subject. Lyle watched Charles push one of the flint stones away with his foot.
To tell the truth, he said, I wrote more strongly about change in living things than I truly feel. Maybe because of this, more people will follow your ideas and Hooker's ideas. A younger man like Lubbock does not need to leave behind many old beliefs.
Charles felt surprised that Lyle still held many traditional ideas, but he did not want to make his friend upset. He suggested that they go back to the house for dinner. Both wives were surprised because the two men did not talk about science during the meal. Neither man wanted others to know that they had their first serious disagreement. After sherry and small dishes of sardines, oysters, and bread, Emma served fish, roast lamb, spinach, potatoes, pie, and custard. Shall we play billiards? Charles asked. They played without much interest. Even the sound of the balls touching did not make them happy. Lyle, I understand your position, Charles said in a quiet and apologetic voice. From now on, I will remember how well you chose the important points and explained them. Your chapter about the development of language and species is excellent. Lyle understood that Charles was only partly praising him. This was especially clear because Charles was the scientist he respected most. Lyle put down his billiard stick and spoke slowly and clearly.
I do not care what people expected from me about your ideas, he said. But I do not want to go against my own beliefs. My opinions changed slowly over time. So I cannot ask other people to change their opinions immediately.
When Charles read some parts of the principles again, he sometimes lost a little confidence in the new ideas. He saw many difficult problems. He did not want to become like new followers who believed even more strongly than their teacher. Hooker once said that people in science do not like others to tell them exactly what to believe. But in religion, many people want clear answers. Charles felt sorry because he had made Lyle see that his book was only part of the answer. He put down his billiard cue and walked to the other side of the table. I know you will forgive me for speaking so openly, he said. You know that I respect you very much. You have guided me for many years. Lyle tried to make the moment lighter with a joke.
Did you see what the Saturday Review wrote? He asked. They called my book Lyell's Trilogy on the Antiquity of Man, Ice, and Darwin.
Charles laughed a little. Did you read the Athenaeum review of your book and Huxley's Man's Place in Nature? He asked. It was terrible. The writer said you only wanted to prove that man was old, and Huxley only wanted to lower man's place in nature. That writer does not understand what scientific truth means.
Lyell smiled. Do you think reviewers are the natural enemies of writers? He asked. Were they created to stop too many books from appearing?
Both men laughed. Lyle forgot his worry that he had not gone far enough with his ideas. Charles also pushed away his disappointment that his friend could not move beyond his own limits. Later they returned to the study. Charles leaned forward in his chair, as if he wanted to close the distance between them. I am afraid you may still feel a little angry with me, he said.
Lyell smiled kindly. I could never stay angry with you for long, he answered. I feel about you much like John Henslow did. In many ways, you became the son and heir I never had. Because of that, I always want complete honesty from you.
Charles took a little snuff from the jar he had carried into the room. But I still think your clear support would have strongly influenced the public, he said. Then he smiled and spoke in a joking way. You would not let me rewrite your last chapter about the descent of man, would you?
You certainly will not, Lyell shouted. You will write your own book. You survived all the attacks after Origin of Species. You will also survive the trouble and criticism about man's descent from apes. And from even lower creatures.
Charles stood up and walked slowly around the study. He touched different objects on the tables and shelves. There were microscopes, rare stones, and bottles with specimens inside. I wish very much that your beliefs had allowed you to say clearly that human races were not created separately, he said. And that man also evolved, like every other living creature.
Lyell sat very still with a hard expression on his face. This is your field and your duty, he said carefully. One day you will have to face this work.
Later Charles rode home in a carriage from Beckenham station after leaving the Lyells there. During the ride, he thought again about all the talks and disagreements from the weekend. He knew that the same patterns often returned again in a man's life. Any book about the descent of man that did not agree with the beliefs of the Western world would bring the same anger and criticism as Origin of Species. People would strongly attack him again. But he also knew one thing. He would still write the book. He once said, I am like a gambler, and I love a wild experiment. Maybe this was why he had spoken so openly and angrily to Lyell for not writing about the subject. The horse walked slowly past the church and the small graveyard in Down. Then it turned into the road to Darwin's house. During the quiet ride, he decided to follow his Uncle Jose's advice.
Do what you must, and let fate overtake you.
He kept his work as a magistrate, though he rarely needed to go to Bromley for cases. He still managed the account books of the Down Friendly Club. Friends continued to visit Down House. He enjoyed working in the warm and wet air of his hothouse. There were many flowers, shrubs, and plants there for his experiments. But in 1863, he could not write at all. This made the year the hardest one he had known. His health became much worse. He already knew periods of feeling sick, weak, tired, and unable to sleep well. He often had stomach problems too. Now he was ill all the time. He could not stay in his study for long. He could not even hold his pen and write. At the start of May, he and Emma went to Hartfield for 2 weeks. They hoped rest and a new place would help him feel better. They stayed first with Reverend Charles Langton. Then they stayed with Charles's sister Caroline and Joe Wedgwood. But the trip did not help him. When they returned to Down House, he stayed in bed for a week. He gave up his plan to visit Malvern after he heard that Dr. Gully was also ill and could not treat him.
Emma sometimes called his illness anxiety.
But he did not believe that. His father and many doctors after him, including Gully, had all said that his body was healthy. He was not a man who imagined sickness. He never had been. Or had he? A small opening appeared in the curtain. He knew these bad times came again and again, but nobody knew why. He remembered all the treatments he had tried. Some helped for a short time. He tried water treatments, chalk, acids, ice packs, and special diets. He also used a kind of water medicine. Sometimes he wrapped brass and zinc wires around his waist and neck. The wires were wet with vinegar. He thought his life could have been much better as a country churchman. He could have lived in a quiet village. He could have collected beetles and butterflies. There would have been no journey on the HMS Beagle. There would have been no journal. There would only be peace and acceptance. Perhaps he and Emma could have lived near the beautiful chapel above Mayor. They could have made Mayor Hall their home. He also thought about life at Christ's College. Maybe life there would have been easier. He could have had friends around him. After dinner, men could bring bottles of wine into the common room. There could be bowls of walnuts to open and eat. Maybe he could have escaped the sadness that slowly took away his strength and energy. He wondered why his life had moved in this difficult direction. Why had he become part of such great arguments in the modern world? Was the origin of species the start of his troubles? He did not think so. And it was not the end. He still wanted to study the ideas that could deeply change human beliefs. It was a burden he did not want to carry. But he could not see a way out. He tried to look calm and kind with his wife, children, and servants. Sometimes he became very sick or very sad. At those times, he read Paradise Lost. He thought carefully about Milton's words. The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. Emma also made clear rules for the children and servants.
We must accept this calmly, she said. We must try to be kind to each other. We must live with this problem and do our best. We will not talk about it all the time. We will not study it or argue about it. We will not even give it too much attention. Health is like the weather. We cannot know what will happen and we cannot control it. Your father's attacks must not become an example for the rest of you. I do not want unhealthy fears in this house because you copy him.
Charles did not follow his wife's rules. He told his friends every small detail about his illness. He felt better when he spoke openly about his problems. He described the sickness, the vomiting, the stomach trouble, and the weakness. Talking about it gave him some relief, like confession. Still, he wanted people to know that he was sick, not hiding from the world. Perhaps he wanted sympathy. Perhaps he wanted people to understand why he stayed inside his home and ground so much. Then he decided that this idea was foolish. A weak man could not create a completely new understanding of life on Earth and in the sea. A weak man could not change human thought in such a great way. Only a brave and strong man could do that. To be an invalid meant to be without strength or value. But more and more people in the Western world believed that Charles Darwin was the most important living man. Though he tried not to think about it, Charles knew he must write a book about the descent of man. He wanted to show clearly that humans had changed over time, like horses and other living things. He did not believe humans were made complete in God's image. He knew many people would become angry if he wrote this book. The trouble could be worse than the great earthquake he saw in Concepcion in Chile, but he did not know when to begin or how to do it. At the same time, the family tried to make life pleasant. Emma and Henrietta read a new popular book aloud. It was Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Emma worked in the garden and cut the bushes and shrubs. They took the younger children to London. There they saw the crowds welcoming Princess Alexandra of Denmark, who was going to marry the Prince of Wales. They also watched the London City Police in their new helmets. The police no longer wore their tall civilian hats. Charles was chosen as a possible winner for the Copley Medal. This was the highest science honour in Britain. His friends in the Royal Society strongly supported him. But some older members strongly disagreed. At some point, Rear Admiral Robert Fitzroy began a story about Charles. He said Charles had to leave the HMS Beagle because he became sick at sea. Erasmus visited Down House and told Charles this gossip. Charles became very angry. Fitzroy never asked me to leave the voyage because of seasickness, he said. I never wanted to leave, even though I was often very sick. I do not think the seasickness caused my later illness. That illness has taken many years from my life. So I do not think the seasickness was important. Later, Erasmus saw Charles becoming sick about 3 hours after dinner.
Maybe you should try Father's old remedy again, he said with quiet humor. I will buy you a hammock for your next birthday.
It did not matter if he was on land or at sea. Charles still lost. The Copley Medal went to another man. Then another discovery brought him back to work. He also found a new subject that he loved. It was climbing plants. He kept a plant called Echinocystis lobata in his study. One day he noticed something surprising.
The top part of each branch moved slowly in circles. Sometimes it turned around 2 or 3 times. Then it slowly changed direction and turned the other way.
It usually rested for half an hour between its movements. All the children except William were home for the summer. They watched the plant with great interest. They asked if other people had seen this strange thing. He told them that 2 German men had spoken about it. Asa Gray had also noticed it. But no one had really studied the process yet. "I am going to write a small book about it," he said. "It will be peaceful, but it may surprise people."
It is very pretty, Papa. How does it work? His youngest child asked.
"It is pretty, Horace," he answered. "Every 1.5 or 2 hours, the plant moves in a circle. The circle can be from 20 inches to 1 foot wide. When the tendril touches something, it quickly holds it and starts to climb. The gardener at the Lubbock's house says he thinks the tendrils can see. Wherever he puts a plant, it finds a stick close by. The tendrils also seem to have some sense. They do not hold each other." During this busy time, he also continued work on his book Variation of Animals and Plants Under Domestication. He started the chapter called Selection on June 16th. He finished it on July 20th. The chapter was full of careful research. But he wrote to Hooker about the climbing plants. "I am enjoying my work on the tendrils very much," he said. "It is the kind of small careful work that suits me. It also gives me rest while I write the book." Emma felt happy that he was relaxing while working in his study and in the hothouse with the climbing plants. So she decided to do something she had wanted for a long time. She wanted people to use kinder animal traps instead of the small steel traps that were common then. Small animals caught in those traps suffered for many hours before they died. Emma wrote a long article about this problem. The Gardener's Chronicle printed it. Then she asked the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals to offer a prize for the kindest trap invention. She also started raising money for the prize. The family felt proud of her. The big surprise of the summer was about Catty and the Reverend Mr. Langton. His wife, Charlotte Wedgwood, had died. Now he and Catty were engaged. They planned to marry in October. The Darwin family felt very surprised by the news. Henrietta, who was 20 years old, spoke first.
"It almost seems wrong to me for people over 50 to marry," she said.
"That is not the important question," Charles answered. "Catty is not strong in health, and she is often unhappy. Both she and Langton have strong personalities. I am not sure she will be happy."
It is a worrying step, Emma agreed. But they have known each other for many years through family visits. They will give each other company.
"Why did Catty wait until she was 53? Henrietta asked. "People liked her. She must have had many chances to marry."
"We will go to the wedding, of course," Emma said firmly. "They must not know about our worries."
"Then Susan will be alone at the Mount," Charles said sadly. "We will ask her to come to Down House and live with us," Emma said. At that time, Charles was very interested in plant tendrils. He called this interest his new hobby horse. He liked to watch the Apocynaceae plant. Its shoots were 18 inches long and slowly looked for something to climb. The climbing happened because the top parts of the plant moved in small circles by themselves. He learned something interesting. When he touched the 2 branches of a tendril with a pencil, he could shape them as he liked. He had already studied the passion flower, the Virginia creeper, and different kinds of peas. He often wrote to Joseph Hooker. He asked if Hooker knew any plants with strange or unusual tendrils. He also asked if he could borrow or buy such plants. When Charles was too weak to write, he spoke his words and the women in the family wrote them down. His most comfortable time came in the evening. He lay on a long chair near the piano and listened to Emma play music. She played his favorite songs from operas. He especially loved Handel's The Harmonious Blacksmith. He never became tired of hearing it. Every day he also read the London Times. The newspaper often made him angry. It supported the South during the American Civil War and also slavery. "The Times is becoming worse all the time," he told his children. "Mama wants to stop getting it. But I tell her that only a woman could do something so brave. To stop reading the bloody old Times, as Cobbett called it, would be like giving up food, drink, and air." He went to Malvern for water treatment during September and half of October. The treatment did not help him. He stayed ill until the end of the year and until the middle of April in 1864. He asked himself, "Where do the weeks and months go? I feel terrible about losing so much time when I still have a lot of work to finish. I think I may never become healthy again. My life is ending at only 55 years old." On April 13th, he woke after a good night's sleep and felt well again. After breakfast, he started work at once. He worked on the movements and habits of climbing plants. For 4 months, he felt strong enough to work carefully and finish the study. Before this, a feeling of sadness had hung over Down House because he had been so sick. Now the family felt happy again. He told Emma, "Writing this article of 118 pages has been pure pleasure. I wish all writing could be this enjoyable."
"It can be," Emma answered. "Stay with the subjects you love."
The Linnean Society published his study in their journal. They also printed many copies to sell for 4 shillings. Charles printed 200 more copies. He mailed them to friends and other scientists around the world. People received climbing plants very warmly. The scientists enjoyed it and learned from it. When Charles became strong enough to write letters again, he started writing to his close friends in London. Lyell's book Antiquity of Man had reached a 3rd edition. Lyell had also become president of the British Association and received the title of baronet. While he was in Berlin, Lyell met England's Princess Royal. She was married to the Crown Prince of Prussia. She told him that after Darwin's Origin of Species, the old ideas had changed greatly and would never fully return. Charles spoke honestly to Lyell. He said, "I have the true English respect for people with high rank."
Thomas Huxley had success with his book Evidence as to Man's Place in Nature. The book sold well and quickly had a second printing.
Huxley wrote to Charles about his busy life.
He said, "I work very hard every day. Still, I am late with many things. Each morning I wake up and think, A is not done, B is not done, C is not done, D is not done. I feel like many people are waiting for me to finish my work."
Charles enjoyed spending time with the young Huxley again. "Tell me what you are doing," he said.
Huxley answered, "I am editing lectures about the skulls of animals with backbones. They will appear in the Medical Times. I am also rewriting lectures on simple physiology. Next spring, I will give 24 lectures about mammals at the Royal College of Surgeons. I am working on a book called Manual of Comparative Anatomy. I started it 7 years ago, and many people bother me because they call me a Darwinian."
Charles laughed. "You should be more careful about the people you support," he said. Huxley had also published another book. It was called 6 Lectures to Working Men on Our Knowledge of the Causes of the Phenomena of Organic Nature. Charles read the copy Huxley sent to him. In the book, Huxley wrote that even without its theories, Origin of Species was still one of the greatest collections of biological knowledge ever written by one man. He also believed the book would guide the study of biology and the mind for many years. Joseph Hooker, Charles's closest friend, had finished his work about the plants of Syria and Palestine for Smith's Dictionary of the Bible. Joseph was also trying hard to protect Kew Gardens. Some gardeners were not skilled. Some accountants were dishonest. Joseph's old father could no longer see these problems clearly. A sad event had happened to Joseph and his wife Frances. Their 6-year-old daughter Minnie had died. Joseph felt deep sorrow, just as Charles had after the death of Annie. Joseph wrote to Charles.
He said, "I tried to treat her the same as the other children. But she was very special to me. Everyone loved her. She walked with me often. She was the first of my children who loved music and flowers. She was sweet and loving. I still hear her voice. I still remember her small hand in mine. At the fire and in the garden, I think of her everywhere."
Charles answered, "I understand. Annie was also my close companion among the children. Why do we lose the child who is closest to us?" Alfred Wallace had fallen in love with the daughter of one of his friends from chess games. But he was very shy. The young woman did not understand that he loved her. After a year, Wallace asked her to marry him in a letter. She refused him. Wallace did not stop. Later the young woman agreed to marry him. They planned meetings to choose the wedding date. But at the last moment she ended the engagement. She said she had heard Wallace had once promised to marry another woman. Wallace did not believe this was the true reason. He understood that the woman did not really love him. He still lived with his sister. He earned only a small amount of money from his 2 books and magazine articles. Wallace had collected much information during his years in distant lands. Because of this work, he became one of the leading natural scientists of his time. During the long months when Charles could not work well, he decided to grow a beard. The beard grew thick and grey. He kept it neat and round under his chin. He also grew a mustache. The mustache was lighter than the dark hair on the sides and back of his head. He kept the mustache short and neat. He carefully shaved the round parts of his cheeks. His dark brown eyes looked deeper under his strong eyebrows. One day at the table he proudly asked Emma and the children, "Do I look serious and respectful now?"
Henrietta answered, "People will call you the Bishop of Cambridge. Like Bishop Wilberforce of Oxford."
"But never so be Charles," he replied. Charles began to think about life as a series of intervals. There were short intervals. There were long intervals. Some intervals were times when he felt well and worked hard. Some were times when he could do nothing. To him, time felt cold and slow like ice in the far north. Then it seemed to break apart and move faster and faster. While he read and organized information about the different races of people, both living and ancient, he suddenly had a new idea. He began to think that sexual selection had been the strongest force in changing the races of mankind. He wrote that different groups of people have different ideas about beauty. Among simple tribes, the strongest men often choose women first. These men usually have more children than other men. "This will cause trouble," he said to himself. "If I continue this idea about sexual selection, many people in society will become angry. People do not even say this word aloud. They avoid it, even in bad novels. My problems will become much greater." Soon after that, he received a copy of an article by Alfred Wallace. The article was called "The Development of Human Races Under the Law of Natural Selection." It was printed in the Anthropological Review. Years earlier, Darwin had worried about Wallace's first paper on natural selection. Now he felt upset again after reading this new article. He was also disappointed, just as he had been with Lyell's ideas. Wallace wrote that man was different from all other living beings. He said people were not changed by the same natural laws that changed animals and plants. He also wrote that humans had escaped natural selection. According to Wallace, humans could now control some of nature's power. Surely Wallace cannot really believe this, Darwin thought. Wallace was still young. Darwin believed he could still change his ideas. Darwin thought about sharing his new idea of sexual selection with Wallace. Maybe this idea would help Wallace understand how humans began long ago. Would he change his ideas and beliefs? This could help him escape the hard problem that Lyell had given him. He wrote to Wallace,
I collected some notes about man. I do not think I will use them. Maybe you would like my notes and references one day. I am not sure if they are useful.
By autumn, he started work again on variation of animals and plants under domestication. He finished another long chapter. After this work, he felt very tired. His body still hurt, but he felt happier because his children were doing well. William was now 24 years old. He was happy with his work at the bank. That summer, William invited his 4 brothers, George, Francis, Leonard, and Horace, to Southampton for a holiday. He gave them good food and claret cup to drink. One day, Leonard went swimming. While he was in the water, William filled Leonard's trousers with stones. The brothers laughed because they played this game when they were younger. On a bright Sunday, William took the boys to the Isle of Wight. They walked around Bonchurch and Ventnor together. Later, they came back to Down House. Their skin was brown from the sun, and they were cheerful. Emma wrote to William,
You did very well. You gave them a very happy visit.
Charles felt very happy with William. He always wanted his children to stay close and love each other. He was also happy about his second son, George. George was 19 years old. He passed an important exam at Trinity College in Cambridge. He was very good at mathematics. He wanted to win a scholarship at Trinity. Francis was 16 years old. He decided to become a doctor like his grandfather and great-grandfather. Among the 5 boys, he was the artist. He loved music and taught himself to play the flute, oboe, and bassoon. During the family poetry game, he wrote good poems. He also drew funny cartoons for their picture game. He was a pleasant young man with a sharp sense of humor. Sometimes he became sad and quiet. Of all the Darwin boys, Francis cared most about his father's work. He asked his father to teach him how to use a microscope and how to cross-fertilize plants. He read his father's books. He also asked questions about subjects that were still difficult for him to understand. Leonard was 14 years old. He became very interested in photography. He took such good pictures of his father that Charles sent copies to his friends. Horace was the youngest boy and was 13 years old. He lived at school and was doing very well there. Their younger daughter, Elizabeth, was now 17. She was plain-looking and a little heavy. She was not as clever as Henrietta, but she was more sensitive. Sometimes she had trouble with practical things. Her brother George once tried to explain 5% to her, but she could not understand it clearly. Still, she understood people better than Henrietta did. Elizabeth had never fully believed that Henrietta was often ill. She was brave enough to say so. Henrietta often treated Elizabeth as the younger and less clever sister, but the family believed Elizabeth was wise in many situations. Henrietta was now 21 years old. She showed her independence by reading Thomas Huxley's books and giving her opinions about them. She travelled alone to visit Erasmus, the Hensley Wedgwoods, and the Langton family in Wiltshire. The children thought they were now too old to call their parents Mama and Papa. They decided to say Mother and Father instead. Charles did not like this idea. He said, I would rather be called Dog. But the new name stayed. When William was young, people called him Willie. Now he wanted people to use his full name. The family agreed. Henrietta still stayed Etty. Elizabeth became Bessie. Francis became Frank. Leonard became Lenny. The names George and Horace did not change. Now the children could do many things by themselves. Because of this, Emma had more free time. In spring and summer, she often went out alone in the pony carriage. Many times she came home at twilight near High Elms. There she saw the Lubbock family playing cricket. She also spent more time in the garden. She was often surprised that this work made her feel happier. She liked cutting and shaping the shrubs, but her ideas about the shapes were different from the rest of the family. With her new feeling of freedom, she argued with both her gardener and her family.
You cut the shrubs into hard square shapes, she told them. I do not like that style. I want one part of the garden to have softer and rounder shapes.
Emma also started to visit people in the area by herself. For these visits, she had a new dress made.
She told her 2 daughters, it is respectable and handsome.
She visited the village doctor and his family. This was the doctor who cared for Leonard when he was ill. Dr. Spengler often had money problems because he was too kind to poor patients. Emma saw that the family lived with very little money. She suggested to Charles that they should give the doctor some money now for future medical help. She also enjoyed visiting the Lubbock family at High Elms. There they talked about whether the younger Lubbock should win against their father at billiards. Sometimes Emma stopped for tea at the home of Reverend Brodie Innes. After Sunday church services, she invited the vicar and his wife to dinner at Down House. It was time to choose the next person for the Copley Medal. People asked Charles to send more papers and information. But he did not want to do it. He said, going through that process one time is enough. Hugh Falconer decided to help Charles. At that time, Hugh was traveling in Europe. He wrote a long letter to the Royal Society to support Charles. In the letter, Hugh said that Charles was one of the greatest natural scientists of his time. He also said that people in the future would remember Charles as one of the great scientists in history. Hugh wrote about Charles's book, Origin of Species by Natural Selection. He said this subject was very serious and difficult. Before Charles, many people did not study it carefully. Some people even treated it in a strange and foolish way. Hugh said Charles spent 20 years studying and researching this subject. Then Charles published his ideas. People across the educated world became very interested at once. Hugh also wrote that this work was very large and very difficult. He believed it was surprising that one man could do such important work alone. This letter, and other letters like it, helped Charles win the medal. He decided not to go to the award meeting because it caused him too much stress. Some older men in the society had spoken against him. Lyle offered to give the speech after dinner. Charles accepted with thanks. The award meeting almost became a scandal. Joseph Hooker later told Charles what happened.
President Edward Sabine said in his speech that the award did not include any support for your origin book, he said. Huxley stood up and asked how Sabine could say that. He demanded that the council notes should be read. Of course, the notes said nothing about excluding the book. Lyle tried hard to answer Sabine's attack on the origin. He said the book changed his old beliefs, even if he still did not fully know what to believe now. He also sent you a message.
He said, I think I spoke strongly enough for you.
Did Sabine promise to change his words before the speech was printed? Charles asked.
He seemed to say yes, Hooker answered.
But Sabine did not change the speech. When Charles received the printed copy, he saw the same words there. Sabine wrote that the society had purposely left out the origin of species when they gave the award. This dishonest action spoiled some of Charles's happiness about the medal.
Emma tried to calm him. Sabine only wants to satisfy the older members who voted against you, she said. Maybe a president must keep peace in the society.
At any cost? Charles asked angrily. Should he change the written facts on purpose? That is dishonest. Later Charles received several kind letters from other scientists. He told Emma, these letters made me very happy. Then he added, I often think people may forget an old and tired man like me.
Emma knew he often spoke this way about himself. Old and tired, she said. Your study is full of notes for many new books.
Charles sighed. You are right, he said. Perhaps I will live forever. Charles did not expect the Copley Medal to bring new attacks from his enemies. They were unhappy because he had won the award. Soon they wrote articles, sermons, and even books against him. This was hard for Charles. But once again, the Copley Medal and all the attacks helped more people hear about the origin of species. The book reached places where people had not known it before. In the future, this trouble might even help his ideas grow stronger. Henrietta had started reading science papers. At Down House, she quickly read the new writings that arrived from Huxley, Hooker, and Wallace. She often commented on their choice of words. Huxley especially found this amusing.
After Henrietta read his book Lectures on the Elements of Comparative Anatomy, she told him, "I wish you would write a book."
"I have just written a very good book about the skull, Miss Etty."
"I do not call that a real book. I want something people can read. Do you think you can write a simple book about animals?"
"Miss Etty, my last book is a real book. Do you call it a small paper only?"
"It is only a study," she answered.
Charles sat in a chair near them. "I sometimes think simple science books are almost as important as new science work," he said. "I have just finished some talks for working men about the different races of mankind. That could become the kind of book Miss Etty wants." The year 1865 brought sadness to many of Charles's friends. Hugh Falconer died at the end of January after he returned from Europe. Only 3 months before, he had helped Charles receive the Copley Medal. Charles's neighbor, Sir John Lubbock, died from heart disease in June. Sir William Hooker died in August. Vice Admiral Robert Fitzroy killed himself on April 30th. The death of Fitzroy made Charles very sad. "From the captain I once admired so much to this sad end is a hard thing to think about," Charles said while Emma listened nearby. "But I often worried about him. His uncle, Lord Castlereagh, also killed himself at about the same age. That thought troubled Fitzroy even when he was still a young man." After the funeral, people learned more about his troubles. Fitzroy had lost all his money. Other people had to collect money to pay his debts. He had worked too hard and had been ill. He also felt unhappy because he no longer liked his work at the meteorologic office. The worst problem for him came after his new ideas about weather. He studied many weather maps and believed people could forecast the weather. The London Times newspaper laughed at his ideas. They called his words strange and unclear. Many people criticized him and later ignored him. Robert Fitzroy had also continued to attack Charles and his work. "Poor Fitzroy. He received some of the same cruel treatment that he once gave to me," Charles said. "No, I am not happy because I have one less enemy." Then he thought about the years on the Beagle. "My mind returns to those wonderful years on the Beagle. He was kind to me and helped my explorations. He was my friend then, and I will remember him that way." Charles never knew exactly when a new idea would begin, but he could often see how it slowly grew. For several years he had studied changes in buds and seeds, inheritance, and reproduction for his book Variations. He strongly wanted to connect all these facts with one idea. Now he created the word pangenesis to explain inheritance. He believed every small part of a living thing gave something to the future child or plant. When he finished writing 30 pages about pangenesis, he traveled to London. There he spoke with Huxley and asked him to read the work. "You are very busy, so this is a great favor," Charles said. "Pangenesis is a very bold and rough idea. But it helps my mind because I can connect many facts with it." When Huxley agreed to read it, Charles cried out happily.
Wonderful.
"I must say that I feel brave to show my idea to your strong criticism." Huxley did not like the manuscript.
He said, "This idea is too close to the work of Buffon and Bonnet, the French scientists."
"I trust your judgment," Charles said quietly. "I will try not to publish it. The idea is too uncertain. Still, I think people may accept something like it one day." Huxley then said he was sorry.
"I did not want to stop you from publishing your ideas. I do not want that responsibility. Maybe in 50 years, someone will read your papers and say, this was a great early idea, and Huxley stopped him from publishing it. You should publish your ideas, but present them as possible ideas, not final answers. Do not give your enemies more chances to attack you.
Charles studied the books of Bonnet and Buffon. He saw that their ideas were different from his own. Still, he praised their work in a long footnote. Emma and the children believed that Charles hated cruelty more than anything else. Both the Darwin and Wedgwood families strongly opposed slavery. They were very happy when Abraham Lincoln's order to free slaves appeared in London newspapers in 1863. They also felt great relief when the American Civil War ended in April 1865 after General Lee surrendered to General Grant. But the newspaper carried much bad news. At last, Charles stopped reading it because Emma asked him many times to do so. In February, the famous Savile House in Leicester Square burned down. A strike by shipbuilders badly hurt business on the River Thames and caused much suffering. The Fenians, an Irish group that wanted Ireland free from British rule, planned an uprising in Ireland. The government learned about the plan. Officials closed the Fenian office and arrested the leaders. One leader received a life prison sentence. Closer to home, Charles heard that a neighbor let some sheep die from hunger. He rode around the area and collected proof. Then he gave the information to a magistrate. The neighbor was found guilty of neglect. Even without reading newspapers, Charles heard about a dangerous cattle disease from Holland called rinderpest. The disease spread very quickly. The Darwins had only a few cows at Down House for milk and butter, but many cattle lived in the rich fields of Kent. Before the end of 1865, 73,559 animals became sick. More than 55,000 died or were killed. People across the country became very worried. Losing so many cattle would badly hurt England. Farmers and scientists worked together to stop the disease. Charles knew several of the scientists. At last, they found a way to control it. When the danger ended, Charles spoke with some pride. Parliament has always ignored science. Perhaps people now understand its real value. We need laws and money for research, especially in medicine and the control of diseases in people, cattle, sheep, trees, plants, and all living things. The whole Darwin family worried together during these difficult times. But near the end of 1865, trouble in Jamaica caused one of the rare arguments at Down House. About 150 black Jamaicans tried to free a local prisoner. Officials arrested 28 leaders. Then fighting began between black people and white people. Some people were killed or hurt, and property was damaged. The British governor of Jamaica, Edward Eyre, used soldiers to shoot and hang the rioters. England became deeply shocked when Governor Eyre arrested George W. Gordon, a black member of the House of Assembly. People believed Gordon had not taken part in the uprising. Still, he was judged illegally before two young Navy officers and quickly hanged. After that, Governor Eyre punished many black people harshly. England became divided into two angry groups. Some people supported Eyre, others strongly opposed him. When William came home for a visit, he spoke at dinner.
In Southampton, we recently had a public meeting to support Governor Eyre. The speaker attacked the people who are trying to punish him. Most people in Southampton support the governor. I agree with them.
Charles looked at him with sudden anger. He became very angry with William and said, "Then you should go back to Southampton."
"William, I am sorry that I was so angry with you," he said. "I could not sleep all night. Please forgive me. I strongly disagree with you about Governor Eyre. But you still have the right to your own opinion."
The next morning at 7, he stood near his son's bed. Charles spent much of every afternoon reading old scientific journals. He looked for studies and wrote notes for his book Variation Under Domestication. Each day, he also rode his horse for an hour. The changing seasons always gave him joy. Catty's marriage to Reverend Charles Langton was a happy one, but Catty was often ill, and her pain was strong. When Susan became ill at the Mount, Catty returned to Shrewsbury. She stayed with Susan and cared for her. This helped Susan. But then Catty became too weak to leave her bed. She died quietly in her sleep. Charles felt deep sadness after the death of his younger sister. She looked very much like him. During his years at home, she had been his close friend.
I will try again to ask Susan to live with us, he told Emma. She will feel safer with you here.
His study was often full of papers and work, but now it became a quiet and safe place for him. His active mind helped him stay cheerful. While thinking about sexual selection, he saw that butterflies were a very good example of beauty shown in a clear way. The male butterflies had much brighter colors than the females. They often showed the colorful underside of their wings to attract females. Then Charles remembered the male frigate birds in the Galápagos. During the mating season, thousands of them stood near the beaches and marshes. Their throats became bright orange or red. They made them large to attract female birds. This discovery reminded him of his earlier ideas about flowers. Flowers became more beautiful so insects could notice them more easily. He started writing letters to 2 German professors of botany. One worked at the University of Freiburg, and the other worked in Munich. They wrote about sage plants, changing plant organs, and why flowers and fruit became beautiful through evolution. Charles became deeply interested in adding this new idea to his theory of natural selection.
Then Emma asked, "Would you like me to manage the household accounts?" "I do not mind doing it."
He had always liked keeping records. But now he wanted more time for his scientific work. John Murray wrote that people wanted a 4th edition of Origin. Charles was not happy because he needed to make many corrections and changes. Still, Murray was printing another 1,250 copies. Murray could earn £238 from them.
That will look good in your account books, Charles told Emma.
He also corrected and changed the manuscript of variation. He added new material to the book. The manuscript already had 1,000 pages, but he wanted to write the last chapter after the main part went to the printer. His work was going well, and he felt healthy. Around the middle of April, he asked Emma if they could go to London for a holiday at Erasmus's house. Erasmus had often asked them to visit.
Emma was very happy. She had not gone to the theatre or listened to the Philharmonic for a long time.
They decided to take the girls with them. Erasmus was very happy when he saw how healthy Charles looked. He had recently been sick with a fever, but now he felt better. He was still warm and friendly as always. They all went to see Hamlet. The famous actor Fector played the main part very well.
Emma later said, "It was a wonderful play. But I must say I like almost anything more than Shakespeare."
Erasmus scolded her for saying this.
The next evening, Emma's sister Elizabeth took them to the Philharmonic. The music program was excellent. They listened to Beethoven's Pastoral Symphony, though they had heard it many times before. They also heard a concerto by Hummel. The most important event was Charles's wish to go to a soiree at the Royal Society. He dressed very carefully in a new shirt, a new cravat, and new boots. He had bought them the day before. Early in the evening, he went to Burlington House. It was the first time in many years that he had gone there. His surprised and happy colleagues welcomed him warmly. Their kindness made him feel very pleased.
Charles Darwin. How wonderful to see you again. You look slim like a young man.
We missed you very much. Congratulations on the Copley. No one deserved it more. Charles saw that some men were looking at him in a strange way. Lyle laughed loudly.
They do not know you with the beard. Come with me. We will tell them your name.
Lyle was right. When the members heard Charles's name, they smiled. They shook his hand and spoke about his work. Edward Sabine was still the president. He remembered that he had not treated Charles honestly before. Now he stayed back and looked uncomfortable. When the Prince of Wales arrived, Sabine made sure Charles met the prince first. Only 3 members met the prince.
Sabine is trying to be kind to you now, Hooker whispered.
That grand act made you the most important member of the society, Huxley added.
Charles made a small face. The prince seems like a nice young man and a true gentleman, he said. He said something to me, but I could not hear it. So I gave a very deep bow and moved on. Then Charles heard a voice behind him.
There is nothing wrong with your hearing.
Charles turned around. He saw Dr. Henry Bence Jones, his newest doctor. The doctor had given him a diet with small pieces of meat and toast. Because of this, Charles lost 15 pounds. The doctor also told him to ride his horse Tommy every day. When they returned to Down House after the busy days in the city, a large basket of new kittens was waiting for them. James Sulan, now an admiral, came to visit with his wife. He had become heavy and his face was very red. Together they spoke sadly about the early death of Robert Fitzroy. Then Sulan changed the subject.
Darwin, I have found a very rich place with fossil bones near the Strait of Magellan, he said. They should be collected. You are the right man for this work.
I could take you with me as my naturalist the next time I sail south.
Everyone laughed.
Charles liked spending time with his old friend from the Beagle. That friend had made many people laugh during the voyage. He was the only old shipmate Charles still met. The others had gone on with their own lives. They included Dr. Benjamin Bino, John Wickham, Stokes, and King. Charles also never heard again from Conrad Martins. Martins was the painter who moved to Australia. His watercolors still hung on the walls of their house. Charles had learned earlier that Augustus Earle died in 1838. That was 2 years after Charles came back to England. Charles was busy with his own collections at that time. Because of this, he never saw an exhibition of Earle's paintings. The work continued quickly during the summer of 1866. One day Emma came home from a carriage ride.
I forgot how nice it is to feel active all day, she said.
So did I. But everything is going well. The chapters of variation are coming together. Huxley is receiving his first university honour at the University of Edinburgh. Thomas Carlyle will receive the same honour. Wallace is going to marry Annie Mitten. She is the 18-year-old daughter of a botanist friend. Wallace is 25 years older than her. But he is a strong man, and I think the marriage will be good. Lyell is publishing the 10th edition of his Principles. That is unusual for a science book. He is adding new material from recent observations. Hooker is now director at Kew after his father's death. He is improving and enlarging the gardens. He runs them in a more scientific way. He says he works outside 6 hours every day. The boys were home again from school for the summer. Francis would enter Trinity College in September. The boys were full of energy. Charles played games with them. Henrietta was in the south of France. She loved St. Jean very much. She described it as a small harbour with beautiful yellow and red sails. Elizabeth was now 19 years old. She spent more time with her father. She read popular books aloud to him. Emma listened too when she had time. They read Hereward the Wake by Charles Kingsley. They also read Felix Holt, The Radical by George Eliot. Another book was The Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Yonge. In the autumn, Charles was almost finished with the manuscript of Variation. Then he decided to add an important chapter about the descent of man. He thought it would be a natural ending for the book. It would make the work complete. He felt he must finish the larger task that Lyell had not completed. In that way, I can finish my work about man. Then I will not need to write another whole book about the subject. I will be free. His sister Susan had never wanted to leave the Mount. She was often ill. Charles and Emma invited her many times, but she always stayed home. Other family members invited her too. She died in October at the age of 63. She was buried in Shrewsbury. Later Charles met with Caroline and Erasmus. "I think I know why Susan never left the Mount," he said. "She died there alone, but she still stayed. She was afraid she would lose the feeling of our Father's presence. He was the great love of her life. That is why she never married."
I felt that too, Caroline answered quietly.
Later Charles received the report from the sale of the things inside the Mount. The sale brought in a large amount of money. The report listed many items. There was furniture, books, and a piano. There was also his father's strong blue carriage made by Thorne of London. It had a luggage basket on top. Another item was Dr. Darwin's green phaeton carriage with special wheels and grey cloth inside. There was also a fashionable four-wheel dogcart, nearly new. He closed his eyes. He saw his father coming home after a long day. The money from the auction went to Marianne Parker's children. This was what Susan wanted. When the house was put up for sale, Charles felt very sad and full of old memories. The advertisement said there was a beautiful flower garden and a walking terrace. There was also a large walled garden and a glass house. The land was about 5 acres. The advertisement also listed 4 horse stalls, a coach house, a harness room, a blacksmith's forge, a dog kennel, and an outside food room. People in the area could enjoy hunting, shooting, and golf. There had been no golf when Charles lived there, but he remembered the hunting and shooting near Shrewsbury very well. The hunting was good near Woodhouse. There he had fallen in love with Fanny Owen. Since coming back to England, he had heard nothing about the 2 sisters, Fanny and Sarah. After Susan died, Charles took a few days away from work. During that time, he understood something important. He could not add a chapter about the descent of man to his book called Variation. There were 2 reasons for this. First, critics would only pay attention to the chapter about man. Especially religious thinkers would talk about that part. The many chapters about plants and animals would be ignored. Second, he knew he could not explain the evolution of man in only 1 chapter at the end of a very long book. He needed more space for his ideas and his proof. He wanted to connect all the evidence clearly and strongly. A full book about man might take years to finish, but it would not be very hard for him. He already had a lot of evidence about human evolution. He also wanted to include studies of different peoples and races from early history. By December 21st, he had finished all the corrections for Variation. He felt the manuscript was as good as he could make it at that time. John Murray became worried about the size of the book. He told Charles there was too much material for 1 volume. The print would need to be very small. The spaces and margins would also be too narrow. Murray advised him to make the work into 2 books of almost equal size. That would make the book expensive. People would need to pay about £1.10 for it. Charles wrote back to Murray. "I am very sorry to hear how large my book is. I am afraid it may not earn money, but I cannot shorten it now. Even if I had known its size before, I would not know what to remove. If you do not want to publish it, please tell me now. Then I will think our agreement is finished. If you wish, ask someone you trust to read some of the clearer chapters. Please do not publish the book without care. I would feel unhappy all my life if I caused you a great loss." During the next few days, Charles felt worried and annoyed while he waited for Murray's answer. He felt lost and unsure, as if nothing around him was steady. Then Murray wrote to him again. He said the book needed 43 woodcut pictures, but he was not worried about the cost. Murray decided to publish the book. This was true even though a literary friend had given a somewhat negative opinion about the manuscript. Charles finished the last chapter for Variation of Animals and Plants under Domestication. He called it Concluding Remarks. The chapter was short, but it included an important warning. If an all-powerful and all-knowing creator controls and sees everything, then we face a problem. This problem is as difficult as the question of free will and fate. It would take him another year to cover the printer's pages with corrections and clearer explanations. Still, Charles now felt safer because Murray was publishing the book. He wondered who else would have done it. Then he went back to his writing chair in the study. The chair stood near a desk with green felt on it. There he started to write the first chapter of The Descent of Man. Again, he changed his mind about the size of the book. He decided to keep it very short. In February, Charles and Emma went to London for 1 week. They wanted to celebrate Charles's 58th birthday and their 28th wedding anniversary. They stayed with Erasmus. Before the trip, Charles wrote letters to Wallace, Huxley, Hooker, and Lyell to arrange meetings. First, he visited Wallace. Wallace now lived at 9 St. Mark's Crescent near Regent's Park Road. His wife Annie was going to have their first child that summer. If the baby was a boy, they wanted to name him Herbert Spencer. Herbert Spencer was a philosopher and scientist. He created the phrase survival of the fittest. The phrase had become closely linked with Darwin's ideas. The two men talked for a long time. At first, both men felt pleased with the conversation. Then they began to discuss survival of the fittest. Charles said, "I do not understand why some caterpillars have such beautiful colors. Many other kinds use color to hide from danger."
Wallace answered carefully. Maybe bright caterpillars and insects taste bad to birds. Then birds learn to see them easily and stay away.
Charles looked very happy. "Wallace, that is a very clever idea," he said. Then Charles spoke about his new work. "I care very much about sexual selection because I may soon publish a small book about the origin of mankind. I believe sexual selection has strongly shaped the races of man."
At once, Wallace became quiet and stiff. His face changed. For a short time, he said nothing. Then he replied, "I do not think we have enough fair and correct facts yet to study man properly."
Charles wondered about Wallace's words. Was Wallace trying to stop him? Why would he do that? Did Wallace plan to write a similar book himself? Could there again be a problem about who published first? Charles soon pushed away the thought. He did not believe Wallace would act in such a way. Wallace was generous and kind. In one of his articles, Wallace had clearly said that Charles Darwin first created the idea of natural selection. Then another thought came to Charles. In Wallace's article called The Development of Human Races Under the Law of Natural Selection, Wallace seemed to separate man from other living things. He seemed to believe that humans were not shaped by the same natural laws as all other creatures. Was this the reason for his sad feelings? He said, "I wanted to write one chapter about man in variation under domestication. Many people call man a domesticated animal, but this is not fully true. But the subject became too big for one chapter. I only began it because sexual selection has always interested me very much. I thought it would be an enjoyable new subject for me. I think the subject is very interesting and can be studied by science more easily than you believe." The next day he rode to Kew Gardens to visit the Hookers. January had strong frost and deep snow. Many old trees died. Almost all the soft pine and cypress trees died too. More than half of the shrubs were gone. He thought Hooker would feel very unhappy, but his friend was cheerful.
"I needed courage after I saw all the damage," Hooker said. "But after the first shock, I understood that some good could come from this bad event. Now we can plant the gardens in a better way. We can create long open views and collect many special trees. The first Kew Gardens belonged to my father. The next one will belong to me."
He smiled shyly at Charles.
"I must admit that I love landscape gardening."
Hooker showed him the 7 grass paths that would spread out from the pagoda. He showed him the road beside the river along the best part of the Thames above London. He also showed the larger areas for flowers and shrubs that changed with the seasons. "Ah, Hooker, this will be a happy and creative time for you," Charles said. "When everything has grown, the Joseph Hooker Kew Gardens will be one of the most beautiful gardens in the world." Hooker pulled at his long thick eyebrows until they touched the dark circles under his eyes. He laughed quietly.
"That is what I want," he said. "I want you to feel proud of me."
A few days later, Charles went with Huxley to hear him speak about the terrible suffering of unemployed people in the East End. Huxley spoke strongly against rich people who allowed poor people to live in hunger and dirt. After they left the lecture room, Charles said, "We all want social justice and we all hate extreme poverty. But you truly work for change. People will listen to your voice." Then they went to a meeting with schoolmasters who wanted new ideas in education. Huxley tried to bring science teaching into the public schools. Lyle was also working for this idea with important people. Charles and Emma later had tea with the Lyles in Harley Street. Lyle asked Charles if he could read the proofs of variation. Charles promised to send him the first pages from the printer. Back at Down House, Charles asked himself why he enjoyed writing variation of animals and plants under domestication so much, but disliked the hard work of correcting the pages. Weeks passed and then months. He was still correcting the book. In May, Emma and the two girls went to Cambridge. They stayed with George and Francis and watched the boat races. The brothers met them at their inn. After dinner they walked through the city and looked at the great stone colleges. The next morning they hired a carriage. They travelled 3 miles to a wet field near the river. There was a race with 20 boats. Each boat was full of strong young men. The men wore shirts in different colours. The boats moved slowly near the starting place. After the gun fired, the crowd ran along the river path. They wanted to watch the race closely. The river Cam was very narrow. Only one boat could pass at a time. When a boat behind hit the boat in front, the front boat moved away and left the race. After the race, they had tea with George. They ate fish, cutlets, and many kinds of cakes. During the next 2 days, they stayed very busy. They had breakfast at Francis's house. Then they had lunch and other special food from the Trinity kitchen. They also drank claret cup and enjoyed many treats. On their last evening, the weather became warm. With the two boys, they travelled to Ely to see the large cathedral there. Emma saw that Charles was healthy and the family was happy, so she took a short holiday alone at Ravensbourne. The place was 6 miles northwest of Down. She liked the quiet place. The summer rain came only at night, and this made the days pleasant. She took a book with her in the carriage. The book had the funny title Lancashire Wedding, or Darwin Moralized. Emma wrote to her family at home.
"The lesson of the story is simple," she wrote. "It is not wise to leave a pretty, poor, healthy girl you love and marry a rich, sick, angry woman you do not love. Anyone can understand that. The story should be different. A man should leave a pretty, sick girl he loves and marry a healthy woman he does not love. The book is too boring for the village library."
Charles stayed happily in his study. He liked seeing the women in his family enjoy themselves. Kate Terry was one of the most famous actresses in England. She was giving her last performances before her marriage. Emma and the two girls travelled to London to see several plays. Each night they returned home again. They had 2 quick grey horses. In an open carriage, they travelled 6 miles to Bromley Station. The summer weather was beautiful. The ride home at night under the stars was almost the best part.
Henrietta called it the nearly unheard of dissipation which my mother was as eager about as any one of us.
When Charles received the corrected pages of variation, he sent copies to Lyle and to Asa Gray in Boston. Charles felt most excited about the chapter on pangenesis and heredity. He wrote to Asa Gray, "Is this only a crazy dream, or is it a dream that people should read?" Deep inside his mind, Charles felt the idea held an important truth. Alfred Wallace had just published a paper about how birds choose mates. Still, he tried in a strange way to stop Charles from writing about the descent of man. Later, Wallace understood that Charles would continue the work.
Then he said, "It is a wonderful subject, but you must speak about it carefully."
Charles felt uneasy when he read those words. Who knew better than he did that this subject was dangerous? He understood very well how strong the opposition was. But how could anyone speak carefully about the truth of nature and evolution? A person either accepted the facts and spoke clearly, or turned away from them. Charles knew many people would attack him. At first, he was not sure how people would receive his book, Variation of Animals and Plants Under Domestication. Then he got a letter from Lyell. Lyell was traveling to Paris to see an exhibition. Hooker would judge the botany section there.
Lyell wrote, "I feel very lucky to read your work before publication. Your book is even better than I expected. You have collected many original observations and much information from many places. Readers of Origin will now understand these ideas better than before."
Those few lines from Lyell made Charles very happy. Later, in October, John Murray held his autumn book sale. He announced that he would print 1,500 copies. At the sale, booksellers ordered 1,260 copies before publication. This news relieved both the publisher and Charles. A third German edition of Origin of Species appeared. A second French edition also came out. Charles received honors from other countries. He did not think honors were very important in life. Still, they showed that foreign scientists respected his work. He became a Knight of the Prussian Order Paul le Mérite. This was unusual for an Englishman. He was also chosen for the Imperial Academy of Science in St. Petersburg. Finally, the book became available to the public in January 1868. Interest in the book was strong from the start. John Murray made the two books look very nice in smooth green cloth. After 1 week, he told Charles that they needed to print more copies at once. He also said Charles could send his list of mistakes immediately if he wanted. Charles had already found 12 mistakes after the pages were printed. Now he had only one more small correction. He read every review he could find. His friend sent him other reviews. The Pall Mall Gazette gave a good review. The Athenaeum gave a very bad review again. The Gardener's Chronicle gave an excellent review. Charles said to Emma and the children, "This review will help us sell many more books." One newspaper from Edinburgh spoke about him with strong dislike. The Duke of Argyll wrote a book that laughed at Charles's work. But Asa Gray thought the book was wonderful. He quickly wrote a review for the Nation. Because of this, many scientists and naturalists in America became interested in the book. As Charles expected, the book did not cause large public arguments. People treated the books as a scientist's report about how species develop. The strongest disagreement came from Richard Owen and others. They would not believe or accept natural selection as part of life and death. Time helped protect Charles from worry and trouble. During the months when he felt healthy, he could work carefully for 3 or 4 hours each day. He also wrote as many as 10 letters a day to specialists who gave him information about sexual selection. This work gave him a strong feeling of purpose and continuity. More than ever, he felt his ideas were connected as one whole. In his diary, he wrote how long it took to finish the chapters called on the manner of development of man from some lower form and comparison of the mental powers of man with the lower animals. For Emma too, the years passed in a calm and easy way. There were days and nights, and Sundays when she wore her good dress and bonnet to go to church. When she was young, life had seemed hard and full of problems. Now life felt quiet and steady, with only small changes from time to time. This feeling became stronger because their sons did very well at school. George became second wrangler at Trinity. This meant he got the second highest result in the mathematics exam. He also received a prize and would probably get a scholarship. The telegram arrived one morning at 11. Parslow brought a bottle of cold champagne from the cellar. Charles and Emma drank together to celebrate their son. Charles quickly wrote letters to William in Southampton and to Leonard and Horace at Clapham. He told them the good news. Francis celebrated with George at Trinity. Charles wrote to George, "I am very happy. I congratulate you with all my heart. From your early years, I always knew your energy, hard work, and talent would bring success. But I never expected such great success. Again and again, I congratulate you. God bless you, my dear boy. I hope your life continues like this." The next day, Charles was surprised when he saw his younger sons running up the driveway. He went to the front door. "What are you doing home?" he asked.
Horace looked red and excited. "When your letter about George arrived at school, we were excused from lessons," he said. "We played football inside the school, and the windows and pictures were almost damaged."
Then Leonard spoke. "The headmaster called everyone into the hall," he said. "He told us it was a great thing that a student from Clapham became second wrangler at Trinity College. He said it made Clapham more important among schools. To celebrate, he gave the whole school a free day."
"We took a carriage to Keston Mark," Horace said. "Then we walked the rest of the way. The other boys went to the Crystal Palace, but we wanted to celebrate with you."
Emma hugged her two sons. Giles shook their hands.
Leonard said, "I will do as well as George. I want to enter the Royal Military Academy at Woolwich. Then I want to become a Royal Engineer."
Giles felt tears in his eyes. On February 4, 1868, he started to write his book about man. At that time, he was 59 years old. He knew this book was one of the most important works of his life. He still wanted to write more books. He planned to write many books about subjects that interested him for years. He wanted to write about emotions and plants that eat insects, and other subjects like these. These books would add more knowledge to science. They would also complete the very long first manuscript of Origin. At first, he never planned to publish that manuscript. He did not think the later books were less important. To him, they were a natural part of his work. He had spent many years studying and thinking about the natural world. He began this work on the ship HMS Beagle. There he made a large net and pulled it behind the ship. The net caught many sea creatures. He wanted to understand how so many large creatures could live far from land. The next day, on January 11, 1832, he wrote in his diary, "I am very tired because I worked all day with the animals from my net. Many of these small creatures are very beautiful. They have rich colors and fine shapes. It makes me wonder why there is so much beauty in creatures that seem to have little use." At that time, he took his first step toward becoming a great naturalist. John Henslow had once said he would become one. From then on, he spent his life searching for answers. One thing disappointed him about the reaction to variation of animals and plants under domestication. People did not pay much attention to his theory called pangenesis. He said this theory explained heredity. He believed each small part of the body could reproduce itself. To him, this was the most important idea in the book. Perhaps he felt this way because it was a new idea. It had not been tested very much. Only Huxley had heard about it before publication. Huxley did not like the theory, but he still told Charles to publish it. Later, Charles went to London to visit Erasmus. While there, he went to the zoo. He studied peacock tails, zebra stripes, and the long neck of the giraffe. In the evenings, he met with Lyell, Hooker, and Wallace. He asked them what they thought about his ideas. Charles Lyell sat across the table at the Athenaeum Club.
He laughed loudly and said, "I tell everyone this. You may not believe in pangenesis now. But after you understand it, you will never forget it."
At Kew Gardens, Hooker was not fully sure about Charles's new idea.
He said, "You may laugh at me, but I do not clearly understand it. To me, pangenesis sounds like an old idea. Parents pass their qualities to their children. Still, I think your chapter about pangenesis is the most wonderful part of the book." It is very interesting and full of deep thought. And you love this idea very much yourself. I would not worry about what people think. Very few naturalists can understand it. I still do not fully understand it myself.
702 LAM like a gambler, and love a wild experiment. Sir Henry Holland came to dinner at Erasmus's house. He was friendly and cheerful.
He said, "The book was difficult for me to read. But I think an idea close to this one may be accepted in the future."
Alfred Wallace still seemed unsure about Charles writing The Descent. One day, he sat across the tea table at Erasmus's house and spoke warmly about pangenesis.
He said, "I read the chapter on pangenesis first because I could not wait. I admire it very much. For a long time, one problem has stayed in my mind. Now I feel better because there is at least one possible answer. I do not think I can stop believing this idea unless a better one appears. And I think that is not likely."
Then criticism started to come. Victor Carus, the German translator, sent an unfavorable opinion. He thought the theory was too complicated. George Bentham, who worked with Hooker on a plant encyclopedia, said he could not understand pangenesis. One English review said the idea was impossible to understand. Asa Gray wrote an article in the Nation newspaper. The article helped Americans understand what Charles was trying to show as a law of nature.
Charles thanked Gray and wrote, "Pangenesis is like a small child. Only a few people care for it now, except its loving parent. But I think it will live for a long time." That is a proud father speaking.
5 men became the most creative and active group in natural history in Great Britain. They were Charles Darwin, Sir Charles Lyell, Joseph Hooker, Thomas Huxley, and Alfred Wallace, who had joined them 6 years earlier. Charles Darwin knew his life would have been smaller without these men. Their friendship, advice, support, and honest criticism helped him greatly. In some ways, they were like teachers working together at a college. Years earlier, in 1844, Charles had said, "I often feel that half of my books come from Lyell's mind." Everything they thought and wrote came partly from each other's minds. They sent many letters, articles, and books across the world. These writings taught many people. Together they changed how people thought about themselves and the world. They helped remove unfair ideas about people with different religious beliefs. They gave people freedom from strict church rules and from the power of church leaders. The church had strong control over schools, newspapers, and government. Many people also could not choose how to live their own lives. Now there was hope for freedom of thought. People could think for themselves without strict control. When the human mind was free from old false beliefs, many new things became possible. If people became their own masters, they could do great things. They never planned to create a group. Still, many naturalists saw them as a society. People in other countries thought of them as an authority. Scientists studied and discussed their work from St. Petersburg to Naples. Their long letters about science filled many pages. If all the letters were put together, they would make several large books. It was very lucky that they lived in the same place at the same time. Long ago, famous men in Athens changed drama, education, and philosophy. Later, artists in Florence and Rome brought new life to art. In the same way, these 5 men in London created new interest in the earth and living things. People wondered why this happened. Did the special place help create them? Did they help create each other? Or did society need them so much that the time itself helped them grow? Charles strongly believed that none of them could have done so much alone. They needed each other's friendship, support, and loyalty. Their feelings for one another were very deep. They fought bravely for each other. Sometimes this was difficult and even dangerous. But they never fought among themselves. There was no jealousy, envy, or hate between them. Together they worked peacefully. The Darwin and Wedgwood families also stayed close. Emma's sister Elizabeth had a bent spine and lived with pain all her life. After her sister Charlotte died and the family homes were sold, Elizabeth moved to London.
Charles, I think Elizabeth should come down for the rest of her life, Emma said. The poor people in London trouble her, and the busy city is too hard for her now. She is 75. There are houses for sale near us. She can bring her little dog Tony and her servants. Then I can take care of her.
They found a house called Troma Lodge. It had a nice sitting room upstairs and good bedrooms. Best of all for Elizabeth, there was a greenhouse and a good gardener. Soon Elizabeth became a common sight on the path with her dog Tony behind her. When she entered the house, she always asked, "Where is Emma?"
Emma stopped whatever she was doing and warmly welcomed her sister. She prepared a bedroom so Elizabeth could stay overnight after supper. Under Emma's care and love, Elizabeth became happier and stronger.
All this pleased Charles. He felt he was repaying part of what he owed to his Uncle Joe's. He continued working on his chapters called The Races of Man and Secondary Sexual Characters in the Lower Classes of the Animal Kingdom. He worked for several hours every day. For rest and exercise, he rode Tommy. Then, on June 23rd, his health suddenly became worse and he had to stop working. He felt more angry with himself than sad. "It has been 2.5 years since my last illness," he said. "If I knew the reason, I would worry less."
Instead of looking for reasons, Emma answered, "We should find a nice house on the Isle of Wight and take the family on a holiday."
In the middle of July, they found rooms at Dumola Lodge, the home of Mrs. Cameron. After 2 days there, Charles felt healthy again. But the yellow color in his skin stayed for some time. A few days later, they read in the newspaper that Leonard had done very well in the entrance examination for the Royal Engineers at Woolwich. This meant he was accepted automatically. "I am so happy I could burst," Charles said. "Is it not wonderful?"
Who thought that poor old Lenny would have such a beautiful place?
"I did," Emma answered.
Erasmus came to Freshwater. Fanny and Hensley Wedgwood also visited them. They brought their oldest daughter. Dr. Henry Holland stayed at the lodge for a few days with Saba. Joseph Hooker also arrived. He had recently become president of the British Association meeting in Norwich in 1868. Before he came, he wrote to Charles.
"I feel nervous about showing you my speech for the meeting, but I also feel bad if I do not show it to you."
Hooker stayed for 3 days. He worried a lot about his speech. He feared it mixed botany and evolution badly. Charles made many suggestions while they walked around the Isle of Wight together. After Hooker left, Charles and Emma visited some local people. Mrs. Cameron knew many people in the area. She took them to see the poet Alfred Tennyson. Heavy rain fell during the visit. Tennyson brought them a bottle of white wine to help them warm up after the rain. Near the end of August, they returned to Down House. They felt fresh and rested. Charles ordered many newspapers. These included the Times, Telegraph, Spectator, and Athenaeum. He wanted to read what they said about Hooker's speech. Hooker almost lost his voice because the hall was hard to speak in. Still, many people praised his speech. The Spectator criticized him for weak religious ideas. Hooker later said that people at his church in Kew acted coldly toward him the next Sunday. Charles believed Hooker had greatly helped people accept evolution. He quickly wrote to Hooker, "Your great success has made me very happy. I carefully read your whole speech in the Athenaeum. When you first read it to me, I liked it very much. But at that time, I was trying to find problems in it. So I did not fully see how strong the whole speech was. Now I think it is excellent and very powerful. You must feel happy that all your hard work and worry ended so well. I must also say something about myself. People have never praised me so much before. It makes me feel very proud. I am amazed by what you said about my work in botany." At the same meeting, people also discussed pangenesis. M.J. Barclay spoke before Section D. Berkeley had studied at Christ's College. He was famous around the world for his work on plant diseases. This was the same Section D where John Henslow had once led a meeting in Oxford. At that meeting, Hooker and Huxley strongly argued against Bishop Wilberforce about the origin of species. Berkeley said,
"I cannot finish these remarks without speaking about Darwin's idea of pangenesis. Everything written by Darwin deserves careful thought. I believe he is the greatest observer of our time. People may not agree with all his ideas, but they should study them fairly and carefully."
The speech was later published. Pangenesis became more accepted. This was similar to what happened with the origin of species after the Oxford meeting. Charles needed special information for a chapter of Descent, so he invited Alfred Wallace to Down House. Wallace came from London for the weekend. J. Jenner Weir came with him. Weir knew a great deal about insects. Edward Blyth also visited. For 20 years, Blyth had worked at the Museum of the Asiatic Society of Bengal. He was famous for his knowledge of Indian birds and animals. Over many years, Blyth had given Charles a great amount of useful information. The weekend was lively and full of discussion. The three visitors shared their knowledge freely. Charles guided the talks when difficult ideas or disagreements appeared. On another weekend, Joseph Hooker visited again. He brought Asa Gray and Gray's wife. Charles had not seen Asa Gray since their first meeting at Kew Gardens many years earlier.
"The friendship and respect between you three men is wonderful to see," Emma said.
The day after Christmas, on Boxing Day, Charles stopped working on Descent for a time. He began changing the 5th edition of The Origin of Species. John Murray was printing 2,000 more copies. The work took Charles 5 weeks. He had many changes to make so the book stayed current. Natural history was always growing and changing. "It has only been about 2 years since the last edition of Origin," Charles said. "I am surprised by how much I must change and how much more I should add." He was also sitting for a sculptor who was making a bust of him. This work was boring for Charles. He did not read or write while the sculptor worked. He finished his corrections before Emma gave him a party for his 60th birthday. Erasmus came with the Wedgwood family and their children. Dr. Henry Holland came from London. His sister Caroline came from Leith Hill Place with Emma's brother Joe. Emma also invited the young John Lubbocks, Dr. Engelhardt and his wife, and the Reverend Brodie Innes with his wife. Henrietta had returned from a trip in Switzerland with friends. She was very independent now. George was celebrating a fellowship at Trinity. This could lead to a university career if he wanted it. Francis was also at Trinity. Horace had entered the college the autumn before. The three brothers were all at the same college at the same time. This was unusual at Cambridge.
During the celebration, Dr. Henry Holland said, "You are 60 years old now. Who thought this would happen? For many years, you believed you would die soon."
The cook made a large yellow cherry cake with white icing. Parslow wrote "Happy Birthday" across the top with a small paper cone. 6 white candles burned in a circle in the middle of the cake.
Dr. Holland quietly said to Emma, "I think you will also celebrate Charles's 70th birthday. Then there will be 7 candles on the cake."
Charles continued his work on sexual selection in mammals and humans. His progress was slow but careful. He sometimes complained that he worked at railway speed. Even so, good things happened and made him happy. Alfred Russel Wallace published his travel book, The Malay Archipelago. He dedicated the book to Charles.
Charles thanked him and wrote, "My children's children will be proud of this."
An English translation also appeared of Fritz Muller's German book about Darwin called Facts and Arguments for Darwin. Charles bought many copies to send to friends.
He thanked Muller and wrote, "A man must strongly believe in separate creation if your essay does not change his mind."
In April, the quiet routine of his days changed. His horse Tommy stumbled and fell. Charles fell too and was badly bruised. For 3 years, Tommy had been calm, gentle, and easy to ride. Charles did not ride again for some time. Soon after this, another problem upset him. In the April issue of the Quarterly Review, Alfred Wallace wrote about Lyell's geology books. Wallace praised Lyell because he now accepted evolution. But Wallace also wrote that the human brain, speech, and hand could not come from natural selection. Charles strongly disagreed. He marked his copy with many notes and several underlined no words. Then he wrote to Wallace. "If you had not told me, I would think someone else added those lines," he said. "As you expected, I disagree very much. I am sorry about this." At a dinner with the Darwin family, Admiral James Sulan spoke about the ship Nassau. The ship sailed through the Strait of Magellan and explored fossils near the Galapagos River. The fossils went to Thomas Huxley.
Huxley became very excited about one fossil jaw. Almost all the teeth were still in place. It belonged to a new kind of mammal. The animal was as large as a small horse. Huxley quickly told Darwin, "South America once had many wonderful animals."
By June, after 4 months of hard writing, Charles again felt weak and tired. He and Emma travelled to North Wales and stayed at Barmouth. Charles remembered the place from his college years. 5 of their children joined them. Only William and Horace could not come. On the way to Barmouth, they stopped at Shrewsbury to visit the Mount. The new owners showed them around the house. There was new furniture and decoration everywhere. As their carriage moved along the road in North Wales, Charles said, "If I could sit alone in that greenhouse for 5 minutes, I know I would see my father in his wheelchair very clearly. It would feel as if he were really there." The house they rented in Barmouth was called Caerdion. It was a pretty house on the north side of the river mouth. Across the water stood the mountains near Cader Idris. Woody hills lay in front of the house. There were 3 long terraces with flowers and roses everywhere. Charles walked slowly with Emma. They walked together up and down the terraces. The family became very interested in a velocipede from Paris. It was the first one they had ever seen. Charles quickly bought it for the boys. There was a flat road on the nearby mountain. The boys practiced riding the 2-wheel machine there. Soon Leonard fell from the bicycle. The bicycle landed on his ankle. Emma became angry with the machine. At the end of July, they returned to Down House. Charles started work on the descent again. The time in North Wales had helped him feel better. Early in August, he began reading all his finished chapters about sexual selection again. He received a note from Huxley. Huxley had spoken at the British Association meeting in Exeter. The group also chose him as president for the 1870 meeting in Liverpool.
Huxley had a sharp sense of humor. He wrote, "Your strange ideas caused trouble for me again at the meeting. 3 churchmen attacked your ideas. They made themselves look foolish."
Without telling Charles, John Murray placed a notice in the Academy about the coming book, The Descent of Man. Soon many letters arrived from friends and co-workers. They wanted to know when they could get a copy. But Charles also received bad news. John Robertson wrote a harsh review in the Athenaeum about the 5th edition of Origin of Species.
He wrote, "Attention is not acceptance. Many editions do not mean true success."
Good news came at the same time. Newspapers reported that Joseph Hooker had received an important honor. The award recognized his work at Kew Gardens. Charles went to London to congratulate Hooker. Hooker had received an honor, but some of his friends felt unhappy because he had not become a knight. Charles said, "I must say a huna about your COB. But I also wish it had been KCB. It should have been that."
Hooker answered, "Please do not write C.B. in your letters to me. I do not like it. I admit that C.B. is useful in my work. It helps in official letters with India and the colonies. But for science, I do not really like it. How is your book about man going?
Charles answered, I am making the bad sentences better. The whole book is about sexual selection. I am tired of writing about males and females, cocks and hens. Hooker smiled behind his small glasses.
He said, success does not always come to brave people. Sometimes it comes to people who do not give up. Young people become impatient too easily.
Yes, Charles replied. But that way you change the world faster. At the end of the year, Charles looked at the large pile of pages on his table. The book was almost finished. He decided that 1869 had been a good year for him and for the association. The Swedish edition of Origin of Species had done well. Charles, Huxley, and Hooker had become members of the American Philosophical Society in Philadelphia. Hooker was writing Students' Flora of the British Islands. Some Scottish professors had asked for this book because they badly needed it. The older book by Hooker's father was now old and no longer useful. There was a good chance that schools in England and Scotland would use Hooker's new book. Wallace and Huxley continued to publish many works. Huxley wrote museums for the people and papers about dinosaurs. Alfred Wallace and his wife Annie wanted to buy a large piece of land in the countryside. The land had wild plants and a stream. Wallace sent Charles a copy of his book, Natural Selection. When Charles read the introduction, he saw that Wallace praised Darwinism very strongly. Charles wrote back to Wallace. The two men still disagreed politely about the origin of man.
Charles wrote, I wish I deserved all your praise. I hope you feel happy when you think about one thing. We have never felt jealous of each other, even though we were rivals in some ways. I know this is true for me, and I am completely sure it is true for you too.
The family felt sad when Brodie Innes left his work as Vicar of Down. A new man, Reverend Henry Powell, took his place. The family did not know him. To help with this loss, Charles got a dog named Bob. Bob was a black and white retriever mix. The dog walked beside Charles during his walks on the sand walk. When Charles stopped to work in the greenhouse, Bob waited outside. The dog looked unhappy as he sat there. Charles wrote about this in his book about feelings. Sometimes one of the children, or even a parent, looked sad or impatient. Then another person would say, "You have Bob's hothouse face."
Hugh. Hugh.
Henrietta was reading Charles' manuscript. She gave him ideas to make it clearer. Later she went to Caen in the south of France to visit her cousins. While she was there, Charles sent her the pages of his chapter called Mind. When she sent the pages back, Charles used many of her changes and ideas. He thought some of her changes in order were very good. Henrietta wrote very clearly. She also had a good way to mark corrections, and this helped Charles a lot. He wrote to her, "You have helped me very much. You must have worked very hard. You understand my manuscript very well. I like this chapter now that I read it again. Your loving and thankful father." The pictures in his books had often caused trouble for him. The Descent of Man needed many woodcut pictures. This time he found a man named Mr. Ford through the keeper of zoology at the British Museum. Mr. Ford did beautiful work. The bird feathers looked especially good. Charles touched the pages because the pictures looked so real that he wanted to check if the paper was flat. The reptile pictures were also very fine. Charles had hoped the book would go to the printer by March. But, as usual, his subject became larger and larger. New parts and ideas took a great amount of time. He was always working. Still, he told a visitor, "Only heaven knows when my manuscript will be ready." He wrote about the mind, moral feelings, the growth of intelligence, and how humans came from earlier forms of life. He wrote that humans came from a hairy animal with a tail and pointed ears. This animal probably lived in trees and lived in the old world. A scientist would have placed it with the apes and monkeys. He also believed that apes and higher mammals came from an old marsupial animal. Before that there may have been animals like reptiles or amphibians. Even earlier there may have been creatures like fish. Far back in the past, he believed the first animals with backbones lived in water. They had gills. The male and female parts were together in one body. Important organs like the brain and heart were still not fully developed. He thought these animals were most like the young form of sea creatures called ascidians. Now Charles believed the book would go to the printer in autumn of 1870. He worked on the manuscript so closely that he had met only one scientist in many months. To rest his mind, he grew plants that crossed with other plants and plants that fertilized themselves. Some were in his greenhouse. Others stood on his mantelpiece where he could watch them carefully. He found strange and interesting results. They showed why nature worked so hard to bring different plants together. Even now his discoveries filled him with wonder. As he often did, he quietly said, "Strange world. Wonderful world." In late May, Charles and his family decided to visit their sons at Cambridge. They reserved rooms at the Bull Hotel. It had been 33 years since Charles was last there. For many years he had decided not to return. The green college lawns beside the river were as beautiful as he remembered. The Fellows' Garden at Christ's College, with Milton's tree, still looked wonderful. On Monday morning he met Adam Sedgwick.
Sedgwick greeted him warmly. He was 85 years old.
Charles thought his mind had become weaker. But that evening Sedgwick was full of energy and intelligence.
He wanted to take Charles to the museum. There he showed him many exhibits and spoke about them in great detail.
By the end, Charles felt very tired.
Sedgwick said, "To me, you are still only a baby."
Charles invited Sedgwick to dinner at the Bull Hotel.
When they said goodbye, Sedgwick said, "I was very happy to see you with your dear family. Your wife and daughters care for you with great love. My own life is very different. I am now a very old man, and I live alone."
Later, when they were alone, Charles looked sadly at his wife. Why did he not marry Susan, he asked. He cared for her very much. She was intelligent and could understand him well. Both their lives could have been very different.
Emma answered softly, "Perhaps he asked her to marry him and she refused. You once said your father was the only man she ever loved. Perhaps she could not leave the Mount."
Back in his study, he worked on problems for his book about emotions. He tried to learn if birds lifted their feathers when they were afraid or angry. He had already studied chickens, swans, tropical birds, owls, and cuckoos. He wrote to a bird expert with a question about wild sheldrakes. He wanted to know if they tapped or danced on wet sand to bring sea worms out. He already knew that sheldrakes tapped the ground when they wanted food. Charles thought this showed hunger and impatience. Admiral James Sulan received the title of KCB. This honor was one level higher than the honor Joseph Hooker had received. A short time later, Lord Salisbury became Chancellor of Oxford University. He invited Charles to Oxford to receive the honorary degree of DCL. This meant Doctor of Canon Law. Charles politely refused because of poor health. Then the Oxford University Gazette wrote on June 17, 1870, that Charles Darwin was an invalid. This was not true. Charles was healthy. But he told Emma, "I cannot go through that long and formal ceremony in Oxford. It would be as hard for me as going to a ball at Buckingham Palace." Oxford University then withdrew the offer of the DCL. Emma felt disappointed for Charles. She wanted him to receive this honor from Oxford because Cambridge had not given him one.
Still, she did not complain. She had already read some of Charles's notes about emotions in people and animals, so she tried not to show any feeling that Charles might see as criticism.
Her disappointment became smaller after Francis graduated from Trinity. He received first-class honors in natural science. Francis decided to become a doctor like his grandfather and great-grandfather. He had been accepted at St. George's Hospital in London near Hyde Park. He would begin medical training there in the autumn. At the end of June, the Darwin family went to London. They had not seen the new changes in the city, so they travelled around in Erasmus's carriage. They passed Grosvenor Place, where Lord Westminster's row of houses looked very grand. Then they went to the new Westminster Bridge and the Embankment. Many steamboats moved along the river there. After that, they crossed the river to see St. Thomas's Hospital. The building looked like 6 palaces facing the river near Lambeth. Later they returned by the new Blackfriars Bridge and the Holborn Viaduct. The open area near Westminster Abbey and the Houses of Parliament looked very impressive. Charles visited Joseph Hooker, Francis Hooker, and their children. At the same time, Emma, Elizabeth, and Henrietta went shopping.
Hooker had recently eaten dinner with the Duke of Argyll. He told Charles, "The Duke cannot fully agree with your book. His main problem with Origin is that you do not say evolution follows a plan made before. I told him this was not your subject. You do not try to explain how life began. You only study how life works."
Charles gave a long sigh. Then he said, "My ideas about religion are very confused. I cannot believe the universe came only from blind chance. But I also cannot see clear proof of a kind plan or any plan at all in the details. And I cannot believe every change in life was planned for a special purpose. I enjoy a free experiment like a gambler. I cannot believe each change was planned any more than I can believe every drop of rain falls in a place chosen before." Finally, in August, he finished his book The Descent of Man, and Selection in Relation to Sex. He sent it to the printer. He wrote most introductions after he finished the main book. Charles wanted to speak honestly to the readers. At the beginning, he explained how he came to write the book. For many years, he collected notes about the origin of man. At first, he did not plan to publish them. He believed a book about this subject would make more people dislike his ideas. In the first edition of Origin of Species, he had written that the book would help explain the origin and history of man. This meant that humans must be studied like all other living things on Earth. Now the situation was different. Many naturalists accepted that species changed over time from earlier species. This was especially true for younger scientists. Most of them also accepted natural selection. Because of this, Charles decided to study his notes again. He wanted to see if the ideas from his earlier books also explained human beings. At the end of the book, he wrote that people could feel proud because humans had reached a high place among living things. But humans had not reached this place by their own effort alone. Since humans had slowly risen over time, perhaps they could continue to improve in the future. Still, Charles said the book was about truth, not hopes or fears. He explained the evidence as well as he could. Humans had many great qualities. People could feel sympathy for poor and weak people. They could show kindness to both humans and animals. The human mind could study the stars and the solar system. But even with all these abilities, the human body still showed signs of its early and simple origin. John Murray believed the book could be ready by Christmas. To celebrate, the Darwins went to Southampton to visit William. William stayed home in the mornings until 9:30 before going to work. He returned home before 6 in the evening. He was cheerful and pleasant, and he welcomed them warmly. The bruises on Charles and the horse Tommy had healed long before. Charles brought the horse with them. Every morning he rode outside because the countryside was beautiful and full of different views. In the evenings, they spoke mostly about the Franco-Prussian War. Bismarck seemed to need the war to unite the German states into one nation. France was not ready for the war, and there was danger that the country might fail. Leonard said that many young men at Woolwich supported France. Most of them wanted to join the war themselves. Leonard strongly supported Prussia. Emma did not argue about the war. Instead, she read aloud from Lanfrey's memoirs of Napoleon I. They enjoyed reading a French writer who did not praise war and conquest.
"It makes me ashamed of Louis Philippe," Emma said. "He brought Napoleon's body back from St. Helena and treated him almost like a saint." Then she added, I will skip the part about the retreat from Russia, because it is too terrible.
When they returned from Southampton, they learned new information about Thomas Huxley. As president of the British Association, he would lead a week of meetings in Liverpool. He would also give an important speech about life coming from earlier life. Nettie Huxley could not go with him at first. She had 7 children at home. The oldest was a 12-year-old girl. Emma insisted that all 7 children should come to Down House for 2 weeks. Soon the house and gardens were full of noise, laughter, games, and excited voices. The children were happy to leave their small London home for a while. Henrietta and Elizabeth helped care for them. Emma loved having children around her. Charles found the situation amusing. "It feels a little like a circus," he said. "It reminds me of our early days at Mayor Hall and the Mount. I feel these young Huxleys are like my nieces and nephews. Only you, my dear Emma, would invite 7 children into the house so a friend could travel with her husband to Liverpool for 1 week." Then he kissed her gently. "Emma, sometimes I think you may be a saint." He did not start receiving the printed pages of The Descent of Man until the end of November. When they arrived, he could not stop complaining. "Good Lord," he said. "My poor old head is in such a mess." This feeling ended quickly when he learned that John Murray had asked the printer for 2,500 copies. Only one thing stopped his work for a short time. George finished his studies at Trinity and was chosen to go with a group of scientists to Sicily. They wanted to watch a total eclipse of the sun. He planned to leave Naples for Catania on the Admiralty boat Psyche. But the Psyche was lost near Assyriel. When the family heard this news, they became very afraid. Soon they learned that George had missed the boat and was safe. He traveled later on a normal steamer. He was going up Mount Etna to watch the eclipse. By Christmas, Charles had only one short chapter left to check. He could finish it easily before the new year. The Descent of Man and Selection in Relation to Sex came out on February 24, 1871. It was published in 2 volumes. The price was £1.04, but people still bought it quickly. The first copy sold out in only a few days. Then the printer made 2,000 more copies. The reviews that arrived at Down House were mostly friendly. The Saturday Review said that Charles had now included man in the same natural system as animals. The paper also said that people understood the subject much better than they had 15 years earlier. The Spectator printed its review in 2 parts on March the 11th and 18th. It said Charles understood the problem of the human mind better than many earlier writers. The review ended by saying that The Descent of Man supported belief in God in a surprising way. Paley's Natural Theology, Charles said with surprise. "That was my favorite book at Cambridge, with Humboldt's personal narrative. Who would think that people would call me a follower of Paley in support of belief in God?" The Pall Mall Gazette printed its review in 3 parts. It said Darwin's book was an important work that changed many people's ideas. The Athenaeum continued to attack him. One man from Wales wrote a letter and called him an old ape with a hairy face and a thick skull. The London Times also criticized the book. The writer said there was not enough proof that man came from earlier animal forms. The review had no name on it. Charles said the writer knew little about science. He thought the man used too many ideas from philosophy and old studies. Charles also worried that the review might hurt sales. But sales did not slow down at all. People continued buying the book very quickly.
Joseph Hooker wrote with amusement, "I hear that many ladies enjoy reading the book, but they think it is not proper to speak about it openly. They order it secretly, and that probably helps sales. Last week I went to dinners on 3 different days. At every table people spoke about evolution as a true idea. They also spoke calmly about the descent of man."
Sir Charles Lyell and Lady Mary Lyell were staying at Down House when Alfred Wallace's review appeared in the Academy. Lyell said he agreed with Wallace on one point. He did not believe man came from a simple organism through natural selection alone.
Charles felt troubled by this. Emma looked very pleased.
I am very happy that you agree with me, she said. And Alfred Wallace agrees too. Also Asa Gray at Harvard. If all three of you believe that man is a very special species, then God is still close to us.
Thomas Huxley thought The Descent of Man was an excellent book.
In April, John Murray ordered another printing. This brought the total number of copies to 7,000 in only 2 months. That was very unusual for a scientific book. More general readers were now reading Charles's work. Many of them were learning about natural history for the first time. A very harsh review appeared in the Quarterly Review. The writer's name was not given. It seemed to be the last major attack on the descent of man. Religious newspapers did not fight the book strongly as they had fought Origin of Species. Many writers used the book to support belief in God's creative power, as The Spectator had done. Some naturalists disagreed with Charles's main idea, but most of them spoke quietly and privately. One of them was Reverend Brodie Innes in Scotland. He wrote Charles a friendly letter. There were probably sermons against the book, but they were not printed and shared widely, as many sermons against Origin of Species had been earlier. Hold fast to the promise. Book 13. Over all the years after the publication of Origin of Species, Charles knew he must one day write Descent of Man. He feared another angry public attack, but people did not call him the devil or the Antichrist. The old anger was weaker now. He thought, I was anxious and worried for so long. I wasted so much peace of mind. At last, people accept my ideas. And this happened while I am still alive. I never even planned to publish these ideas. Aheu! Aheu! Charles had won an important fight. But the larger struggle was not over. He still had enemies. He also still struggled with himself. In letters to friends, he often called himself an invalid. Sometimes he used this word to avoid meetings and social events that he did not want to attend. A few weeks after Descent of Man was published, St. George Mivart wrote a book called Genesis of Species. Mivart was a respected biologist. In his book, he strongly attacked natural selection. He tried to destroy the whole idea. Many people read the book and talked about it. Charles read the book carefully. He wrote notes in the margins. He compared each part with his own book. But Mivart did not change his mind at all. Even so, the book upset him.
In your stomach? Emma asked.
No, strangely, not there, he answered. It hurts my mind instead. Now I am old enough to read even large amounts of criticism without becoming sick.
Thank God, Emma said.
Mivart sent Charles many warm and friendly letters. But he still attacked him in newspapers and journals. Charles believed Mivart also wrote an unkind anonymous review of Descent of Man in the Quarterly Review. Charles could not understand this behavior. He said, sadly, I think he wants to be honorable. But he is too narrow in his thinking to act fairly. Chauncey Wright, an American naturalist, answered Mivart strongly in the North American Review. His article damaged Mivart's arguments badly. Charles asked Wright if he could print the article as a small pamphlet and sell it for 1 shilling. Huxley also quickly defended Charles. But Charles tried to calm him. This will be a long battle, my friend, he said. It will continue after both of us are dead. Still, Huxley wrote a strong passage for the second edition of Descent of Man. He compared the human brain with the brain of an ape. Hooker also spoke about Charles's enemies, especially Mivart and Owen.
Then he added, each person should have one person in the world to hate. It helps keep the emotions balanced.
His face became hard and serious. I have a problem too, Charles said. Acton Ireton is the new Commissioner of Works in Gladstone's government. He acts in a hard way and does not respect science at Kew Gardens. He is trying very hard to make me leave my job. He is above me, so I try to work with him. But he never changes his mind. Still, the years of the 1870s became the easiest years Charles had known since the 1830s. In those earlier years, he had travelled on the HMS Beagle. Later he returned to Cambridge and studied the things he collected. Then he moved to London, married Emma, and began his important work as a geologist and naturalist. Now there was little reason for him to worry so much. Scientific groups around the world made him an honorary or foreign member. Descent of Man was published in the United States. The book was also translated into several languages. Sometimes he became very tired from long hours at the microscope. He studied the liquids made by meat-eating plants. But these periods did not last long. Every day he walked on the sandwalk with his dog. Even in cold weather, he made his usual 5 to 7 pebble walk. In June, Charles and Emma stayed for a week with Erasmus in London. During that visit, Henrietta met a man named Richard Litchfield. She was now almost 28 years old. In August they married. The Darwins liked Richard Litchfield. He was 39 years old. He was not tall, but he had a strong body. His forehead was large, and his weak eyes made him look as if he were thinking about distant things. He studied at Trinity College, Cambridge. Later he became a lawyer. He also helped start the Working Men's College. There he worked as treasurer and teacher. After the wedding, Charles said, "We have just seen the start of a new part of life. Our children will leave home one after another. A clergyman will marry them all."
I hope so, Emma answered. We are now in our 60s. It is time to have grandchildren.
Charles gave his daughter only one piece of advice. "Your mother is a very good woman," he said. "Be like her." Emma's face still had no lines, though there were dark areas under her eyes. Some grey hair mixed with the brown. She still parted her hair in the middle and brushed it over her ears. When she visited people, she wore pretty bonnets with wide ribbons under her chin. She had given birth to 10 children and still had strong health. She always found small jobs to keep herself busy. That was the family word from Mayor Hall for little tasks. Emma was proud of her husband. People in many countries called him the first scientist of the world. She felt happy because she had helped him. For more than 30 years, she had cared for him and helped him during his illness. She had accepted long ago that they would never agree about God. He tried to comfort her.
"I am not an atheist," he said. "I do not say that God does not exist. I think I am an agnostic. I simply do not know for sure."
They found happiness in their children. All of their children were good and kind. William spent much of his time trying to get money for poor people and medical help. Southampton was one of the poorest cities in England after Bristol. The family visited William often. Henrietta and Richard Litchfield lived in London, but they often came to Down House. They helped Charles with his writing. Litchfield was very good at finding repeated parts in the manuscripts. They also checked the printed pages from John Murray. This work gave Charles more time for his studies with the sundew plant and how it caught insects. George, their second son, first decided to become a lawyer. Later he returned to Trinity College. There he continued his work in mathematics and also taught students. He wanted to become a professor of astronomy. Charles approved of this plan.
"Law can be a hard job," he said. "Some lawyers told me it is like eating dry sawdust without butter."
Leonard was doing very well at the Woolwich Royal Military Academy. Francis was doing well at St. George's Hospital in London. Horace was also successful at Trinity. Elizabeth grew into a happy young woman as the only daughter in the house. During a school break, George and Francis traveled around the United States.
"Bring me back a report about the Americans," Charles said.
"Come with us, father," they said. "You can see the country yourself."
Charles shook with fear at the idea.
I will not even get into a boat, he said.
Later they visited a friend of Horace. There they sat on the veranda of the house. Family and friends gathered there for tea. They read newspapers and new books together. The veranda was cool, safe, and comfortable. It helped people spend more time together. This was the first veranda the Darwin family had seen at a private home. Toward the end of their stay, Emma asked, "Could we build one here?"
It can go out from the drawing room.
Charles asked 2 carpenters from down to come. He drew a plan for a veranda. It was the same length as the drawing room and 12 feet wide. The design was simple. There was a concrete floor. The roof went up from the middle of the house wall between the first and second floors. The roof was made of glass and sloped down. The front side was fully open. The sides had low walls with wooden lattice above them. There were benches built into the sides. The furniture was simple wicker with red cushions. The veranda changed life at Down House. Life there became more relaxed and informal. On warm days they sat in the sun. The young people liked it very much. They spent many hours there. They talked, read books, and played cards or backgammon. A row of sweet-smelling lime trees stood to the west. The trees protected the veranda from the hot afternoon sun. From the veranda they could see the flower gardens and the sundial. Charles and Emma watched their children and their friends play croquet on the lawn. Emma said, "It is strange that a small porch can bring a family closer together."
I should have thought about this many years ago, he said. Now we can spend more time outside and closer to nature.
Later, Charles exchanged a piece of Darwin land for a piece of the sandwalk that belonged to the Lubbock family. The 2 pieces of land were the same size. After this, he felt his world was safe and complete. He already had plans for several more books. He wanted them to complete his work that began with Origin of Species. Most of the books were about plants. He wanted to write about plants that eat insects. He also wanted to study different kinds of flowers and plants of the same species. Another subject was the results of cross-fertilization and self-fertilization in plants. He also wanted to write about movement in plants. By this time he had enough material for a full book based on his earlier study, movements and habits of climbing plants. The Linnean Society had published that work in 1865. John Murray often asked for new editions of Charles's books. But Charles always checked the books carefully before they were printed again. He did not want simple copies of the old editions. New research and discoveries always appeared. He wanted to add this information. Many new ideas came from his own work in natural history. In Down House he kept many thin files with labels on them. He had made them when he moved there in 1842. The files were full of notes from his daily observations from many places around the world. He worked for more than 2 months on the 6th edition of Origin of Species. He added new material and corrected mistakes from the earlier editions. In January 1872, he finished checking the final pages for a cheaper edition of the book. The paper quality was poor and the print was small, but the lower price would help more people read the book. In this new edition, he also enjoyed answering St. George Mivart wrote against him in strong and clear words. Charles's ideas spread to many countries and to many people's minds, but many naturalists still did not accept his idea of pangenesis. This idea was about cells and how traits could pass from one generation to another. Only close friends like Lyell, Hooker, Wallace, and Dr. Holland supported it. Later, another new book criticized the theory again. Charles wrote to Wallace.
"I still do not give up pangenesis," he said.
After he published The Descent of Man, he often felt weak and unwell. He could work for only half a day. A short visit to London helped him feel better. During all of 1872, he wrote only one sad sentence. He wrote it to a young German follower, Ernst Haeckel. "I am becoming old and weak," he wrote. No man knows when his mind starts to lose its strength. But his mind was still strong. He continued to produce a great amount of research and many letters. He also wrote articles for Nature and the Gardener's Chronicle. Many people came to stay at Down House. Some were relatives and friends. Others came from Germany, Russia, Holland, and the United States. Rather than leaving after 10 minutes or half an hour as he often did before, he stayed with his friends and enjoyed their company. But many of his close friends had serious problems. Joseph Hooker still had trouble at Kew Gardens. The Commissioner of Works cut money from the laboratories, museum, and library. Some important workers lost their jobs. The Commissioner also spread stories that Hooker should lose his position. Hooker wrote to the Prime Minister, Mr. Gladstone. He asked him to look into the problem. Gladstone did nothing. The Commissioner, Mr. Ayrton, asked Richard Owen to prepare a paper for the House of Commons. Owen and Hooker had been enemies for a long time. The paper was published without Owen's name on it. In the report, Owen attacked both Sir William Hooker and his son Joseph. He laughed at the Hookers' plant collection. He pointed at dead trees and suggested there was poor care and bad management. Charles wrote to his friend. "I used to feel ashamed because I hated Owen so much," he said. "Now I will keep my hatred and contempt for him until the last day of my life." Charles joined other naturalists, including Lyell, Huxley, and George Bentham. Together they wrote a paper about Kew Gardens and the Hookers. They gave it to the Prime Minister. At the same time, Joseph Hooker became President of the Royal Society. It was the highest position for a scientist in England. Thomas Huxley became ill because he worked too much. He could not continue his duties, and he could not rest properly. His doctor, Andrew Clark, told him to travel, but Huxley did not have enough money. Charles and Hooker asked friends and colleagues for help. Together they collected £2,100.
Now comes the difficult part, Hooker said. He will refuse the money because he will think it is charity. I do not want to write and tell him.
"I will write the letter," Charles answered. "I will write it in a way that lets him keep his pride." Huxley accepted the money. Hooker offered to travel with him to France and Germany.
Before they left, Hooker said, "The doctor gave me many instructions about Huxley. He told me what Huxley should eat and drink, and what he must avoid. He explained how much Huxley should sleep and rest. He also said Huxley must not talk or walk too much. I will be his nurse and his hospital together."
Huxley returned feeling strong and full of excitement. He planned new books, articles, lectures, and changes for public education in England.
The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals was published in November 1872. People showed great interest in the book and enjoyed it. Because of this, it became his fastest-selling book. By the end of the year, 9,000 copies were printed. It sold 1,000 more copies than The Descent of Man. He used many pictures in the book. There was a cat showing its teeth at a dog. There was a swan chasing away another bird. There were young children crying or looking unhappy. People from many different groups liked the book and wanted to read it. The subject was new and interesting. The book sold very well. Charles had to pay £52 in taxes. "That is the most money they have ever taken from us," he said to Emma. "Do you think the taxes will rise every year?"
Think about the good side too, Emma answered. When you sell more books, you earn more money. Then you pay more taxes. Admiral Sulan says the Royal Navy will become very strong. Those ships cost a lot of money. The HMS Beagle also cost a lot, did it not?
Charles did not continue the talk. The Athenaeum gave his book a review that was not too bad. Charles spoke to Francis, who was working in his study for a week.
"It seems we now have one less enemy," Charles said.
The Edinburgh Review, another paper that often disagreed with him, wrote, Mr. Darwin has written another book with strange stories and unusual pictures. It supports the idea of evolution. They make me very upset, Charles said while he worked with the microscope. Now they call me funny. This is the first time people have said my work is amusing since Adam Sedgwick laughed at parts of Origin.
Francis looked up from his work with leaves. Please do not hate them, Father, he said. Come and see what is happening to the raw meat you gave the insect-eating plants.
The plants were taking in the raw meat. Before this, they had also taken in the mix of cabbage leaves and peas that Charles gave them. Charles looked through the microscope. I truly think no discovery has made me happier than this, he said quietly. We have proved that Drosera really digests food. He was also very pleased with his Indian telegraph plant. Its small leaves moved with quick little motions. One evening, before going to bed, Charles spoke to Emma. Let us see what the telegraph plant does at night, he said. They went into the study. The plant looked asleep. Only the small side leaves were still moving. They are very active, Charles said with delight. I never saw this during the day. In January 1873, he finished the first draft of Insectivorous Plants. Then he took a week to visit London. At the start of February, he began a new book called The Effects of Cross and Self-Fertilization in the Vegetable Kingdom. He had already done many experiments with cross-fertilization, but self-fertilization was still not well studied by him or by other plant experts. He spent many hours in his hothouse. He also watched plants on the mantel and tables in his study. He learned that all orchids were both male and female at the same time. Insects helped fertilize the orchids. But when two flowers grew on the same stem, flower A could also fertilize flower B. And flower B could fertilize flower A. The flowers had a special surface where the seed pod grew. When rain fell, drops of water filled the flower cup. Then the pollen floated in the water. He learned that some orchids could use their own pollen. The pollen could return to the same flower where it started. He also found that buttercups often pollinated themselves. For the first time, they stayed with friends in the country. Their friends were Thomas and Mrs. Farrer at Abinger Hall in Surrey. Farrer had married a daughter of Hensley Wedgwood. But Charles could not stop thinking about work.
We promised to stay for 2 weeks, Emma said when he wanted to leave after 1 week.
We can come back, Charles answered. My notes about self-fertilization are growing. I cannot sit without work. Work is my life. Many letters came to Down House. A large number were from people who wanted to talk about religion. Charles answered almost all of them except the rude ones. Newspapers and journals also asked him to write about his religious ideas. He answered each request politely. I do not want to speak in public about religion, he wrote. Still, he was pleased when Oxford and Cambridge removed most religious tests. Only students of divinity still had them. One day, Dr. Conway from Harvard Divinity School in America came to Down House. Fanny and Hensley Wedgwood wanted to meet him. Dr. Conway had given a strong sermon about Darwinism and had also published it. The Wedgwoods read the sermon aloud. Dr. Conway seemed happy to hear it. After everyone left, Emma sat quietly and thought for a moment.
Then she said to herself, sometimes it feels strange that someone in my family causes so much talk in the world.
The death of old friends made them very sad. Adam Sedgwick died in Cambridge at the age of 87. Charles remembered their trip to North Wales together. He also remembered their warm meeting at the Bull Hotel less than 3 years earlier. Gone was the painful memory of Sedgwick speaking badly about the origin of species. Soon after that, Mary Lyell died after a short illness. Lyell was now 75 years old and looked very tired. He felt more shocked than sad.
He told his friends, I never thought she would die before me. She was 12 years younger than I was. I'd always thought I would die first.
Henry Holland, who became a knight in 1853, died on his 85th birthday. He had been Queen Victoria's doctor for many years. Members of the royal family joined his funeral. Charles said sadly, "He was not careful with his words, but he was kind and helped us for many years."
Their daughter Elizabeth said happily, "He agreed with me about Henrietta. He thought she worried too much about her health. Since her marriage, she has become very strong."
Emma waited until Charles left the room. Then she spoke quietly to Elizabeth.
Bessie, people should not speak about painful things in front of someone who has suffered.
In August, Charles became ill in a new way. He told Emma, "I lose my memory often. I also feel strong shocks in my head again and again." Emma became worried. She said they must go to London and see Dr. Andrew Clark. The doctor had helped Thomas Huxley before. Dr. Clark was a friendly man with kind and gentle eyes. He had a fair face, a strong nose, and a neat grey-black beard. Even though he was one of the best doctors in London, he did not act proud. He listened carefully while Charles explained his problems. Then he examined him very carefully. When the examination ended, the doctor spoke kindly.
"I believe I can help you, Mr. Darwin. You still have much work to do."
Then he spoke more firmly.
"First, you must follow a strict diet."
Charles ate only the food the doctor allowed. After 1 week, he complained, "This diet is terrible."
"You look better now," the doctor answered.
"I do feel better," Charles said. "I will continue this difficult diet if it helps my mind stay clear." After many careful months on the terrible diet, Charles began to eat more again. For breakfast, he ate brown bread and butter with a fried egg, fresh fish, or soft cold chicken. At the end of the meal, he slowly drank a cup of cocoa china. For dinner, he ate soft grilled meat, bread, mashed potatoes, and either rice pudding or boiled green vegetables. He drank a small amount of brandy mixed with water. Before bed, he sometimes drank a little more brandy with water. After that, he had no more serious problems. Still, some months later, he wrote to his cousin Fox. Fox had listened to his troubles for many years. Charles wrote, "I forget my problems only when I work." Later, his cousin Francis Galton sent him questions for a book called Englishmen of Science. Charles answered the questions and gave his height as 6 feet tall. He added back the half-inch he believed he had lost long ago while sleeping in a hammock on the Beagle. Charles became very interested in the plants he studied under his microscope. He worked on crossing different kinds of plants. Because of this work, he did not visit Dr. Clark again for 4 years. He went back only when he started to feel dizzy sometimes. The stomach pain, sickness, and heart trouble were now gone. Emma often insisted that they take holidays. They returned many times to Abinger Hall, the home of their friend and cousin Thomas Farr. Once they stayed there for a whole month. Charles enjoyed visiting the old Roman ruins nearby. There he found vines with cut leaves that seemed good for plant experiments. In Southampton, they stayed with William. After one visit, Charles said, "I have not felt so rested, healthy, and happy since the days at Moor Park." In London, they stayed with Erasmus or with Henrietta and her husband. Richard Litchfield asked if he could bring 60 men from his singing class at the Working Men's College to Down House for tea on the lawn. Charles and Emma welcomed them warmly. Old Parslow and 2 maids served fresh cucumber sandwiches and biscuits. Charles and Emma joined the group and enjoyed the afternoon. At almost any time, one or more of the Darwin children stayed in London with Erasmus. Erasmus loved all his nieces and nephews very much. He cared for the children of Hensley and Fanny Wedgwood, and also for the Darwin children. He treated them all like his own family. His house on Queen Anne Street became like a second home for them. They called him Uncle Eras. He told them they could visit at any time. They could stay as long as they wanted. They could use the house, the carriage, and everything he had.
"It is wonderful for me to have 12 children without getting married," he said.
Emma enjoyed her freedom. She started to build a lending library in the village. Charles Moody was a bookseller and stationer from London. He had opened many libraries around London. But he thought Down was too small for one of his libraries. People in Down could only get books if they travelled to Bromley or London. Sometimes a courier brought books once a week. Moody also decided which books people could read. The church in Down had only a few old religious books. Emma created her own reading room. She chose some books herself. She bought other books and asked people to give books too. Families paid 30 shillings each year to borrow books. Their third son, Francis, studied medicine at St. George's Hospital. But he never worked as a doctor. He was 25 years old when he fell in love with Amy Ruck from North Wales. Amy had become dear to Charles after she sent him leaves from North Wales with several insects inside. One day Francis went to Charles's study. He closed the door and sat on the green hassock.
"Father, you know I do not want to work as a doctor," he said.
"Neither did I." "What do you want to do?" Charles asked. Francis moved closer to his father.
"I have thought about it a lot. I know what I really want. You need a secretary. You need someone to help with all your work. My medical studies taught me a lot about natural science. I can do this job."
Charles did not need much time to think. "You could make my life much easier." "What do you suggest?" he asked.
"I will start work now. After Amy and I marry, we would like to move into Down House. We want to live here with the family."
"Did you ask Amy about this?" Charles asked.
"Yes. She would like it very much."
"Did you tell your mother?"
"Not yet. First I needed to know if you wanted me here."
"Then let us go and find her. She is busy somewhere in the house." Emma loved the idea. Only Elizabeth was still living at home from her 7 children. William was in Southampton. Henrietta lived in London. Leonard had finished his studies with high honours at the Royal Engineers the year before. His teachers thought very highly of him. So they sent him to New Zealand with a group of men. They wanted to watch the transit of Venus. This would help scientists measure the distance between the Sun and the Earth. Horace, the youngest child, had passed his early exams at Cambridge. He would become the mechanical engineer he had always wanted to be. He was ready to go wherever he could find work. Sometimes Down House felt very empty and quiet. Emma had met Amy Ruck and liked her at once. Amy was thin and quiet. She had a kind nature and good manners. When Francis came near, she reached up and kissed him.
"It will be good to have a son and another daughter in our home," Emma said. "Tell Amy we are waiting for her with open arms."
Charles added, "We will paint one of the large rooms again. It has 3 bow windows that look over the garden." Francis and Amy married. Amy became very close to Emma and Elizabeth. She was lovely but often weak and tired. Her black hair was smooth and tied in a bun behind her head. Her face was thin and oval. She had dark, thoughtful eyes. She and Francis loved each other very much. Amy wanted to help in the house. Because of this, Emma gave her some household duties. Elizabeth did not care. She was not good at practical work and did not like responsibility. The midday meal at Down House became more cheerful. Their long tea times on the veranda also became happier. Francis soon showed that he wanted to do more than secretarial work. He hoped to become a true assistant to his father, like the assistants working with scientists at universities. He helped Charles prepare the manuscript about insect-eating plants. With Charles's support, Francis also started his own work. He made plans to observe things carefully and write down his results. One day Charles looked up from the microscope. He had discovered something about the sticky surface inside a leaf.
"Work is my only pleasure in life," he said.
"You should not let Mother hear you say that," Francis answered.
Later they told Emma about news from Lyell. The British Association had held a meeting in Belfast. The scientist John Tyndall gave the main speech there. On September 1st, Lyell wrote,
"For many days I have wanted to congratulate you about the Belfast meeting. You and your theory of evolution received great praise there. People may criticize Tyndall, but nobody can deny that he spoke clearly and bravely about his opinions."
The speech caused strong talk in Ireland. People there had not liked his work before. Newspapers in England also printed the speech. In 1874, the work of British naturalists for Joseph Hooker and Kew Gardens finally succeeded. Mr. Gladstone could not continue to ignore the British Association. Important newspapers also wrote good reports about Hooker. These newspapers included the Times, the Daily News, and the Pall Mall Gazette. Gladstone moved the commissioner from the Board of Works to the office of the Judge Advocate General. Hooker was allowed to choose an assistant director. He chose William Thiselton Dyer. He was an excellent botanist. He also helped Charles with his work on plants that eat insects. Early in February 1875, Joseph Hooker came to visit. 3 months earlier, Frances Hooker had died suddenly. She left 6 children behind. Hooker felt deep sadness.
Why? Why Frances? She was healthy. She was happy. She loved her children very much, he said.
Emma spoke softly. "It is God's will. You must keep faith and trust him. He will keep Francis in peace."
Charles could only put his arm around his friend's shoulder. Emma asked kindly how he was managing.
Hooker answered sadly. "No one can understand it unless they have lived through it. A house with 6 children is very hard without a woman to guide them."
"Perhaps later, after some time, you may think about marriage again?" Emma asked.
Hooker pressed his lips together and shook his head. "No."
Later, in the study, he asked about Charles's book on insect-eating plants. "I thought the book was written fairly well," Charles said. "But now I see many parts that need new work. It will not be ready for the printer for another 2 months."
"What are 2 months in your working life?" Hooker said quietly. "During that time, you will probably begin another book."
"Yesterday I read about a man in America named Remington," Charles said. "He is making a machine called a typewriter. People may not need to write with pen and ink anymore. They only press keys with letters on them. I could never learn to use such a machine. But Francis might learn. He is young enough to try dangerous new things." Sir Charles Lyell did not live for another 2 months. He died on February 22, 1875. His wife had died almost 2 years earlier. He died mainly because he was old. His close friends had expected his death. Hooker took action to have him buried in Westminster Abbey. Many famous people of England were buried there. Permission was given. England's greatest geologist was buried with great honor. He was a leader in geology and taught many scientists through his books. Charles Darwin and Joseph Hooker wrote the words for the stone above Lyell's grave. Charles felt deep sadness. He would miss his oldest friend very much. For 3 months, Charles worked hard on the 2nd edition of The Descent of Man. He called the work a very hard job. George came home from Cambridge for some time and helped him. Even with help, the work continued until the end of the year. In July, Murray published Insectivorous Plants. The first printing had 3,000 copies. Almost all of them sold at once. Again, people in England were excited and surprised by the strange ideas of Mr. Charles Darwin. Charles did not spend much time celebrating. He quickly returned to his work on climbing plants. He added 90 pages with new discoveries.
Your small book on climbing plants is very beautiful, he said. It fits well with your books about orchids and insectivorous plants. The 3 books belong together.
Charles then started to prepare a report about 10 years of experiments. He studied the growth and fertility of plants from cross-fertilized and self-fertilized flowers. In a letter to Ernst Haeckel, he explained his ideas.
It is truly wonderful, he wrote. Pollen from a different young plant can strongly affect the next generation. This happens when the plant has lived in different conditions.
There had been no serious disagreement in the family since 1865. At that time, William had supported the British governor, Mr. Eyre, during the Jamaica Revolt. Now Henrietta came from London with a petition. A woman named Miss Cobb had written it. The petition asked England to stop experiments on living animals.
Henrietta said, Miss Cobb has asked many important people to sign this paper. There is much debate about it in London.
I know about it, Charles answered quietly. I have read about it in the newspapers.
I want you to sign it, Father, she said.
No, my dear daughter, he answered. I will not do that.
Why not? She asked.
Because I believe physiology is one of the greatest sciences, he said. One day it will help people. It can move forward only through experiments on living animals. He touched the petition with his hand. This plan wants to limit research only to things we now think are useful for health, he said. I think that idea is childish. Henrietta looked close to tears.
Father, think about the suffering of those helpless animals, she said softly.
The animals are given medicine so they do not feel pain, Charles answered. We want to protect animals. But we also must not stop scientists from working. Their discoveries can help prevent pain and death in people. The argument about animal experiments continued for a long time. Henrietta's husband later brought Charles a draft for a new law. The law would go before Parliament. Then a royal commission would study the question. Charles gave evidence before the commission. Thomas Huxley was also a member of it. So many changes were made that nobody liked the final law.
Huxley said, "This law makes no sense. A boy can catch fish with live frogs for fun, but a teacher can pay money or go to prison if he uses the same frog to show students how blood moves in the foot. That is a beautiful and useful lesson."
Parslow had worked for the family for 36 years. Then he retired and went to live near his wife and children. Emma still gave him small jobs. She paid him enough money so he could live comfortably. Soon she found another butler. His name was Jackson. He was a small man with red cheeks and curly side whiskers. He looked like a funny actor. He was not very clever, but he was always cheerful. When he served food at the table, he listened carefully to the talk. Sometimes guests were there too. If someone said something funny, Jackson laughed very loudly.
Emma asked Charles, "Do you think I should stop him from laughing like that?"
There is no need, Charles answered. The guests enjoy it. Last night someone called him a cure. Near the end of 1875, England paid £4 million for half of the Suez Canal. Charles complained, "Now I know where my tax money goes. And I will not even know which half we bought." Jackson laughed loudly at the joke. He almost clapped his hands.
Francis said, "I think we should call him a wag, not a cure."
Smith Elder, Charles' old publisher, asked him to prepare new editions of his books about coral reefs, volcanic islands, and South America. The books were first printed 30 years before. Students and geologists still wanted them. Charles did not like stopping his present work. Still, He kept his humor. He wrote to Asa Gray in America.
Please give our kind greetings to Mrs. Gray. I know she likes to hear men boast. It gives women pleasure. Now I will tell you about my games of backgammon with my wife. Poor Emma has won only 2,490 games, but I have won 2,795 games. Her aunt.
Charles made a special trip to London. At the Royal Society, he saw Hooker sitting in the president's chair. When he came home, he told Emma, "My trip made me very happy. I saw many people, and it did not harm my health at all." Early in the new year, Amy brought good news. She was going to have a baby. Emma and Charles would become grandparents in the middle of September.
At last we will have a grandchild, Emma said happily. I have wanted this for a long time.
You will have many grandchildren, Charles told her. We still have 4 sons and another daughter who may marry. Sometimes Charles felt that his books were mixing together in his mind. By May he was correcting the 2nd edition of his orchid book. In June he checked his manuscript about cross-fertilization for the 2nd time. In July a German editor asked him, "Please write about the growth of your mind and character. Please also write a short story of your life." Charles liked the idea. Nobody had asked him before to tell his own story.
Emma said, "You should leave this for your grandchildren."
"Yes, I like that idea," Charles answered. "It will also give me a rest from looking through the microscope all the time. I feel half dead."
Why do we not go to Surrey? Emma asked. Hensley and Fanny have invited us to use their summer house many times.
"Good," Charles said. "I will write to them and feel very proud like a pigeon." In Surrey he began well. He wrote easily each morning. In the afternoons he went for walks. He wrote about his childhood at the Mount. He also wrote about his father, Dr. Robert Darwin spent 7 years at Shrewsbury School. Then he studied for 3.5 years at Christ's College. After that, he traveled on the Beagle for 5 years. His way of life was careful and organized. This helped him a lot in his scientific work. He had a lot of free time because he did not need to work for money. His poor health also changed his life. He lost several years because of illness, but it also kept him away from busy social life and entertainment. Charles thought carefully about the reasons for his success in science. He believed many different personal qualities helped him. The most important thing was his strong love for science. He could think about one subject for a very long time with great patience. He also worked hard to observe and collect facts. Along with this, he had some skill in creating new ideas and a good amount of common sense. Charles believed his abilities were only moderate. So he felt surprised that his work changed the ideas of many scientists on important subjects. They returned home. There Charles finished his autobiography at the beginning of August. He gave the finished script to Emma. It was less than 100 pages long. She read it while she sat on the veranda. After she finished, she spoke to him.
"I think it is interesting. Other people may like it even more. Do the Germans want to publish it?" she asked.
"I do not think I will let them publish it," he answered. "They can use small parts from it. But it is mainly what you wanted. It is a short story about my life for my grandchildren. My children already know everything about me." Joseph Hooker married Hyacinth Simmons. She was the daughter of a respected geologist. She was also the widow of a bird expert. Hyacinth was much younger than Hooker. People in the science world respected her. The Darwin family felt happy for Hooker. Now he would not be alone. The children would also have a woman to guide them. When Amy was close to having her baby, she spoke to Frances.
"Your father needs you very much, Frances," she said. "Why do you not stay here? and let me go to North Wales alone. I will be safe with my parents and our family doctor.
Francis did not agree. He wanted to travel with her. If she needed to wait a long time before the baby came, he planned to return to Down House after she arrived safely. But Amy said again that she could travel without trouble. Francis still felt worried, but he let her go.
Later, a message arrived at Down House. The whole family was shocked. Amy had died while giving birth. Nobody explained why. The baby was a healthy boy. Francis felt deep sadness and strong guilt. He left at once for North Wales to bring the baby home. Emma was deeply affected by Amy's death. She became nervous and afraid. Francis became very quiet because of his pain. But the baby, named Bernard, brought great joy to the family. Emma hired a nanny. She also helped care for the child in the nursery. If these things stopped her own work, she did not complain. Effects of cross and self-fertilization in the vegetable kingdom came out in November. William Thistleton Dyer worked with Hooker at Kew Gardens. He wrote a strong review in Nature. The book began well, and 1,500 copies were already sold. Charles had a birthday on February 12. He was 68 years old. His short grey beard was now long and white. He asked Emma not to make a special celebration for his birthday. She agreed. But his supporters in Germany and Holland did something special. Each group made a beautiful album. The albums had photographs of scientists from their countries. Under each picture was a message to Charles with the writer's name. Charles felt deeply moved. It was clear that people had worked on the albums for a long time. He wrote to the scientists in both countries. People who work in science sometimes feel sad, he said. They sometimes think their work was not worth the hard effort. But for the last years of my life, I will look at the pictures of my respected friends. I will remember their kindness and support. When I die, this album will be very valuable for my children. Later, Charles received another honor. Francis asked him, "Father, how many awards have you received?"
I do not know, Frank, Charles answered. I never counted them. Would you like me to count them? Francis asked.
If it gives you pleasure, Charles said. Francis found 75 honorary and foreign memberships. This may have been one of the largest numbers of international honors ever given to one scientist and writer since Sir Isaac Newton. Newton studied at Cambridge and later became a professor there from 1669 to 1701. He also represented Cambridge University in Parliament. People knew him best for the law of gravitation and the laws of motion. 100 years before Newton, Galileo said that the Earth moved around the Sun. Because of this, he was judged and kept prisoner by the Inquisition in Rome. But Newton was accepted and later became a knight. 100 years after Newton, Charles Darwin also faced strong disagreement from many people. 1 week after his birthday, Charles received a message from the Down Friendly Club. He had worked as the club treasurer for 27 years. The members decided to close the club and share the £1,150 in its treasury. They had two reasons for this decision. First, they feared the government wanted to join all the clubs in England into one large club and then divide the money. Second, the members had become successful and no longer needed the club's help. Charles gave the group a serious talk. I can tell you that the stories about joining the clubs and making one common fund are false, he said. Someone spread these stories for a bad reason. I spoke with a financial expert, and he had no reason to deceive you. He calculated that you can divide about £150, but about £1,000 must stay in the fund. Any sensible man will understand that this money is needed. It will pay burial costs and help members during sickness. So I strongly ask you to think carefully before you close the club. Think about your wives and children, and also about yourselves. I hope you know that I have no bad reason for giving this advice. The members followed his advice. Joseph Hooker later became Sir Joseph Hooker. This made him feel uncomfortable. He was 8 years younger than Charles. In his own mind, he had done much less for science and knowledge than Charles had done. Still, he received the honor before his friend and teacher. Many of Charles's friends in science were shocked and angry. They felt insulted because Charles Darwin did not receive the honor. They tried hard to support him, but the government did not truly answer them. People at court also stayed silent. No one wanted to cause trouble with the church. "I do not care about it at all," Charles told his supporters honestly. "My books are enough honor for me." 5 days after Hooker's daughter Harriet married William Thistleton Dyer, Sir Joseph left for the United States. The marriage brought William into the Hooker-Henslow botany family. Professor Hayden invited Sir Joseph to join an official survey group. Hayden led the American Topographical and Geological Survey. The group included Asa Gray. They worked in Colorado, Utah, Nevada, and California. Their journey ended in San Francisco. Sir Joseph's job was to prepare a report about plants. He studied the forest trees and where they grew.
"I almost feel jealous of him," Emma said. "It seems everyone has gone to the United States except us, even our sons."
"Find me a land bridge between the 2 continents, and I will take you there," Charles answered. "But we already have one of the wonders of the world here in England. Why do we not visit Stonehenge?" They took George with them and enjoyed the trip. George was a mathematician. He showed them how the stones may have helped people study the stars and the sky. His son Horace asked him an important question. Charles answered, "I have been thinking about what makes a man discover new things. It is a very difficult question. Many men are very clever. Some are even cleverer than the people who make discoveries. But they never create anything new. I think the skill comes from always looking for reasons and meanings in everything that happens. A person must watch carefully. He also needs as much knowledge as possible about the subject he studies."
When Hooker came back from the United States, he told Charles, "Many people in America asked about you. So please accept greetings from the American people through me."
Charles began to work even faster. His first new project was a scientific book about different flower forms in the same plant species. All the information was already in his notes. He only needed to put it together. Charles and Francis worked quickly on the book. It was published on July 9, 1877. Charles dedicated the book to Asa Gray. Gray placed articles about Charles's work in many American journals. John Murray printed only 1,250 copies. People who wanted Charles's careful ideas bought them very quickly. Charles told his friends, "I am very excited about the work." This also showed that he felt healthy and strong. He still had much energy. He wrote an article about babies and children from his notes about William. The article appeared in Mind. Many people noticed it. Another project interested him very much. He thought this project might be his last one. It also amused him because many people felt shock or dislike when they heard about it. The subject was worms. Charles had thought about worms since he returned from the voyage of the HMS Beagle. One day at Mayor Hall, his Uncle Joe showed him the large amount of soil on the lawn. Worms had brought this soil to the surface. A year later, Charles wrote a paper and read it to the Geological Society. In the paper, he said that worms could bury everything on the surface of the earth if they had enough time. For more than 20 years, nobody answered the paper. Then someone attacked his idea in the Gardener's Chronicle. Charles decided that one day he would study earthworms very carefully. He wanted to learn about their bodies, habits, and work. Now that time had come. For many months, he kept worms in pots of soil inside his study. He told Francis, "I want to know how much worms act with thought. I also want to know how much mental power they have. Very few people have studied animals like worms in this way."
Francis shrugged. "Most people think worms are only good for fishing," he said.
"That is wrong," Charles answered. Worms help make the rich soil that covers the land in countries with enough rain.
Does this soil have a use? How do worms make it? Francis asked.
They make it through the soil they leave behind, Charles said. You can see huge amounts of it on chalk hills.
What else do we need to learn about worms? Francis did not sound sure that this was important work for Charles Darwin, M.A., F.R.S.
Everything about them. Their bodies, senses, food, and digestion. Their glands, habits, and intelligence. How they dig their holes. How they make large stones sink into the ground. How much earth they bring to the surface.
Francis whistled. Back to the microscope. I never thought I would cut open worms like you cut open barnacles.
Worms have done more in the history of the world than people think, Charles said. People who study old objects should thank worms. Worms bury things under the soil and protect them for a very long time. They do this as well as a man with a shovel. Emma was less surprised than Francis.
Your father always studies life wherever he finds it, she said. At least in his mind.
She wrote to Henrietta.
Father became very happy when he found 2 old stones at the bottom of the field. Now he has a man digging for worms. He wants to study how worms slowly move stones down into the earth and cover them. I must take him an umbrella.
While walking in a nearby field that he had known for 30 years, Charles saw that worms had buried every piece of flint that once lay on the surface. The worms covered about 1/4 of an inch each year. Another harder problem was to learn exactly how much earth the worms brought up. He discovered that on the chalk hills near Down, the worms brought up 18 tons of earth every year. For many years Charles had been happy in his study. Sometimes he wore a shawl over his shoulders because he sat close to the windows. At last he began to feel trapped by his books, papers, tools, globe, maps, specimens, photographs, and portraits on the walls. He decided to build a new and larger study behind the drawing room. He chose the cheaper plan. Then he watched the work carefully. The builders also made a new entrance, front door, and porch. By the autumn of 1877, all his things were moved into the new study. Now there was space for a sofa where he could lie down. There was also a large leather chair and a long wide table. The table held manuscripts, papers, letters, pens, ink bottles, and folders. As always, his writing chair stood in a corner near a tall window. The wide window shelf held books and journals. A carpenter from Down put rollers on the 4 legs of the chair. This helped Charles move quickly around the room. The move did not help very much. After only a few months, the new study was as full and crowded as the old one. When Emma saw books packed tightly along one wall, she spoke softly.
Nature does not like empty spaces.
When Charles walked alone in the fields, he wore a long cape and a soft hat. Sometimes he stood in one place for a very long time while thinking deeply. The squirrels at Down House began to think he was a tree. They climbed onto his legs and back. This almost drove Polly mad. Polly was the rough-haired fox terrier that Henrietta left behind when she moved to London. She knew Charles was not really a tree. He was like a very large puppy. Whenever she could, she jumped into his lap. Artists often made funny drawings of him. The London Sketchbook, Punch, and Hornet printed these pictures. The drawings were more funny than cruel. The artists drew his head, face, and long white beard correctly, but they gave him the body of a large hairy ape and claws instead of feet. Their oldest son, William, became engaged to an American woman named Sarah Sedgwick. "I am very happy about that," Charles said. When a man is 38, people think he may never marry. One day, William fell from his horse in Southampton. Dr. Andrew Clark examined him carefully. The doctor made him do many movements to show that his head was not badly hurt. Horace was now 26 years old. He helped William as a nurse and secretary. He also wrote William's business letters. Then Leonard, who worked building forts for the British Empire, fell on a dirt tennis court. He hurt his knee badly. For several days, he stayed on the sofa. Elizabeth took care of him and spoiled him a little. Later, Litchfield became ill. Henrietta cared for her husband with great skill and kindness. She had learned this from watching her mother care for her father. Emma was pleased.
Nothing brings a husband and wife closer than sickness, she told Henrietta.
In the end, Emma had the hardest problem. For many years, she and Reverend Mr. Innes had worked well together. They helped with church matters, the local school, and poor people. She also worked well with Reverend Henry Powell after Mr. Innes left. But now she could not work peacefully with the new vicar, Reverend George Fiden. He supported the Tory party. He was against many ideas that the Wedgwood and Darwin families believed in. Emma often disagreed with him at meetings about the village of Down. At last, she stopped going to the meetings. Then Reverend Mr. Fiden did something that made Emma very angry. During a Sunday morning church service, he spoke against Charles Darwin and his books. Emma and Elizabeth were sitting in the family seat in the church. The two women stood up at once and walked out. Emma stayed angry as she walked back up the hill to Down House. She went quickly into Charles's new study.
"That man is an impossible idiot," she cried. "I will never go to Down Church again while he is there. Next Sunday I will walk 2 miles to Keston and go to church there."
Charles listened to her story. Then he said, "I will go with you one Sunday. But what will happen in winter when there is rain and mud? You do not like making our driver work on Sunday." Emma became angry again.
"If I cannot walk 2 miles through mud on a Sunday morning, then I should not call myself a Christian."
Charles put his arms around her and calmed her. "My dear, you are more than a Christian," he said gently. "You are a Christian martyr. I can almost see you in the Colosseum in Rome. You push the lions away while you call the emperor a heathen." Emma became calmer. She kissed his cheek.
Then she asked, "Why do we have to live near such a narrow-minded man?"
Charles laughed quietly. Emma believed many of the same religious ideas as Reverend Mr. Fiden. Still, she strongly defended her husband, who no longer believed in the church in the same way. Emma also still felt it was unfair that Charles had never received a knighthood. Then Cambridge University announced important news. The university would give Charles an honorary LLD degree in the Senate House on November 17th. 40 years earlier, Christ's College had given him his master's degree. This was one of the highest honors the university could give. Charles accepted the honor politely. The family stayed at the Bull Hotel. The next day, Emma, Elizabeth, Leonard, and Horace entered the Senate House through a side door. It was a very exciting scene. The galleries on both sides of the Senate building were full of people. Many students stood on statues and window sills because there was no space. From time to time, people shouted and cheered. When Charles came in with his red cloak, the noise became very loud. He smiled and waited for the Vice-Chancellor to arrive. Soon a monkey appeared. It hung from ropes between the two galleries. The students laughed loudly. They were happy with their joke for Charles Darwin. At last the Vice-Chancellor arrived. He wore scarlet clothes with white fur. People bowed and shook hands. Then Charles walked down the aisle behind two officials with silver maces. The public speaker gave a long speech in Latin. The students often interrupted him with shouts and jokes. Then the group walked to the Vice-Chancellor. Charles did not kneel, even though this was the usual tradition. After that, the ceremony ended and many people came to shake hands with him. Many parties were prepared for the Darwin family. Charles visited his old rooms at Christ's College. He also took his children to the beautiful botanic garden that John Henslow had started. He walked around the town with his LLD inside the pocket of his silk gown. That evening, Thomas Huxley gave a speech about Darwin to the Cambridge Philosophical Society. Charles felt that his life had come back to the beginning again. In 1835, the same society had published parts of his letters to John Henslow. He had written those letters while he travelled on HMS Beagle. The publication also included notes by Adam Sedgwick. Sir Joseph Hooker surprised everyone when he became the father of a son with his young wife. Thomas Huxley did not surprise anyone. He continued to write many strong lectures, studies, and books. In the end, he also received the same LL.D. from Cambridge which Charles had received. Charles spent a month with Francis in the new study. They worked to show that plants sleep to protect their leaves from cold night air. In the spring, Charles went to London to see Dr. Andrew Clark because he often felt dizzy. Dr. Clark told him to eat very dry food. The doctor would not take any money for his work. He even came to Down, now called Downs by the government. Because of this, Charles felt uncomfortable asking him to come again. William continued his social work in Southampton. He helped open a trade school there. The school taught very different subjects, including art and chemistry.
Please ask Dr. Clark to take at least a small payment, he said. I would feel much better.
William tried to help. But Dr. Clark did not like the idea.
Down House is like Mecca for scientists from all over the world, he said. People do not get paid for the chance to visit Mecca.
Francis's son Bernard was now 1 year old. He was lively and had bright eyes. He brought great happiness to the family. Even so, Emma wanted Charles to take regular holidays. They visited the beautiful Lake District in Cumbria. There they walked along high rocky cliffs. Charles spoke warmly about the beautiful views, but he still complained.
My wife controls me too much, he said.
I think you are a national treasure, Emma answered.
Charles wrote to Alfred Wallace.
I am fairly well, but I often feel half dead, he wrote. Still, I keep working on plant studies. I think I would die if I had no work to do.
Alfred Wallace had a different problem. He needed money. His only money came from his books and articles for magazines. The pay was not high, and he had a growing family. After his marriage, he knew he needed a steady job. Before this time, he had asked for the paid job of assistant secretary at the Royal Geographical Society. His friend Henry Bates got the job instead. Later, he tried to become the director of the museum at Bethnal Green. He also tried to become the superintendent of Epping Forest. He did not get either job. This third failure made him very sad. He also worried about the future of his family. While Charles was in London, he invited some friends to dinner at Erasmus's house. There were Hooker and Huxley. There is only one thing to do, Charles told them. We must help Wallace get a government pension. He is too important to be left without help. They made a plan together. Charles would begin by writing letters. For 12 months, they continued to ask the government for help. At last, the government gave Wallace a pension of £200 each year for life. The weather began to change in strange ways. In June 1878, there was a strong storm with thunder and hail. The pieces of ice were very large. The family feared they would break the roof over the veranda. Then, in October, heavy snow came very early. The leaves were still on the trees. Snow gathered on the branches around Down House and many branches broke. Good luck came in a letter from a man named Anthony Rich from Hene, Worthing. He wrote that he and his sister were the last people in their family. He believed people should remember those who used their talents to help mankind. Because of this, he left most of their property to Charles. Part of it was a share in some houses in Cornhill. These houses brought in a little more than £1,000 each year. Charles wanted to refuse the gift, but nobody agreed with him. Emma, his children, Lichfield, Hooker, Huxley, and Wallace all told him to accept it. They said, "Take the money. Then give the extra £1,000 each year through the Royal Society to a young natural scientist who needs help." This could become a wonderful example. Other people may also leave money to scientists and scientific societies. People have not done this before. So Charles accepted the gift. Later, the Turin Society gave him the Bresser Prize and £100. He wrote to the Naples Zoological Station. He told them that if they needed some equipment that cost about £100, he would be happy to pay for it. A few weeks before his 71st birthday, he went into his study. There was a beautiful fur coat on his table. He stood and looked at it with surprise. Then the children ran into the room.
Surprise! Surprise! Happy birthday! This is our present for you. Try it on.
The coat fit him very well. He hugged his sons and his daughter Elizabeth. Henrietta also helped with the gift from London. "But I can never wear it," he cried.
Why not, father? They asked.
"Because the weather is never cold enough." After that, he wore the coat almost all the time. Soon he worried that he would use it too much and damage it. In November 1880, he received news about a flood in Brazil. His friend Fritz Müller had almost died in the disaster. Charles quickly wrote to Hermann Müller. He asked if Fritz had lost books or scientific tools in the flood. If he had lost them, Charles wanted to help replace them. He said he wanted to help for the good of science. Around the same time, their youngest son Horace got married. He married the daughter of their friend and relative Thomas Farr. The Darwin family liked it when their children married people inside the family circle. Only Francis and Elizabeth still lived at home. Little Bernard was also there. Taking care of him gave Charles and his wife old memories. It reminded them of their first children in 12 Upper Gower Street. A strange argument soon troubled the family again. Charles was only a small part of it. Samuel Butler was the grandson of Charles S. Old schoolmaster in Shrewsbury. He was famous for his book Eruhan. The title meant nowhere, written almost backward. He had also studied at St. John's College in Cambridge. Butler wrote a book called Evolution Old and New. In the book, he supported the ideas of Dr. Erasmus Darwin instead of the ideas of his grandson Charles. At the same time, Dr. Ernst Krause worked as a science editor for the magazine Cosmos in Germany. He wrote a short scientific biography about Dr. Erasmus Darwin. Later, he wanted to make it into a larger book. He asked Charles to write a short introduction about his grandfather. Then Butler wrote an angry letter to the Athenaeum.
He said Krause had copied parts of his book without naming him as the source. He also accused Charles of helping with the dishonesty.
"Father should defend himself," the Darwin boys said. Emma, Henrietta, and her husband Richard strongly disagreed. They did not want Charles to answer Butler.
Do not answer Butler at all, Litchfield advised. Do not make his attack important by talking about it.
Samuel Butler wrote a second letter in the St. James's Gazette. In this letter, he suggested that Charles Darwin did not tell the truth. This time Huxley smiled and spoke with dry humor.
Let me quote Gertie, he said. People also attacked his character. Every whale has its louse.
At the beginning of August 1881, Charles and Emma went to London to visit Erasmus. William was there for banking work. Francis was also there. He took his sister Elizabeth to the theatre and to exhibitions. Charles said to Erasmus, "Your house in Queen and Street feels like part of Down House."
"So it is," Erasmus answered. "And Down House feels like part of the Mount."
The Darwin stayed only 3 days. Erasmus looked weak. He was already 77 years old, but he was still cheerful. Then, on August 26, a telegram arrived at Down House. It said that Erasmus had died after a short illness. He did not suffer greatly before his death. For Charles, the loss was very deep. It felt to him as if part of England had disappeared forever. "I'm not going to let Raz be buried in London," he told the family. "I will bring him to Down. He will rest in the graveyard near the church. We will pass his grave every day, and he will not be forgotten." Erasmus was buried there, just as Charles wished. After the simple funeral, William spoke for the family.
"One of my greatest joys was visiting dear Uncle Eras in London," he said. "He felt like much more than an uncle to me. Even when I was a small boy, he was always kind and pleasant. He always knew how to help me feel comfortable and happy. When I became older, I enjoyed visiting him even more each year. There was something special in his way with people. I never saw the same charm in anyone else."
Charles later wrote to Thomas Farrer, "The death of my brother Erasmus is a very great loss for our family," he wrote. "He was kind and loving. I never knew anyone more pleasant. It was always a great pleasure to talk with him about any subject. Now I will never do that again. I do not think he was truly happy. For many years, he did not value life very much, though he never complained. I am thankful that he did not suffer badly in his last days. I will never meet another man like him." Erasmus left a good amount of money to his sister Caroline. The rest of his property, including the house in Queen Anne Street, went to Charles and Emma. It was a large inheritance. Charles said to Emma, "I do not think we will use Raz's money. He wanted it to help our children. We should keep it for them." Charles had become older much faster than Emma. Even though they were nearly the same age, he looked much older. Perhaps his long illnesses caused this. Perhaps it came from many years of hard work. His white beard and hair under his soft black hat made him look very old and wise. His eyes were deep and tired. He looked like a man ready to say goodbye to life, and he seemed peaceful about it. He felt that he had lived life fully. Charles kept a pot of worms on Emma's piano in the drawing room. Emma decided not to suggest that the worms should stay in the greenhouse. Charles used whistles and other sounds to test the worms. The worms did not react. Then he played low notes on the piano. At once, the worms quickly moved back into their holes.
Emma spoke with amusement. "Charles, you must be the only man in the world who entertains worms with a piano concert."
He also had a large stone placed on the lawn. Horace attached a tool to measure how long the worms took to pull the stone down into the soil and how far it moved. Francis found the experiment very interesting. The women in the family did not care much about it. In April 1881, the manuscript for the formation of vegetable mold through the action of worms, with observations on their habits, went to John Murray. The book came out on October 10th. 2,000 copies sold at once. By the end of the year, 5,000 copies had sold. People everywhere talked about earthworms and Charles's book. Charles said with surprise, "People have welcomed my book with almost funny excitement." Joseph Hooker was one of the best plant scientists in the world. He wrote to Charles and said, "I always thought worms were weak and not intelligent.
Now I am surprised. They have a home life and important work. From now on, I will respect them, even in our garden pots. I will not only think of them as food for fish."
Charles did not want to begin another long study. Instead, he worked on small projects. For 2 months, he studied how carbonate of ammonia affected green plant parts and plant roots. But the subject was difficult for him. Some facts confused him. He said that only writing down new facts was dull work. He happily congratulated Horace and Ida when their first son was born. He also comforted little Bernard when the boy's nanny married and left. Charles asked William, who worked in banking, to manage his money matters. He asked how much money and property he had. He also asked how much each child would receive after his death.
William said the family property was worth £280,000, not including Emma's money. Then William made a plan for sharing it. Each daughter would receive £34,000. Each son would receive £53,000. If the children were careful, they would have enough money for life.
This was what Charles wanted for them. Charles did not tell Emma or William that his pulse was weak.
Francis took him to London to see Dr. Clark.
The doctor said, "There is a problem with the heart, but it is not serious."
Charles believed the problem was worse, but he said nothing. A few days later, he walked to a friend's house in London. On the way, he suddenly became very ill. He reached the front door with difficulty. His friend was not home, but the butler saw that Charles was sick and invited him inside. Charles refused. The butler offered to get a cab. Again, Charles refused. "I do not want to cause trouble," he said. He also refused help from the butler. Charles slowly walked toward the street where he could find a cab. After about 300 yards, he almost fell. He held the park railing to stay on his feet. This was the beginning of his final illness. But he did not die yet. A cough made him weak and unhappy.
Emma told him to take quinine medicine, and it helped him.
He still had enough strength to give £250 to Hooker's Index. This project was making a complete list of all known plants, with the names of the writers and places of publication. Charles also wrote a note for the people who would manage his affairs after his death. He asked them to give Hooker £250 every year until the index was finished. George later tried to get the Plumian Professorship of Mathematics and Natural Philosophy at Cambridge. The job paid £800 a year. He received the position the next year.
Charles told his family, "I believe George will become a great scientist one day."
The British Association planned to hold its 1882 meeting in Southampton. William felt he should help organize the event for his father. The work was very difficult. Charles warned him, people who work hard often receive too much work. As one more effort to continue his work, Charles wrote 2 short papers for the Linnean Society. The papers were about roots and green parts of plants. He was also happy to see Leonard marry a young woman named Elizabeth Fraser. Now 4 of his 5 sons were married. During the last week of February and the beginning of March, Charles often felt pain near his heart. His pulse became irregular every afternoon. On warm days, he sat with Emma in the orchard. He liked to hear the birds sing and see the crocus flowers open. On March 7th, he tried to visit the sand walk because it was special to him. But he became very ill again. His sickness grew more serious.
Emma called Dr. Clark.
Other doctors came from St. Bartholomew's Hospital and from St. Mary Cray. There was little they could do. Charles felt very weak and faint. With deep sadness, he understood that he could no longer work. On April 15th, he became dizzy while eating dinner. He stood up from his chair and tried to reach the long sofa in the drawing room. Then he fainted. 2 nights later, he lost consciousness again. It was very hard to wake him. Emma, Francis, and Elizabeth cared for him. Henrietta was called home. She arrived on the morning of April 19th. The day before, Charles had suffered another serious attack at noon. After Henrietta arrived, Emma went downstairs to rest for a short time. Henrietta and Francis stayed beside the bed and watched over him. For a moment, Charles woke up again. He looked at his daughter and son. Then he said softly, "You are the best and kindest nurses." He was close to death. Henrietta went to bring her mother and sister. Charles opened his eyes one last time. He placed his hand in Emma's hand and quietly said, "I am not afraid to die." She kissed his forehead and spoke softly.
You should not feel afraid.
A short time later, he died. One doctor closed his eyes. Emma and her children went downstairs. They joined the family members in the drawing room. Henrietta thought Emma looked calm and natural. Tea came into the room. Emma smiled for a moment at a small funny thing. Henrietta asked, "How can you stay so calm and strong?" Emma was quiet for a moment. Then she looked at her daughter with kind brown eyes.
Perhaps father did not believe in God, she said. But God believed in him. He will rest in peace now.
The family wanted a small and quiet funeral. They planned to bury Charles in the old graveyard near the church. His brother Erasmus was there. His children, Mary Eleanor and Charles Waring, were there too. John Lubbock had another idea. He asked 20 members of the House of Commons to sign a letter to Dr. Bradley, the Dean of Westminster. The letter said,
House of Commons, April 21, 1882. Very Reverend Sir, we hope you will not think badly of us for making this suggestion. Many people in our country, from all groups and opinions, would be pleased if our great countryman, Dr. Darwin, could be buried in Westminster Abbey.
John Lubbock spoke to the family.
I understand your feelings, he said. I would also like your father to rest down with all of us. But for the country, it is right for him to be buried in the Abbey.
The funeral happened on April 26, 1882. The men who carried the coffin included Joseph Hooker. Darwin had called him the dearest of friends. Thomas Huxley was there too. People called him Darwin's bulldog. Alfred Wallace came. He once said that the idea about the origin of species belonged only to Darwin. John Lubbock was there.
He said, Darwin is my teacher.
James Russell Lowell came from America. He wanted his country to be represented. William Spottiswoode came. He was president of the Royal Society. Canon Farrar was there. The Duke of Devonshire came. The Earl of Derby came. The Duke of Argyll came too. The Abbey was full of important people from France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and Russia. Representatives from universities and science groups also came. Many friends and admirers were there. Charles Darwin had never become Sir Charles Darwin. He had never received a knighthood. But the Church of England and the important people of Great Britain honoured him greatly at the end of his life. In the funeral procession, the crown came first. Then came the mourning canons, and the Dean's officer. After them came the coffin with the pallbearers. The family walked behind. Then came their servants and the science groups. The Dean of Westminster chose a special place for Charles. It was on the north side of the nave, near the choir screen. The grave was only a few feet from the grave of Sir Isaac Newton. The ceremony was very grand. Only people wearing mourning clothes could enter, but the Abbey did not feel very sad. Instead, people felt proud that such a man had lived. Emma Darwin thought this was right. She had never become Lady Darwin. Still, she felt happy for her husband of 43 years. He had become famous around the world. On the way back to Down House, William spoke to Francis.
I hope this does not sound disrespectful, he said. But can you imagine the wonderful talks Father and Sir Isaac Newton will have each night after the Abbey closes and everything becomes quiet?
The last small job was to write words for Charles's grave. Hooker and Huxley tried many times. But they could not explain Charles Darwin's work in only 2 or 3 sentences.
Huxley gave one idea. The best words may be from the American poet Emerson, he said. Be careful when God sends a great thinker into the world.
But they did not use these words. Charles had already left instructions. He wanted no message on his grave. His own words were already known everywhere. The stone over his grave said, Charles Robert Darwin. Born the 12th of February, 1809, died the 19th of April, 1882. He had changed the world. But not everyone agreed with him. The day after the funeral in Westminster Abbey, a company of clockmakers in Fleet Street sent a letter to Martin's Bank in London.
Sir, today we sent a cheque for £280 to close our account with your bank. We know our reason may seem strange and weak to many people. We closed the account because Mr. R.B. Martin was at Westminster Abbey yesterday. He did not only attend the funeral as one man. He also seemed to represent a society that supports Mr. Darwin's ideas. We believe the time has come to speak clearly. We are not ashamed to say that we believe God's words about creation in Genesis and in all of the Bible. We want God to see that we trust every word He has spoken from Genesis to Revelation. We know our small voice will be lost among the many people who now praise a man whose ideas we believe are wrong and insulting to God. That may happen. But a day of judgment will come. Then people will see who spoke the truth, God or Mr. Darwin. Yours respectfully, Barroud and Lunds.